Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Harry Potter uncovered Snape's darkest secret and became overpowered. Here is short summary. When Harry loses his temper at his trial and refuses to heed his godfather's advice, an unexpected twist sends him back in time, giving him a chance to change the future. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. For a Sunday night, the uni bar was pretty quiet. Then again, tomorrow was the last day of university before the Christmas holidays. The older students had taken the broad hints their lecturers had been dropping for the last few weeks and all buggered off home on Friday night or by Saturday afternoon at the latest. The group sitting in the corner were all firsties, and all taking the same course. None of them really thought a Christmas piss-up was a good idea. By the same token though, none of them wanted to be the one who said they weren't going when the idea was talked about. They were students, they were supposed to get pissed, weren't they? At least they were currently being entertained. They had all noticed a beautiful girl sitting by herself. A beautiful girl who had politely but firmly rebuffed every attempt from anyone who had tried to chat her up. The odd thing was, all of them were sure she kept looking over in their direction. Martin had of course decreed that she must be looking at him, so confidently set off to conquer. He initially appeared to be making progress before his deflation was visible from the other side of the pub. His crawl back was in stark contrast to the way he'd strutted over there. Hey Marty, so is it Back to the Future for the 218th time tonight? You might as well, it seems like you've nothing else on. This generated a fair amount of laughter. Martin's obsession with those movies was well known, probably because he told everyone who wasn't quick enough to get away from him all about it. He dreamed about being his hero, even considered changing his last name to McFly. In reality though, Martin was a much closer match for the character of Biff than Marty. As first-year students, they were still finding their feet in university. The group's dynamics had also yet to settle down. Martin saw himself as a born leader but, much to his dismay, no one else did. Faced with the ridicule from his fellow students, Martin employed his number one defense tactic, focus that ridicule on someone else. Hey, we all agreed she was staring over here. Who else would she be looking at? Harry. Harry had been doing his usual, sitting quietly in the corner and wondering when he could reasonably say it was time to go back to his room. Everyone's attention now on him was the last thing he wanted. Brian could and should be the leader of the group. He was waiting on all the other candidates for the position to make asses of themselves before stepping in. He was also Harry's lab partner and wasn't about to stand for Martin picking on him, just because Harry was quiet. Let's be honest, Martin, Harry couldn't do any worse than you. I've seen some people crash and burn in my time, but that was epic. I'll bet you the next round that Harry will crash and burn too. That's hardly fair, since no one's even got to sit beside her yet. I will bet he fares better than you. I would also bet you quoted a line from that bloody movie at her. Martin's face was now red as Brian turned to Harry. What about it, mate? Wanna give it a try? You really have nothing to lose. We all know Marty McPhail here couldn't resist trying to dazzle her with his brilliance. Seeing the wink from his friend got Harry rising from his seat. Harry didn't make many friends and the easygoing Brian was one of them. Martin then tried to put the kibosh on his effort before he even started. Thumping Harry way harder on the back than was considered polite, he then shouted, "Go get her, Tiger," at the top of his voice. Harry stopped and turned to face Martin, his green eyes boring into the bigger man like those drills Harry's uncle Vernon was always talking about. Even with a height and build advantage, Martin's senses were screaming not to mess with this one. Just wanted to wish you luck, mate. As Harry turned and walked away, Brian's words were aimed at Martin but heard by most of the group. Don't let Harry being quiet fool you into thinking that makes him a pushover. I didn't do my share of the work our first lab. He took me aside and chewed me out. He's easygoing until you get in his way. Harry is the most driven out of all of us. Harry approached the girl who then smiled at him, changing her from beautiful to absolutely stunning. Excuse me, miss. I'm really sorry to annoy you, especially after just having a visit from Martin. The thing is there's now a bet running among us. Not about you, although you were most certainly involved. You see, we're sure Martin tried a cheesy pickup line on you, using something from the movie he's obsessed with. He said I was his density. Oh, that's certainly cheesy. What did you say? I said heavy, which was probably the wrong answer as he took encouragement from that. I then had to come down heavily on him before he sat himself down. This had both of them laughing before Harry got ready to excuse himself. Thank you for clearing that up, and again sorry for disturbing you. Who said you were disturbing me? My name is Hermione, won't you take a seat? Hermione, as in A Winter's Tale. That's my favorite Shakespeare play, and I've always loved that name. Harry then got to hear that musical laugh again. Now who's trying the cheesy lines? I've already asked you to sit down too. As he sat, Harry began quoting some of Hermione's monologue from the play. The crown and comfort of my life, your favor, I do give lost, for I do feel it gone, but know not how it went. My name's Harry and I don't have any pickup lines, cheesy or otherwise. I don't know why, but that part has always stuck in my memory. Seeing Hermione's eyes begin to mist over, Harry was getting ready to apologize when she shook her head. You didn't upset me, that was beautiful. Now I certainly don't buy the part about having no lines, you're way too smooth for that to be true. This actually got a wide grin from Harry. I've been called many things, usually nerdy, but never smooth. This is going to feel like another line, but you are really easy to talk to. I'm not smooth with girls at all, far less beautiful ones. That's either a great line or a very sincere compliment. I'm gonna take it as a compliment. You're very charming, yet, when I looked over to your group, you seemed to want to be elsewhere. His brows furrowed at just how perceptive this girl was. He did find her easy to talk to though. Harry was now actually enjoying his evening, so kept the conversation going. This is not really my scene. I'm not much of a drinker and have always struggled to make friends, hence why I didn't think I could miss this. I'll be here with these same people for the next 4.5 years. I thought I should at least make an effort to fit in. What are you studying? Veterinary medicine, and I'm enjoying it. I was 15 when I suddenly realized if I ever wanted to accomplish anything, then I needed to get my act together. I started hitting the books, and here we are. Harry was shocked as her hand covered his and Hermione's thumb was now drawing gentle circles on the back of his hand. This may be a very unusual situation, but one thing wasn't in question, the sincerity oozed from every fiber of Hermione's being. You're training to help animals, that's just so noble of you. Hermione almost said so like you, that would have been a bad slip. It's a career I think I could be good at, a career I'll enjoy. At that Brian appeared, instantly noticing the hands. Hey Harry, you never came back to tell us who won the bet. You knew who won the bet before I came over here. Brian, this is Hermione. Hi Brian, can you do us a favor? Looking into those warm chocolate eyes would have Brian agreeing to do anything. Could you please tell Marty that Harry and I are going to make like trees and get out of here? Brian was nodding before it hit him. Shouldn't that be leave? Harry had an even wider grin on his face now. Don't worry, Martin will get it. See you tomorrow in class. Hermione's hand now squeezed his, causing Harry to shift his attention. She merely had to lift an eyebrow for Harry to get the message being conveyed. Or maybe I won't. Anyway, if I don't see you, have a nice Christmas. Hermione stood, still with Harry's hand in hers as both of them then headed out the door. Brian turned to see Martin already at the bar, acknowledging he had lost the bet. The rest of their group had their eyes well and truly opened about Harry Potter. Brian couldn't help but think this was only the beginning. As they walked through the car park, Harry again offered Hermione an out. I can't thank you enough for that, I was dreading spending the rest of the night in there. Since Hermione still had hold of his hand, she gave it another squeeze. Harry, playing dumb doesn't suit you. You have obviously figured out I was in there for a reason, I can read the curiosity on your face. I'm trying to remember what curiosity did to the cat. Stopping, Hermione turned to face him. I could never, nor would ever, hurt you. Do you believe me? Once more, this beautiful girl's sincerity shone through. Harry had no other option but to agree. I was there tonight looking for a very special person. I found that special person and promised to tell him everything, but not here. I can tell you exactly why you find it easy to talk to me, that and so much more. It might take all night and most of tomorrow. I promise I will answer every question." Something deep inside Harry demanded he believe this beautiful woman, and he was sure it wasn't his hormones. They got in a car that was obviously hired and Hermione soon had them on the road. He then realized that all he knew about Hermione was her name. This was a good chance to remedy that, without delving too deep. Harry soon discovered she was 19 and, although clearly British, Hermione had lived in the south of France for the last 2.5 years. Harry, casually asking what would have her leave there to hit Britain in the depths of December, just saw Hermione glance at him. Surely not. They weren't on the motorway long before Hermione had them heading into the services. That she parked the car in front of a Travelodge room, and then came round the car to lead him inside, blew Harry's mind. Things like this just didn't happen to him. Hermione sat him down in the room's one chair. It was the room's one bed, however, that Harry's thoughts kept being drawn to. Hermione took off her jacket and hung it up, the tight jumper she wore under it just exacerbating Harry's problems. As Hermione walked around the room, Harry tried very hard not to stare at her exquisite derriere. When she sat on the bed across from him and held both his hands in hers, Harry was lost in those chocolate eyes. "The reason you can talk to me so easily, Harry, is that we were best friends for 4 years. Those were the best 4 years of my life. I was devastated when they took you away from us. I know for a fact they altered your memory, but there are some things they couldn't alter. You have a scar on your right forearm that looks like a puncture wound. A giant snake did that when you were 12. You nearly died, but a good and true friend saved you. The scratch along your left shoulder was made by another type of creature when you were 14, again another good friend healed you." Harry was wearing his hair longer and also wore contacts, leaving her best friend a very handsome young man. She lifted one of her hands to his face and brushed away the jet black hair that was obscuring his most famous scar of all. Running her finger gently along the lightning bolt saw Harry leaning into her touch, just like Crookshanks or Hedwig did when they wanted petted. "You got this the night your parents died. You used to believe it happened in a car crash. Is that the story they stuck to?" His gentle nod had Hermione continuing, though she knew this would be hard. "On Halloween, 1981, your parents, James and Lily Potter, were murdered by one of the most evil men that's ever lived. He tried to kill you too, but something remarkable happened. He was banished and you were left with that scar, and a whole bunch of fame you never wanted. It took him nearly 14 years to come back, and when you broke that news, they wouldn't believe you. The government didn't want you spreading these tales. It made them look bad, and there were also those who did believe you. They manufactured charges to get you into court." Hermione now had tears gently running down her cheeks as she recounted the moment that changed both their lives. "You lost your temper at the trial. Told the government they were a bunch of cowardly bastards who could all go and F.K. themselves." Harry was mesmerized by Hermione's touch. She could have told him the moon was made of cheese and he wouldn't have disagreed. "That sounds like something I would do and say." This drew a giggle out of Hermione, and allowed her to use the hand not currently stroking Harry's cheek to wipe the tears off her own. "They used that as an excuse to kick you out. Your memory was wiped. They would have to wipe the Dursleys, too, and they bound your magic." "Yes, Harry, magic. You're a wizard, Harry, and a very powerful one. Your mother and father were magical too, as am I." He lifted both his hands and clasped Hermione's that was now stroking his cheek. "I don't want you to stop doing that, ever, but I can't think straight while you're actually doing it." "Magic, Hermione, really? That makes you what, a witch?" "Yes, Harry, I'm a witch. My mother and father aren't magical though. They had this same conversation when I turned 11 and qualified for magical school. Professor McGonagall used her wand to turn Mum's coffee table into a pig. After witnessing that, they believed in magic." It was now Harry's turn to raise a questioning eyebrow, and Hermione knew exactly what he wanted. Unfortunately, she couldn't oblige. "The evil wizard who killed your parents has since taken over the magical government. They have censors covering the country that would know if I performed magic here, and there would be a snatch squad dispatched to capture us within moments. I can't even say this evil wizard's name. Rumor has it saying that name out loud will bring those same snatch squads. That's not a rumor I want to test. I think I may be able to convince you. Though, hungry." Harry still held her hand in both of his. He teasingly squeezed it. "Hermione, calling room service is hardly magic. It's also expensive. From her smile, he could see she was up to something. Harry didn't know if Dobby was a spell or a person, the results though were irrefutable. Hermione was not a woman who wore much makeup, she didn't need to. This meant the room's dresser had been clear but no longer. A feast just appeared out of thin air, and this was no takeaway. Here was all sorts of delicious-looking foods, presented on what appeared to Harry like golden plates. Dobby is a very good friend, and he has kept me in touch with what's been happening to you for the last 3.5 years. He won't appear. While he understands what the ministry did to you seeing him and not knowing who he is would break his little heart. He's devoted to the person who freed him from the hell his former life was, that person is you. As Harry began to nibble at this feast, one question was screaming in his mind. I'm not saying I believe you, but I have a question. Why now? After 3.5 years, why are you here talking to me? As I said, the evil wizard now controls magical Britain. There is some resistance though, and that resistance holds you as their figurehead. They claim that while Harry Potter lives, the evil wizard hasn't really conquered Britain. Yes, they are clutching at straws, but this wizard wants to take even that away from them. His minions began seriously hunting you at the start of December. You don't know who these people are, and have no way to defend against them. I really had to come back. For the first time, Harry sensed Hermione might have put herself in danger over this. Are you being hunted too? Her nod led logically to his next question. What would happen if they found you? I'd be dragged up in front of the Muggle-born Registration Commission, where I'd be sentenced to Azkaban for stealing my magic from some pureblood. Someone would be sure to remember though I was your best friend, and start interrogating me about why I was back in the country. I think I'd rather die than be captured. Harry was moving before even realizing what he was doing. He was sitting on the bed beside Hermione and his arms were around her. She meanwhile was clinging to him, her head buried in Harry's chest and crying hard enough to wet his shirt. After a few minutes Hermione got herself back under control. She didn't move though. Harry, you can't have any idea how bad things are. People we both knew, BPD are murdered, slaughtered for amusement in some cases. They are practicing genocide against people who don't fit a very specific profile. A profile neither you nor I match. Please say you believe me. I would hate for you to think of me as some crying nutter. Harry held this strange yet familiar girl. He had loved the name Hermione since finding it in A Winter's Tale, now here was a reason for that. Her scent as he held her was intoxicating. Not because of any brand of perfume she wore, more like a scent he associated with being home, being safe. Her arms around him felt very familiar too, almost like reawakening a muscle memory. Hermione was waiting on an answer. Harry gave her one. I'm trying to look at this situation logically, except there is no logic to this. That you believe every word you've told me to be the truth is a given, and a point in favor of magic. Our delicious food just appearing out of thin air, another point for magic existing. At the moment all I've got against is how ludicrous the whole thing sounds. While I can't categorically say I don't believe you, I can't say I do either, much as I'd like to. He felt some of the tension leave Hermione's body at that. Harry tried a different question this time, one a lot more personal. Can I ask you something else? In this other life, other time, were we a couple? Harry instantly felt Hermione's tension return, but again he could detect no dishonesty in her answer. I last saw you the night before your trial, that was the 11th of August, 95. I ed you on the cheek for luck, and that was the very last time I saw you before tonight. You were my best friend and I was certainly ready to see if we could be more. Boys mature later than girls, they took you away before any of that more had time to happen. I must have been an idiot, back then. This is another big plus for your story being true. I wasn't joking when I said earlier I have no lines or moves, yet holding you in my arms just feels so right, almost like you belong there. I'm rubbish with girls, so bad that there's even rumors going around the accommodation I'm gay. Yet with you, everything feels so natural, so perfect. Things like instant attraction and love at first sight don't happen, at least not to me. In a weird sort of way, us being best friends since the age of 11 actually makes much more sense to me. Hermione lifted her head and again Harry acted without thinking. He gently ed her tear-streaked cheeks, slowly making his way toward her lips. Hermione was ready for him by the time he got there, holding Harry tight and putting all the emotion she had into their shared key. It was some minutes later before Hermione could speak again. Harry, you have some world-class moves. Harry felt the emotion flowing from Hermione when she at him, adding more weight to the "she's telling the truth" argument. He needed to know what was going to happen next, before they went any further, and he didn't care about what was going to happen next. Can I assume, now that you've found me, there is a plan of what to do next? I have too, Harry, both very risky. I entered the country by plane and using a false French passport. I took a potion to make me look exactly like the person I stole the passport from. Getting into Britain though is a lot easier than getting out. All forms of magical transport out of the country are blocked, leaving us only normal methods. Now that they are actively looking for you, however, I don't know if we could slip past them. With your core bound, taking that potion might do you serious harm. And then there's this. Hermione held her hand out and a leaflet appeared in it. Harry thought this must be the mysterious Dobby's doing again, but his attention was far more focused on what Hermione now handed him. It was an old photograph, clearly of him, that he'd never seen before. He was probably about 14 and seemed ready to take part in some kind of sport, but this picture moved. That wasn't even the most disturbing thing though. Plastered across the top in bold letters was undesirable number 1. Okay, I can see how that might be a problem. It's even worse than you think. Harry, this evil wizard wants you dead. He's not going to stop coming after you even if you get out of the country. You'll be looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life, and not even know who you're looking for. If this is risky plan A, I'm assuming you've kept the best, till last. Plan B is even riskier, but it could possibly save hundreds, if not thousands of lives. In its most basic form, the plan is we go back in time and fix things. Hermione, that's a hired Ford Fiesta you've got parked out there. Even if this Dobby friend of yours can drop a flux capacitor in your lap, I doubt that little car could reach 88 miles per hour going downhill. She just smiled at him as if he was being silly. Tomorrow is the winter solstice. We perform a ritual at Stonehenge that will hopefully send our spirits back to our younger bodies. Ritual. As in witches and wizards dancing BPD around a bonfire. Yes, a ritual. No to the bonfire. Yes to being BPD, but, unless your dancing has improved dramatically since I last saw you, that's a no too. Why do we have to be BPD? We're trying to send our spirits back in time, a difficult enough task without something like clothes possibly getting in the way. Why are you picking on that one thing? Does the thought of seeing me BPD seem that bad? Quite the opposite. We're in the middle of winter however, and the cold has been known to affect certain parts of a male's anatomy. This had Hermione laughing before throwing her arms around Harry and soundly keying him. Now there's the man I love. We could meet our end tomorrow night and all he's worried about is disappointing me. You love me. I have since I was 12, nearly told you a couple of times too. Apart from my parents, I can't think of anyone else I would have returned to Britain for, far less attempt what I'm suggesting. If we go back in time, it will certainly unbind your core. Your memory we're not sure of. You and Dobby. This again had Hermione in fits of laughter before she could answer. No Harry, me and Professor Dumbledore. He was one of the most brilliant wizards who ever lived. When that happened to you at your trial, I still had to attend Hogwarts for another year and sit exams before I could legally leave. That was a terrible time for me, but Dumbledore took me under his wing. He actually set me on this course, knowing I might need it one day. Being Dumbledore though, he would never come straight out and tell you something. He used to leave clues and make it like a treasure hunt. He'd been murdered by the time I figured everything out. He got my parents out of Britain to France and arranged for me to complete the last 2 years of my magical education there too. Can't we just unbind my core? Then you could train me in what I need to know to fight back. I asked Dumbledore the exact same thing. He said that for all intents and purposes, the procedure was irreversible. You have been living without magic now for 3.5 years, to suddenly flood your body with the stuff by unblocking your core would kill you. It can only be reversed in the first few weeks, and the ministry kept you locked away for that, supposedly working on altering your memories. It seems to me that this government went to a lot of trouble to take me out the picture. I just can't get my head around why. I'm just plain old Harry Potter, a bit of a bookworm and totally nothing special. You are special, Harry, and not just to me. I am a powerful witch and academically in the top 1%. You have power that others could only dream of. Harry Potter defeated this evil wizard as a baby. You repeated that feat when you were 11, again at 12 and in front of his own followers when you were 14. That's when he got smart and used his followers' money and connections to get the government to do what he couldn't. Dumbledore was murdered the following year with the country falling not long after. I was barely out the country a month when it all happened. If I banished him all these times, how come this guy is still around? That is something I can't tell you yet, for two very good reasons. There are magical people who can read your thoughts. I need to teach you how to hide them before I can pass on what are effectively state secrets. I was taught by a master and it took a couple of months. That's the sort of timescale we're talking about. And the second reason, as I said, we're not sure if doing this will unlock the memory block they performed on you. If that's the case, I don't want to give you any preconceived ideas about the people you're going to meet. I'll always have your back, but I want you to be Harry, be who you are now, not someone me or anyone else tries to mold you into. I love you, Harry, my best friend who I'm hoping will be so much more. Those are my motives, plain, simple and right up front. Others that you will meet won't be so clear or obvious. Harry thought carefully for a moment before answering. If we do this, and I mean if, there is a condition that is simply non-negotiable. Hermione waited to hear this condition, so Harry laid it out for her. If we manage to go all back to the future, Miss Hermione Granger must give me her solemn promise that she will be my girlfriend if and when we get there. She leaned in and tenderly kissed him. Miss Hermione Granger promises to be Harry Potter's girlfriend now, in the future and even in the past. You're never getting away from me again. Does this mean you believe me now? I can't lie to my girlfriend and say yes. The way I figure it, we will either end up in the past and be a couple, with me being a wizard thrown in, or I get to spend tomorrow evening with a beautiful but very cold woman. Getting warm together when it doesn't work could be a lot of fun. I can't see a downside to this, so I'm in. Hermione wanted to snog his brains out for that, but needed to tell him about the very real possibility of a downside. When I start the ritual, a snatch squad will be dispatched. If they get through to us before the ritual completes, I will kill myself before I let them take me. It really is the better option. Wrapping her in his arms, Harry tried to sum up their position. I get that it's dangerous. I also get this is the route you want us to take. Don't ask me to explain it, but I have an incredible amount of trust in you, confidence too. You won't lead me wrong. He never got to say any more as Hermione pushed Harry back on the bed and kissed him with everything she had. Their hands were roving and she was nibbling his ear before whispering. Stay with me tonight. What? You mean? Yes. I don't have anything. Harry, tomorrow night we will either be traveling back in time or dead. It's good you were thinking responsibly, but we don't need to worry about protection tonight. Hermione, I've never done this before. She kissed away his embarrassment. Neither have I. We always worked things out together before. This will just be the same. It was then her turn to be embarrassed as she asked a question that had fueled her more erotic fantasies since Hermione was old enough to have them. Can you still talk to snakes? It was much later, when a very satisfied Hermione was snuggling into her now sleeping Harry, that she was able to think about what had happened earlier. One glance across that pub to see him sitting there already made her trip worthwhile. Even if he later told her she was a nutter and to go and get lost, she would at least have gotten to say goodbye, and perhaps be able to move on with the rest of her life. Just simply touching his hand reignited all the old feelings she'd tried to convince herself was just a crush on a friend. There could be no denying it any longer. She was hopelessly in love with Harry. That he didn't really believe her story was always going to be the case. Harry being honest about it yet willing to give her the benefit of the doubt just melted her heart. When he held her in his arms, Hermione felt safe for the first time since leaving France. Harry and her spending the night together in the same hotel room was again always part of her plan. Both of them ending up BPD in the bed wasn't, or at least she didn't think so. Then again, she could easily have specified a room with twin beds but didn't. Perhaps it was more in hope than anything else. All she knew was every hope she ever had was surpassed tonight. She gently moved his hair to see his scar, a scar that was certainly lighter. Dumbledore had given her all the information he had on Horcruxes, including his suspicions about Harry. His best guess was that Harry having his magic bound would slowly starve any Horcrux behind that scar. It having significantly faded appeared to confirm that guess. Hermione was anything but stupid. She could see Dumbledore was trying to lead her down a certain path, a path he expected her to then take Harry along. Even from tonight, Hermione could tell whatever the Ministry had done to him hadn't changed who Harry was. Yes, he'd grown and matured, but Hermione loved the man Harry had become just as much as she loved the young wizard he once was. Thinking of him as Harry saw Hermione place a featherlight key on his lips. I was having a wonderful dream until you woke me. Now I know I wasn't dreaming and my beautiful guardian angel is actually here in my arms. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'm with you all the way. Then you, Harry. Tomorrow you need to practice writing symbols on me, we need to do that for the ritual. It's always the quiet ones. As Harry drew Hermione to him again, she wasn't quiet for long. Harry had been dressed for an evening out at the pub, not for a winter's night traipse through Wiltshire. Hermione insisted he bought a thick jumper and heavy jacket, something he was now very grateful for. The flat countryside offered little in the way of protection from those icy December winds that had both of them snuggling into their protective clothing to preserve whatever warmth they could. Being beaten together under that duvet in the hotel had been wonderful. This would be beautiful. Stepping between two stones of the monolithic monument, both noticed a table set where a column offered at least some protection from the biting wind. Let me guess, your friend, Dobby. Our friend, Harry, and we'll struggle to ever find a better one. Having already talked Harry through the procedure step by step, neither hesitated now. Hermione cut the palm of her hand with the silver ritual knife, allowing her blood to spill into the waiting bowl. Harry was soon following her example. They needed this mixture because Harry's blood contained no magic. This was Hermione's greatest fear, that she wouldn't be powerful enough to take them both back. That's why they were on this site on one of the most magical nights of the year. Hermione needed all the help she could get. She was still in school at the summer solstice, so that was out. Halloween was another magically powerful night, though historically not a good time for Harry. Voldemort's ministry dramatically amping up their search for Harry forced her hand. It had to be tonight. As she painted specific ancient runes onto rune stones with their blood mixture, they would disappear off the table and Hermione was confident Dobby would place them precisely where they needed to be. That task done, it was time to disrobe. When a warm blanket appeared at each of their feet, Harry couldn't help himself. Dobby, my friend, you are the absolute best. Hermione draped hers over her shoulders and couldn't help but smile. You just made his year. Opening her arms wide gave Harry access to the places he needed to paint while the blanket still offered some protection from the elements. Harry then copied her pose, thankful Hermione was considerably quicker than him at this art. Dropping their blankets beside the table, there was only one question left to ask. Are you ready, love? It's not fair, Hermione. My bits are shriveled into nothing while I could hang my new jacket off a couple of yours. She appreciated his attempt at humor and tried to return it as they walked over to where they needed to perform the ritual. I was introduced to your bits last night, Harry. I was very impressed, and that's how I'll choose to remember them. They knelt either side of the center rune stone, Hermione clutching her wand with both hands directly above it. Harry then placed both his hands over hers. Time for your flux capacitor to do its stuff. Hermione so wanted to key him for the trust and confidence he was displaying in her, but Harry was right, it was time to power up the ritual. As Hermione began to chant, Harry felt every hair on his body stand on end. A group of blue lights shot from the center stone, connecting with all the others. Soon an umbrella of pure energy surrounded them. He could see the strain on Hermione's face and clasped her hands tighter in support. Harry was mesmerized as the symbols he'd so carefully painted on Hermione began to glow and pulse in time with her heartbeat. His attention was drawn away from that wondrous sight by the spectacle of three people appearing out of thin air. They began to attack their protective umbrella with what must be magic, but it thankfully held. Then something even stranger happened. Yoda appeared and used the Force to blast their trio of attackers right out of Stonehenge, though the one that hit his head off the massive column that was now glowing too might not be getting back up. Harry's last thought was, shit, magic is real. Before an ear-splitting scream from Hermione heralded a loud crack he'd previously only associated with a severe lightning storm. He was disorientated but held on to Hermione's hands as if his life depended on it. Harry was then literally holding on for his life. Harry's arms were locked around the broad neck of a creature that was obviously trying to throw him off. He looked down at the carnage of what had once been a bathroom and saw the little girl standing there. Harry looked closer and recognized it was his Hermione. She had her wand out and the creature's club shot from its hand, only to return with even greater velocity and smack it squarely in the loincloth. As the massive creature sank to its knees before collapsing on the floor, Harry was able to let go and gently slide down its back. He was still disorientated however and unable to stand. Harry soon found this version of Hermione sitting beside him. He offered no resistance as she lowered his head onto her lap. "Hey Granger, get away from him. This was all your fault." Even lying there dizzy and with his eyes closed, Harry was never going to stand for that. "Hey, I don't know who you are but no one talks to my girlfriend like that. Apologize or I'll kick your ass." "Hermione, why is my voice so squeaky?" She didn't get time to answer before Professor McGonagall burst into the room, closely followed by Snape and Quirrell. "What on earth were you thinking of?" McGonagall shouting at them saw Harry open his eyes. Taking in the scene that greeted him, he then sought an answer from the girl whose lap he was still resting on. "Hermione, please tell me it's Halloween." "It is. Thank God for that. Wicked costumes, by the way, you three. Have to say though, the guy in the Hulk suit has all of you beat." Harry was still lying with his head on Hermione's lap, ignoring everything and everyone else around him except the girl who was currently his only anchor to reality. "Hermione, where are we?" "We're in Hogwarts. Mr. Potter, are you injured?" "Hermione, who is that?" "That's Professor McGonagall, our head of house. Harry was banged about pretty badly, Professor. It seems to have affected his memory." "Oh please, that's the most feeble excuse I've ever heard. Potter is clearly just trying to avoid being punished for this fiasco tonight." Ignoring the sneering man in black, Harry had yet another question for Hermione. "Who's the grouch?" Snape didn't give her time to answer. "That will be 50 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting a professor." "He's a professor. You've got to be joking me. Who's this Gryffindor and why should I care if the grouch punishes him?" The Snape sneer was now on full power. Another 50 points from Gryffindor. Minerva wasn't about to stand for that. "Severus, the boy is clearly confused." "Ma'am, I'm way beyond confused. I'm in a place I don't recognize, surrounded by people I don't know and being grouched to about who knows what. Hermione being here is the only reason I'm not screaming for the police." "You recognize Miss Granger. She's my girlfriend, ma'am." "Of course I recognize her. When did she become your girlfriend?" "Mr. Potter, I'm not prying. I only ask to try and discover what you can actually remember." "Last night. I remember sitting holding Hermione's hand and asking if she would be my girlfriend. I was so happy when she said yes." "Where did this happen?" "It was in some room I don't really recognize, but I remember the important bit." The head of Gryffindor then switched her attention to Hermione, looking for an answer. History once more repeated itself as a 12-year-old Hermione Granger lied to her head of house in the same girl's bathroom. Hermione would like to think that this time around she was a little more convincing. "We sat in the Gryffindor common room late last night. Neither of us could sleep so we got to talking. Both of us were feeling lonely and realizing how much we had in common. Harry then asked me to be his girlfriend. Of course I said yes." "She's lying. Harry went to bed at the same time as the rest of us." That argument was quickly shot down by Hermione, using something she knew Ron couldn't refute. "And we could still hear you snoring all the way down in the common room." Harry now sat up from Hermione's lap, focusing on Ron. "Look Ginger, I don't know what your problem is but it stops now. You shouted at my girlfriend and then called her a liar. Whoever you are, that was your last warning. Mr. Potter, you and Mr. Weasley have been friends since you both got here. As I just told you, ma'am, I have no memory of where here even is. I just watched my girlfriend wave a little stick in the air to save me from whatever this beast happens to be. I'm pretty freaked out at the moment." This saw all but Snape gasp in astonishment, though Minerva found her voice first. "Mr. Potter, you don't remember about magic. You don't know you're a wizard." He looked to Hermione for how to play this. She of course didn't disappoint. "You're a wizard, Harry, and a powerful one." Just like last night, her hand was on his cheek as she told him that. Also like last night, Harry leaned into her touch. Hermione was ecstatic that she had managed to throw them both back in time. That his scar was the same as older Harry's also gave her hope the Horcrux had been eliminated when they impressed on their younger selves. That his memories hadn't restored was not a surprise, at best it had been a 50-50 shot. This setback was compensated for by the date of their arrival. It really could have been any time in their first year of Hogwarts. That they had arrived on Halloween of their first year was the best she could have hoped for. Harry only had 2 months of lessons to catch up on and nothing too major had happened yet. Hermione would reconsider that last thought in the morning. That troll had me trapped, Harry. You tried to distract it and then jumped on its back to save me. Your wand is actually still stuck up its nose. Do you think you can stand up now? Hermione helped her shaky boyfriend to his feet. A harsh glance from Harry in Ron's direction indicated he needed no help from there. As Hermione tried to pull Harry's wand out of the troll's left nostril, the creature gave a low moan. As she jerked the wand clear, McGonagall and Snape both hit the troll with stunners to ensure it wasn't getting back up anytime soon. Since Severus now had his wand in his hand, he decided to end this farce once and for all. A low-powered Legilimens would tell him exactly what Potter was up to. Hermione cast a cleaning charm on the piece of holly, with a feather from Fawkes encased in it, before handing the wand over to Harry. The wand bonding with its master provided a light show like none of them had ever seen before as Harry's body was instantly bathed in magical energy. That this was the same instant Snape chose to launch his attack was unfortunate for the potion's master that is. As magic flooded through his body, Harry's head tilted back as he let a loud roar out, and so much more. Snape was blasted back into the bathroom wall, sliding down to the floor only to find a golden stag standing there waiting on him. Prongs lowered his noble head and pushed forward with those magnificent antlers, a glowing tip spearing into Snape's arm, directly on his dark mark. His scream of intense pain rang throughout the castle, and this time Quirrell really did pass out. As Harry's light show and glow faded, so did Prongs. He opened his eyes to see even more casualties on the bathroom floor. That was some head rush. What happened to them? Hermione took his arm, to offer reassurance and keep Harry from swaying on his feet. You remember I said you were a powerful wizard, do you believe me now? I'll never doubt you again. Minerva was standing in a wrecked girls' bathroom. 2 professors and a troll were on the floor injured or unconscious while Ronald Weasley was trying to melt into a wall so as not to be noticed, and those weren't even the worst of her problems. She was saved from having to act by Albus and Phileas racing into the bathroom, though Harry's comment left her not knowing what to say. Hermione, I think Gandalf and Bilbo just stole it from the Hulk. Why do I get the feeling they're not dressed up for Halloween? Hermione was trying not to snigger. She was also amazed at how well Harry was keeping his cool. Giving his arm a slight squeeze in appreciation, she fed him the information he needed. The purple Gandalf is Professor Dumbledore while the tiny-footed hobbit is Professor Flitwick. Albus, Potter here suffered a bang to the head and it's apparently affected his memory. He couldn't remember he was a wizard, far less coming to Hogwarts. The only person he recognizes is Miss Granger, his girlfriend. Hermione, under the auspices of checking Harry was indeed fine, had cleverly placed herself between her boyfriend and Dumbledore. She now stood defiantly facing the headmaster, ready for the gentle mental probe she knew was coming. Something about tonight smelled worse than this troll. Albus needed to get to the bottom of it. Ronald Weasley was practically broadcasting what he'd seen here in the bathroom like some low-wattage television station. It was the girl though who caught and held Albus' attention. He had picked up on her move to protect Harry, placing herself as a physical shield. Taking a peep inside her head rocked the old wizard back on his heels. A raised eyebrow produced the slightest of nods from Miss Granger before they were interrupted. Severus staggered to his feet, a hateful sneer plastered all over his face. Potter, you attacked a professor. I'll see you expelled for that. As he staggered toward Harry, Albus casually plucked Snape's wand out his still shaky hand. A quick prior incantato told the headmaster everything he needed to know. A shocked Severus then demanded the return of his property. Headmaster, my wand. Ah Severus, that of course depends on you. If you wish to proceed with these claims against Mr. Potter, then I'll need to hold on to this until an investigation can take place. Evidence, you understand. Minerva also recognized the last spell Severus' wand had cast, and it wasn't too difficult to deduce who it would have been cast at. Mr. Potter rebonding with his wand produced quite the reaction. His magic would also react to protect himself. Hermione was still standing in front of Harry, ready to go head-to-head with Snape if necessary. She didn't spot the result of the prior incantato but also didn't need to. Snape was the one person she was sure would look into their minds. There hadn't been time to coach Harry on the basic steps he could take to avoid it yet, far less begin the process of constructing mental shields. Spotting the girl's attitude toward her potions professor forced Albus to react. Now he was glad he had. Severus was forced to withdraw his complaint, and then found his wand being returned to him. Could I impose on you, Severus, to ensure Quirinus gets back to his quarters? It would appear he's had quite the night too. The defense professor was groaning in pain as he regained consciousness. Turning to his deputy, Albus continued taking control of the situation. Minerva, would you and Phileas deal with the troll and repair in here? I'm assuming Mr. Weasley can make his own way back to Gryffindor Tower. I'll take Mr. Potter and Miss Granger to the infirmary. I wasn't aware Miss Granger had been injured. Mr. Potter can't remember anything about Hogwarts, other than Miss Granger. To separate them at the moment would be rather harsh, don't you think so, Minerva? A pair of thank yous, coming from the young couple was all Albus needed to hear. He led them out of there. Albus was more worried now than at any other time he could remember. That Miss Granger had a full set of occlumency shields was an impossibility. That she'd clearly been taught the art by a master was beyond refute, especially since Albus could easily recognize who her instructor had been, himself. Albus must also have passed on the instructions on how to accomplish what she had clearly pulled off here tonight. This was what terrified him the most. Had things become so bad he'd been forced to resort to the tactics of utter desperation. I'm assuming I told you not to pass any information on to me. You made me take an oath, Professor, an oath worded in such a way this version of you can't release me from it. That same oath also prevents me from telling Harry certain things too, at least until he can keep others out. It's the one thing you were insistent upon, sir. He nodded his head in understanding. I'm also going to assume that Poppy won't be able to help Harry with his memory problem, so I'm excusing both of you classes tomorrow. I want you sticking close to Harry and have him somewhat prepared for his classes on Monday. Well, at least knowing where the classrooms are and who teaches the subject. I imagine you will have a lot of other things to talk about too. They entered the infirmary and, after Poppy's scans were all coming back clear, Albus explained what he wanted to happen. This was how Harry and Hermione found themselves sitting on adjoining beds and eating a late supper. Hermione had a charm raised so they could talk freely. Gandalf knows what we did. Harry just needed his guess. Confirmed, he was pretty sure he was right. Yeah, I think it really scared him. I've never seen Dumbledore slap Snape down before. The grouch. What's his problem anyway? He hated your father, and you're the spitting image of James Potter. What? And someone as petty as that is allowed to work with children. Hermione, I think you know I never expected us to be here. Now that we are, this whole place seems like a nuthouse. That thing in the bathroom, talking portraits, ghosts floating about, staircases that move whenever they feel like it, to wherever they want to go. I'm trying to make sense of this, but there just doesn't seem to be any. I wasn't joking back there, you're the only thing currently keeping me sane. I was the same when I first got here. With everyone else walking about just accepting this as normal, you soon find yourself with a new normal too. Harry was prevented from saying anything more by the arrival of Yoda. He just appeared between their beds. Miss Hermione. Dobby, how do you know my name? This is Dobby. Hermione's nod saw Harry continue. I saw this little guy throw those three who attacked us right out of Stonehenge, just before we left. Dobby, were you inside the stone circle when we left? Yes, Miss Hermione. Dobby has come back in time with you. Oh Dobby, does this mean you're back under the control of your old family? Harry Potter freed Dobby. Dobby is still a free elf. Dobby changed some kitchen waste to look like his body. They will look and find it when Dobby doesn't answer their call. They will vanish the body and then try to find another elf. Dobby is never going back there. Hermione was now down on her knees, hugging the little guy. That's wonderful news, Dobby. I promise getting you away from them was top of my list. Harry, this is our good friend Dobby. I'm sorry I don't remember you, Dobby, but Hermione has told me how special you are. I know we're going to be great friends. Harry held his hand out for Dobby to shake, but the emotional elf sprang at Harry and hugged him. Hermione was wiping a tear from her eye at their reunion when a thought struck her. Harry, I used to employ Dobby, but I don't think my pocket money would cover it. You have a vault at Gringotts and I know Dobby would rather work for you. You must be getting fed up with me asking all these questions, but a vault at Gringotts means nothing to me. While the three sat and chatted, trying to fill in the blanks for Harry, Poppy would just glance over from her station. She couldn't see the elf, just the two first years sitting talking instead of resting. The headmaster himself had stopped her administering a dose of dreamless sleep potion. After she said there was nothing to be done for Mr. Potter's memory problem, Dumbledore decided these two needed the time together. The healer couldn't see the benefit of this lack of treatment, but then the headmaster had his own ways. Albus had asked the four heads of house to meet in his office. Tonight's events needed to be dealt with. The troll incident, while being serious in its own right, has left us with a most unusual problem. Mr. Potter was injured in his attempts to save Miss Granger, leaving him with no memories of Hogwarts or even magic. Have we discovered why the three of them were in that bathroom, or can Harry Potter just do whatever he likes? Looking over his glasses, Albus pinned his potions master with a steely stare. He then passed on information he had learned from a slight scan of the Weasley lad. Miss Granger had been upset by something said to her during the day. She was in that bathroom crying. Realizing that she knew nothing about a troll being in the school, Harry raced there to warn her. None of them were looking for the troll, it was just their bad luck it found them. Severus though was not forgiving an inch. He had been made to look a fool earlier and wanted someone punished for it, someone called Potter. Why didn't he inform a member of staff or a prefect? The school has systems in place for events such as this. Not Potter though, he's too busy trying to play the hero. There was steel now in Albus' voice too as he cut the legs from under Snape, much to the surprise and delight of the other three heads of house. Yes, the school has systems in place, all of them failed. No troll should be able to get past the school's defenses, it did. That a first year was missing from the feast should have been noticed by prefects or staff, it wasn't. Those same prefects and staff then didn't see another two first years breaking away to go and help the missing girl. There were multiple failures tonight, yet you, Severus, seem determined to blame Harry Potter for everything. It hasn't escaped my notice either that you tried to take 100 points from a boy who didn't know who you were, far less he was a student at Hogwarts. This had Severus on his feet. You can dress it up any way you like, but Potter will be receiving no special treatment from me when he enters my class. Which is why Harry won't be entering your class again. Albus' declaration shocked the potions master. Dumbledore wanted there to be no misunderstandings here though, so spelled out exactly why he was doing this. In the 2 months that Harry has been at Hogwarts, you have demonstrated your inability to treat him with the same respect as say Mr. Malfoy. Harry's memory loss is forcing me to make decisions, and this is one of them. Mr. Potter and Miss Granger are no longer your students. Still on his feet, Severus weighed up his options. Since he is no longer my student, there really is no reason then for me to be here. If you will excuse me, I can think of better ways to spend what's left of my evening than sitting here listening to the special treatment that's sure to be arranged for the Potter brat. With as much dignity as possible, Severus left the headmaster's office. Albus' glasses were now lying on his desk as he massaged the bridge of his nose. Minerva recognized how hard that had been for her friend and boss. She thought he'd made the right decision. Thank you for that, Albus. Severus looks at Harry and sees James, and we all know how much those two hated one another. Minerva, I'm beginning to think we've been failing that lad since his parents were murdered. Well, it's time for that to change. Both he and Miss Granger are excused classes tomorrow while she reacquaints Harry with Hogwarts. Starting Monday, they will attend classes as normal but not take part in the lessons. Miss Granger will be giving him one-to-one tuition in each class until Mr. Potter is at the same level as the rest of the first years. I propose we review this on a weekly basis, though I would expect Harry to be up to speed before December is upon us. Miss Granger is quite the driven individual. All three heads of house agreed with that, though Phileas had a couple of questions. Miss Granger is certainly driven, but won't spending all her time working with Mr. Potter affect her own studies? I also noticed you didn't mention who you were going to have teach them potions. Since Albus knew he was dealing with a couple of time travelers, he was already certain Miss Granger could currently pass her NEWTs. Whatever procedure they used to achieve that most difficult of feats would have needed skill sets way beyond those taught at Hogwarts. Miss Granger assures me her own studies won't be affected and I shall teach both of them potions. While two of his heads of house could only stare at the headmaster, Pomona Sprout let go with a deep belly laugh. Oh, I love it. I can almost hear Severus mutterings about special treatment from here. You're setting a dangerous precedent, however. When this news gets out, you'll have 3/4 of first year wanting to transfer to your class. The twinkle was back in Albus' eyes. Then Severus will need to behave himself, otherwise we four might be inundated with requests from first-year potions students. Rather than have the rumor mill working overtime, Dumbledore stood at breakfast and announced what had happened to Harry Potter last night. The headmaster had barely sat back down when Hermione led Harry into the Great Hall. The fact that everyone was staring at them was soon blocked out by the 6 older Gryffindors that quickly had the young couple surrounded. Harry, please tell us this is a prank. We play Slytherin on Saturday. Hermione was holding his left hand, leaving his right free to be offered. Hi, I don't know who you are, or what you just said. I'm Harry Potter, pleased to meet you. Oliver shook the offered hand but his mind was clearly elsewhere. We can get the pitch tonight, all weekend and most nights next week. It's gonna take a lot of hard work but we might still be able to pull this off. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand in their prearranged signal that she would handle this. She had actually forgotten all about Quidditch. Whoa there, Oliver. I hope you weren't expecting Harry to be available for all these extra practices. Of course I was. Why else do you think I was holding them? To train a different seeker. Harry has no memories of Hogwarts or even magic. He can't afford to waste all that time practicing Quidditch. The group increased in size as Ron suddenly pushed his way to the front. Practicing Quidditch is not a waste of time, spending all his time with you is. Harry mate, you need to get away from the bookworm. Granger will ruin you. Ron suddenly had a face full of an angry Harry Potter. Back right off, Ginger. I've had about all I can take of you. He then turned his attention and anger onto the bigger boy. I don't know who you are, since you were too busy trying to arrange my life to introduce yourself. Whatever you need me for, so not happening. You clearly don't give a shit what happened to me, you're far too busy figuring out how my situation will affect you. Too bad, you seem like a nice guy too. Hermione, where do we sit? I'm starving. Knowing how much Harry enjoyed flying, and remembering an incident from their second year, Hermione threw wood of bone. Oliver, your seeker is clearly unable to play. There are procedures that exist to change the schedule, moving Gryffindor's first game to later in the season. On hearing that, Oliver shot toward McGonagall while Alicia, Angelina and Katie all reintroduced themselves to Harry. The twins were busy dragging their young brother away, trying to explain that since Harry couldn't remember him, Ron wasn't exactly making a very good first or second impression on the boy who was his friend. The 3 chasers sat with the couple for breakfast, telling Harry all about Quidditch and their fanatical captain. A relieved Oliver actually came over to apologize to Harry, and reintroduce himself. 3 heads of house agree this is an unusual situation, and that Harry certainly isn't fit to play on Saturday. He'll actually need to take flying lessons again with Madam Hooch before he's signed off to play Quidditch. Our first game isn't until January now. You still want to give the position of seeker a try, Harry. Harry looked toward Hermione for advice, knowing she'd given their strongest no signal just a moment ago. We're gonna need a couple of weeks to see how catching up with lessons go. Then we could arrange those flying lessons. After that, it would be up to you to decide if this is something you think you would enjoy. That sounded good enough for Oliver. I'm certainly prepared to wait a couple of weeks to see if we still have a seeker. It will also still give me time if I need to find someone else. With that settled, Gryffindor House could relax and enjoy breakfast. Hermione introduced Harry to the rest of their Gryffindor yearmates. Only Neville was close enough for Harry to shake his hand, the rest got a hi. As breakfast finished, Hermione led Harry away to meet someone very important. Noticing it was quiet here, Harry asked the question that had been puzzling him. Quidditch sounds like a lot of fun, why did you warn me off it? I had actually forgotten about Quidditch, and Hogwarts' obsession with the game. You loved playing, and were very good at it. In your first game though, next Saturday, someone tried to kill you by jinxing your broom. What? Are you serious? What happened? Oh, I spotted who I thought was doing it. I snuck over there and set their robes on fire. The jinx was broken and you went on to win the match. You saved me. Don't sound so surprised, Harry. We've actually saved each other on quite a few occasions. Hermione, the more you tell me, the more I keep thinking Hogwarts isn't for me and I should go straight home. You could never be a saleswoman. She gave a little smirk and keyed his cheek. I got you here, didn't I? Harry had no answer to that. He had no answer to where she was leading him either. When commanded to hold his arm out, the most beautiful owl he'd ever seen flew down and gently landed on it. Harry, this is Hedwig. She's a post owl but she's also your familiar. She's beautiful, that's what she is. Hello girl, I'm sorry I don't remember you. That just means we're going to get to know one another all over again. Hermione, why do I feel as if Hedwig understood every word I just said? She handed Harry an owl treat for Hedwig as she answered. Probably because she did. Our girl here is the smartest owl I've ever known. Sorry about the bit, force of habit. When you went away, Hedwig stayed with me for the next 3.5 years. I left her in France to come and find you. In this world, I seem to have a thing for beautiful and smart girls. Hermione and Hedwig, both his girls took that as a compliment. A morning of sightseeing and orientating Harry to the castle was followed by showing him inside Gryffindor in his dorm. I fancy a shower before lunch. Would Miss Granger care to join me? A blushing Hermione was left bumbling for words. No, not in the boys' showers. Oh Harry, I don't know how to deal with this. Inside I'm still 19. I look at you and feel such a perv for wanting to do things with an 11-year-old boy. Taking his girlfriend in his arms, Harry offered his solution. I look in your eyes and just see Hermione. Not a 12 or 19-year-old, I just see you. He then keyed her not as an 11-year-old, but as Harry. I was joking about sharing the shower. I fear I would be back to disappointing my girlfriend again. This is one of those conversations we're going to sit down and have, but I'm happy just knowing you're in my life. Hermione then returned his key. I don't think I can give this up, though we'll have to find a nice quiet place to keep ourselves in practice. McGonagall would have a fit if she spotted us doing more than holding hands and the occasional peck on the cheek. I love your idea about the shower but think I need to stick to the one in the girls' dorm for the moment. Oh, and the stairs are spelled not to let any boys into our side of the tower. An alarm will sound and you will be magically flung out. Again, Hermione, you're not selling Hogwarts to me. She keyed him once more and then left to take her own shower. Lunch was spent surrounded by their fellow Gryffindor first years, sans Ronald Weasley. He sat at the other end of the table and scowled. Hermione wanted to give Harry a few days to make his own mind up about things before she started filling him in on the background of those around him. Harry was a different person now to the 11-year-old version everyone had known before they came back in time. It simply wasn't possible for Harry to act like someone he not only didn't know but had never actually met. Allowing him to form his own opinions of people let them see Harry was indeed different, and then put that difference down to the accident he had with the troll. So far it was working, though a major test just presented itself. So Potter, you can't remember the weasel but still end up with a mudblood. You just can't seem to catch a break. Harry dealt with this approach the same way he had with everyone else. He stood and offered the blonde boy his hand. Hi, I'm Harry Potter. Caught flat-footed, Draco suddenly realized what an opportunity he was being presented with here. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. I don't know what they've been telling you, but Harry Potter is an important person in our world. You shouldn't be hanging about with mudbloods and riffraff. I know all the right people and can help you there. As they shook hands, Harry's grip tightened. You're right about one thing, I know nothing of this world you talk about. Would you care to explain the terms weasel and mudblood to me? This time Hermione helped Harry out. The word mudblood is a term used by the worst sort of pureblood for people like me and your mother, people born with magic of non-magical parents. Draco thinks people like us have no place here. Neither you do. I'm proud of my heritage, it shouldn't be sullied by having trash like you inside Hogwarts. Give me my hand back, Potter. What are my options, Hermione? Well, Draco already challenged you to a wizard's duel, which he didn't turn up for. So, an arrogant coward who thinks he can say what he likes with impunity. Hermione, can you say ding ding? Ding ding. Harry let Draco's hand go, just as his left caught the blonde prick on the chin. This was immediately followed by a right to the nose and Malfoy began his journey to the floor. His two bruiser buddies had already been stepping forward before Harry plugged Draco. They pushed past their swaying leader to find they were expected. Changing tactics, Harry stepped into the first one and had landed 2 blows to his gut before the big guy even registered it. A third blow was aimed up and under his ribs, knocking all the breath out the bigger boy. Harry was about to take on the other one, Crabbe though someone called him, when the headmaster intervened. Dumbledore's wand had both of them frozen in position as he made his way toward the fight, their 2 heads of house right behind him. Draco decided this was too good an opportunity to pass up. Potter had his back to him and was frozen in place. Hermione could easily have non-verbally batted the spell away, not something she wanted to do. Instead she made a production of shouting, "Protega," to shield Harry's back. She also made sure that Draco's spell was reflected straight back at him. Hearing the little shite scream as his flawless alabaster skin sprouted painful boils that then burst and covered him in pus, was delightful. It was clear Snape wanted to start deducting points and dishing out detentions. The headmaster and his deputy standing there denied him that option. Releasing both boys before casting a spell that put Malfoy into an enchanted sleep, Dumbledore then wanted answers. "Mr. Potter, could you explain what happened here?" Draco can't answer for himself. McGonagall jumped all over Snape before he could say another word. "The reason your student can't say anything is because he tried to curse a fellow student in the back. 20 points for that shield, Miss Granger." "Very well done." Dumbledore hadn't moved his attention from Harry, noticing the boy had his head down. Miss Granger had obviously already coached him to avoid eye contact with certain people. It was Miss Granger Albus was watching, however, using his peripheral vision. She was the one who knew what the future held, not Harry. Her animosity to Severus and now the young Malfoy heir was pointing out where the future trouble would come from. It would appear his hope both his potions master and Draco could be brought to the light were in vain. Albus hoped he could gain both Harry and Hermione's trust during their time spent learning to brew potions. He knew that trust would be vital against the hard times ahead. Thinking Dumbledore was waiting on his answer, Harry gave it. "Sir, I don't know any of these 3, so there was no animosity from me. Malfoy came over and made a derogatory mark concerning my girlfriend and mother. I had to ask what a mudblood was before I punched him in the face. His 2 bodyguards were just doing their jobs, though not very well. This is a whole new world to me and I don't know how things work or even what certain words mean yet. In my world, coming up to someone and insulting their mother and girlfriend will always result in a punch to the face." Snape tried to turn the situation around. "We only have Potter's word this is what happened. Sir, I didn't even know the word until Malfoy said it. I would also like to apologize for calling you a grouch. In my world it just means grumpy. If it has different meanings here then I apologize." The headmaster's eyes were twinkling with mirth as he then made his decision. "Since Mr. Malfoy tried to curse Mr. Potter in the back, while I had him immobilized too, I'm inclined to believe this version of events. Mr. Potter will receive 1 detention with his head of house for fighting. Mr. Malfoy would have received the exact same punishment, if he hadn't cast that curse. He will now serve 2 detentions with his head of house. His 2 friends were merely drawn into a situation not of their making. I see no need to hand them any punishments, this time." Nodding his acceptance, Harry agreed that was fair. "In my old school, I would have been punished for fighting too." "Ma'am, when would you like me to serve my detention?" 2 o'clock, Sunday afternoon. Miss Granger may accompany you if she wishes, we will be working on Transfiguration until dinner time." Severus didn't say anything, he just levitated Draco out of the hall, presumably to the infirmary. With the excitement over, Harry heard a voice he was coming to know. "Harry, that was bloody brilliant, mate. You too, Hermione." Malfoy covered in boils as my new happy thought. "Still think she's ruining me." When Ron could only blush by way of answer, Harry offered his hand. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter." Ron gladly took the offered hand, sorry that the class warning bell meant he had to leave before he could say much more. Hermione led Harry out into the clocktower courtyard. She had a feeling they would need privacy for this. "Where did you learn to box like that?" "Oh, sparring with my cousin. Dudley said I had the fastest hands of anyone he'd ever seen. After sparring with me, he said it was like his opponents were telegraphing their moves. Uncle Vernon converted the garage into a gym. I used it mainly to keep fit. But Dudley's been heavily into boxing for years. He represented the school and even made county level. What's wrong, Hermione? It's like you don't believe me. How well do you get on with the Dursleys? Like all families, we're not perfect but do our best. Dud and me are more like brothers, and my aunt and uncle are the only parents I've ever known. Hermione, you're scaring me here. Shite Harry, I'm so sorry. When the Ministry altered your memories, they obviously would need to do the same to the Dursleys. The family you just described bear no resemblance to the people you told us about, the people in this timeline. Your aunt and uncle hate magic, they knew you were magical so passed that hatred onto you. Rather in the same way Snape does, only you don't have to live with him. They send you 50 pence for Christmas, knowing you can't spend it here. This coming summer, after a magical accident in their home, you end up with bars on your bedroom window and being passed food through a cat flap they cut in your locked door. She couldn't look at Harry as Hermione continued with what she knew. When you were smaller they would palm you off to some kooky neighbor while they took Dudley on outings. At school, Dudley used to beat up anyone who tried to befriend you. Well that's just F. King Peachy. My entire life, one big F. King life from start to finish. My mum and dad were taken from me as a baby, now I've just lost the only family I've ever known. My Aunt Petunia held me in her arms, ed my cheek and wished me luck as I headed off to uni. Uncle Vernon ruffled my hair and said he was so proud of me. Dudley joked I'd come running home first time I had my arm up a cow's backside to the elbow. Aunt Petunia laughed and said I'd better wash my hands. Are you saying they had to be magically spelled to act like that? Harry was now in tears so Hermione tried to sugarcoat it as best she could. The Ministry would need to build an entire past where there was no magic involved. Take away the magic, the Dursleys would have treated you normally. Then why the F.K. would I want magic? What has it ever done for me? I need to go and think about this, I'll see you later. With that, Harry left. Sitting there alone, Hermione's own tears started to fall. She couldn't stop them and was soon sobbing into her hands. Hermione then felt a familiar pair of arms circle around her. I'm an idiot. A selfish King idiot, who's quite possibly the worst boyfriend in the entire world. I never even thought about what it's cost you to come back, what you left behind. I was too busy thinking about poor me. Your reaction to that Malfoy boy also speaks of a history. This can't be fun for you either, then I go and unload all my shite on you. Hermione started giving Harry some of the background he needed to understand her reaction. At the end of our third year, I smacked Malfoy on the jaw, in front of some of his friends too. He's not the type to forgive and forget, and then when you didn't come back for fifth year there was no one to stand up to him. His father has the minister in his very deep and well-lined pockets. Lucius Malfoy was probably behind getting you kicked out the magical world. She needed a few steadying breaths before Hermione could continue with the next bit. Seeing the little bastard this morning just brought it all back. Draco threatened that he and his friends would beat me before the year was out, only Dobby kept me one step ahead of them. He would keep watch and popped me to safety a couple of times before they could spring their trap. Dumbledore made me a portkey to France so I wouldn't have to take the express at the end of term. I never came back. Harry ed away her tears. Yes you did, you came back. For me. Now I know why you were terrified of being caught. You wouldn't have made that Azkaban place, would you? A shudder passed through Hermione as she held him close and shook her head. Harry asked the obvious follow-on question. What about your mum and dad? Dad knew my intentions and tried to support them. Mum just kept trying to set me up with other boys in the hope I would forget all about you. It wasn't that she didn't like you, my parents only met you a couple of times, and then only for a minute or two. It was more she understood how dangerous Hermione Granger coming back to Britain would be, and didn't want me to come. Both now needed the contact of their arms around each other. Harry's thoughts had drifted in a different direction however. We came back to change things, make things better. Hermione, do you think we can change my aunt, uncle and cousin? I was thinking of writing to them, tell them I was in an accident that affected my memory, see what they write back. Will you help me? Of course I will, just don't expect too much from them. My Harry used to consider Hogwarts his home. This just gets crazier and crazier. Hermione managed a giggle at that, wiping away her tears before offering a suggestion. Like I said, your aunt and uncle hate magic. Having Hedwig turn up with a letter for them would be a very bad idea. How about I write home, explain a little of the situation to my parents and have them send some normal stationery. You write your letter, stick it in an envelope and we'll send it to my mum for posting. Your aunt can post any reply back to my house, Hedwig would then bring it here. Beautiful and smart, that's my Hermione. Harry, I didn't think I was beautiful at 19, and certainly not now. My Hermione is beautiful, brilliant, brunette, bookish, bashful, and I've run out of B's. Thankfully there are another 25 letters in the alphabet to come to my rescue. They keyed and held each other, both recognizing a crisis had just been averted. We should have realized that going all Back to the Future wouldn't be easy. If it was easy, Harry, those would have been some incredibly short movies. Yeah, we're here for the long haul. With me being 11 and you 12, we don't have any other options. You're stuck with me now, Granger, and there's no getting away. I'll start writing home today. I'll wait until you're invited to spend Christmas with us before telling them you're my boyfriend though. I have no intention of spending Christmas anywhere but with you. Harry at least had the thought of spending Christmas with Hermione to cling to. It was hard though to think all those memories of Christmases past were either magically induced or just plain lies. Someone was going to pay for all the shite they'd heaped on him. At the moment the only thing Harry could be certain of was that the wonderful witch in his arms loved him. That was going to be the foundation he built a new life on, their new future. You know something, you really are my density. This earned Harry a key and a quip from his girlfriend. First time I've ever felt happy at being considered dense. Harry and Hermione were sitting with their heads together, studying for their first classes in the morning. Harry though kept getting distracted by the glower aimed in their direction. What is his problem? One minute he's all over us, next minute you'd think we'd kicked his puppy. Is he bipolar or something? The last thing we need is a ginger version of Malfoy in our own house. Ron's 11, Harry, and he thinks you still are too. This time last Sunday evening, you would have been sitting right beside him and just generally goofing off. He's also jealous. Not only are we getting out of Snape's class, Professor Dumbledore is going to teach us potions. We'll face a lot more jealous stares when that news gets out. Harry had been delighted to hear that from Professor McGonagall today at his detention. He still had a worry though. Do you think Gandalf's up to something? Dumbledore always does things for a reason, but I don't think it's something you need to worry about. While I'm trying not to give you a read on what I think about people, I know Dumbledore will be watching me too, purely to see what he can learn. Albus Dumbledore is the best hope we've got of pulling this off. At the moment, only he has the magical and political power to stand up to the Ministry and Malfoy's malignant ministrations. At the moment, you'll get there one day, that's why they moved to take you out early. We have time though, Harry, this is something else I don't want you worrying about. Meanwhile, you're gonna worry for the both of us. That's not fair to you. When can we start on these lessons so I can be told what you know? Then we can make the decisions between us. As soon as we get you up to speed with your coursework, then we can shift our focus. With you spending Christmas with me, we can even work on it then too. We haven't heard back from your parents about that yet. Harry, we will be staying together over Christmas. I'll miss the bloody train and stay here with you if that's what it takes. I'm sure my mum and dad will love me having a friend home for the holidays, hence why we're waiting until later to say you're my boyfriend. I think you are going to ask me on the train heading home for Christmas. I of course will say yes. You look as if butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, yet I knew I was in trouble the moment I walked out of the uni bar with you. Harry, I said to myself, this lady is going to steal your heart. I didn't know then it already belonged to you. Mister, I've got no lines, Potter, that was beautiful. A peck on the lips just seemed to increase the ferocity of Ron's glare, though neither of them was complaining now. Last night Ron mentioned something about a giant three-headed dog that's hidden in the school. He seemed to think this was something we should investigate. I told him no bloody chance. He also seemed to think this was something you knew about, claiming both you and Neville were there when we found it. Yes, it is something I know about and I agree totally with you, there's no bloody chance of us going anywhere near it. He also said you thought getting expelled was worse than being killed. Did you really say that? Though blushing, Hermione was smiling too. Not one of my better moments. Then again you two used to drive me nuts. I was obsessed with learning and thought all figures of authority were perfect. The ministry railroading you finally cured me of that last one, and I think I've got a better handle on the first. Have you got a handle on what we're going to do to stop me being railroaded again? I'm not asking for any specifics here, more a general idea to tide me over until I can be told what you know." Hermione was chewing her bottom lip, a sure sign she was deep in thought. Last time all our efforts seemed to be concentrated on merely staying alive, with everyone else calling the shots. I'm proposing we let Dumbledore deal with Voldemort. That wasn't who railroaded you anyway. We need a plan for fixing the real problem, namely Lucius Malfoy and his control over the ministry. We're nowhere near ready to take that on yet, but I have a few ideas. Since Dobby used to be their house elf, he may be able to help us immensely with that. I don't know how Dobby coming back in time will have affected his former bond. He might not be able to tell us anything, or everything we want to know. That's something we can discuss with him over Christmas. I don't want Dobby seen inside Hogwarts. He's our secret weapon. I saw the little guy toss those 3 wizards right out of Stonehenge like they were nothing. I'm really glad he's on our side. If he spends Christmas with us too, you're guaranteed to be welcome at the Grangers anytime. House elves are at their happiest when they're working and helping their family. Dobby used to have our house in France spick and span, with meals on the table whenever we were hungry. My parents were in absolute awe of the little guy, their appreciation of his work making Dobby even happier. This left Harry shaking his head in disbelief. I've come to the conclusion that magic and common sense can't exist in the same universe. To have one, you have to totally suspend belief in the other. That might be the most profound thing you've ever said. Hermione, they don't let stupid people study to be vets. I'm no longer 11 and now only goof off with you. Seeing the time, they packed away their books. A chaste goodnight key, and it was off to bed. Hermione had promised Harry one of the first things she would teach him would be a silencing charm. The first year Gryffindor's dorm sounded like a woodworking shop some nights, with Ron giving a router a run for its money on decibel levels. After Hermione had managed to talk Harry past the why the hell would he want to change a match into a needle? In that afternoon detention with Professor McGonagall, she discovered this version of the boy she loved was a whole different animal. The Harry she had known always had a close connection with his magic, being able to cast a corporeal Patronus charm while still only 13 came to mind. This, Back to the Future, version still came with that ability, along with a boost to his magical power, but now had an entirely different attitude to studying that Hermione could only describe as oh so say, why. She didn't need to be swept off her feet with grandiose romantic gestures. Sitting holding hands with her boyfriend while they studied was the height of romance as far as Hermione Granger was concerned. Harry, under her tutorage, was flying through the first-year work they'd supposedly already covered at a rate of knots. Herbology only needed one lesson for her to run him through the basics before they were both able to rejoin the class. Astronomy was the same. History of magic was purely a case of reading the textbook. No one actually listened to Binns. Charms, Transfiguration and Defense would see that subject's professor set up a silencing charm for the corner of the room they were working in, allowing Hermione to push Harry with revision while the professor concentrated on the rest of the class. Harry was up to speed in Transfiguration and Charms in 2 weeks. She deliberately dragged Defense to 3. While delighted Harry had no reaction to the presence of the turban-wearing Quirrell, she didn't want Harry performing too well in front of the possessed professor. Potions tuition from Dumbledore was everything Hermione had hoped for. It was easily their most enjoyable class of the week. While no one doubted Snape's ability to brew potions, his attitude to those he was paid to teach was nothing short of disgraceful. It could be broken down to, I'm brilliant, so if the students don't learn then it must be their fault. Dumbledore, though without doubt a brilliant wizard, never acted like that. It was almost as if he enjoyed the lesson as much as his students did. No detail was too small to be overlooked or not explained properly. Each step was carefully revealed in meticulous detail. Your instructions are on the blackboard was not for Dumbledore. Hermione even joined Harry for his flying lesson, Madame Hooch easily believing that she needed the extra practice. Harry's natural skill on a broom was still all there for anyone to see, as was the wide grin he wore zipping around while getting faster and faster. His reintroduction to Hagrid was also a highlight. They'd been invited down for tea and Harry had once more immediately hit it off with his biggest friend. That Harry had wanted to become a vet added yet another layer to their renewed friendship. Hagrid's knowledge of his beasties enthralled the now 11-year-old wizard. They left with wide grins on their faces and promising to return. Hermione was sure coincidence played no part in them bumping into Dumbledore as they left Hagrid's hut. She was also sure Harry's wide grin pleased the old wizard no end. As expected, Hermione's letter from home contained an invitation for Harry to spend Christmas with the Grangers, if he wasn't returning to his aunt's. Harry had written home, explaining about his accident and asking about things he thought he remembered. It had taken 2 weeks for the reply to come and Harry was now terrified to open it. Since it was a Saturday, Hermione suggested they wrap up warmly and go for a walk around the lake. This would guarantee their privacy to read what the letter said, and also allow them that same privacy to deal with Harry's response to reading it. They were spotted though and soon had a visitor, a very welcome one. Hedwig swooped down to join them and perched on Harry's shoulder. Both his girls now sitting either side of him gave Harry the courage he needed to open the envelope. He would need their support as the letter got off to a bad start and went downhill faster than a 4-man toboggan team on an Olympic run. There was no, "Dear Harry," or even just a, "Harry." Like an assassin's dagger it plunged straight into the heart of the matter. Harry of course recognized the handwriting as his Aunt Petunia's, he just couldn't get his head around that the person who wrote this was the same woman. This was not a letter written to a loved one, more like curt answers you would politely give when stopped on the street by a stranger. A stranger with a clipboard who asked you to complete a quick survey on double glazing. The entire thing was short, abrupt and so impersonal. To the best of our knowledge, you have not visited Brighton, and certainly never with us. As we weren't expecting you home for the holidays anyway, you may spend them wherever you wish. If this Christmas arrangement works out, perhaps you could spend part or all of the summer there too. Please let us know nearer the time as Dudley's Aunt Marge is hoping to spend part of the summer with us. We would like to arrange her visit for when you are not here. I do appreciate you sending your letter by normal methods, please do the same to let us know about summer. Hermione's head was right next to Harry's as she read this alongside him. She was fighting to contain her anger. That woman didn't even have the decency to sign it, she probably couldn't think what to put there. It certainly wouldn't have contained the word, love, and probably not even, aunt. Harry understood Hermione was angry on his behalf but it wasn't helping here. He gently keyed her quiet before asking a question. Every day I see how much you've done for me, the sacrifice you made for me. You said the only other people you would do that for are your parents. Do you still believe that, Hermione? Yes, of course I do. The woman who wrote this is my family. It's maybe not a family I would recognize at the moment but, apart from you, the Dursleys are all the family I've got left in the world. You have 19 years worth of memories of growing up in a loving home. Would me telling you those memories were false change how you feel about your mum and dad? Stunned into silence at that, Harry asked her another question. Why did you come back to Britain? Was it to save me, or all of this? Harry indicated toward the castle but Hermione's eyes never left his. She leaned forward, keying Harry as passionately as she could with Hedwig still perched on his shoulder. The clever owl then gave her opinion on the matter by using her beak to try and weave their hair together. The young couple's foreheads were now resting on each other's, both trying not to laugh at Hedwig's antics. I think I get the message both my girls are trying to give me here, a message I'm very happy with. I've made no secret of the fact I'm not impressed with the whole idea of magic, you two are the only reason I don't tell them all to f**k off and give me back my old life. It may not be real to those who changed it but it was real enough to me and my family who were living it. I get it now, Harry. You can see from that letter though what we have to work with here. Getting your family back is going to be every bit as difficult as what we came back in time to change. To me, it's every bit as important. I also need something else from you, a promise. If things start to get that bad again, we grab our families and get the hell out of Britain. This was one thing Hermione had absolutely no problem promising. I will not lose you again. Things start going pear-shaped, we are so gone. They stayed like that until the cold eventually forced them back into the castle. Hedwig seemed to enjoy hopping from shoulder to shoulder, making her message clear that these two should stay together. Harry and Hermione may have been chittered as they made their way back to the castle, but both considered their condition to be well worth the further strengthening of their relationship. After Stonehenge, I never thought I would complain about being cold again. While Harry agreed with that, his mind was still on the letter. I kinda expected something like that response, and not just from what you'd already told me. Looking through my trunk, apart from my Hogwarts uniform, everything is Dudley's castoffs. My aunt always believed her two boys should be smart, and act like proper little gentlemen. I would only be allowed to wear rags like that if Dud and me were painting the shed or something, with the clothes going straight in the bin as soon as we were finished. I have a lot of shopping to do. I hope you're right about this vault I have. Dobby could get you a statement from the goblins, even have gold converted into cash for you. That would be great. I need clothes, contacts and a haircut. I also need to buy some Christmas presents. For my girls, Dobby, your mum and dad, and my family. Will you come with me to Little Whinging when I deliver them? Hermione had both arms around him and gently at his lips. I told you, Harry, you're stuck with me. Where you go, I go too. Well, I think the guys are going to have their eyeballs popping onto the floor when we hit the shower. Potter, you have a one-track mind. And that track leads straight to you. You need to write these down, Harry, they're pure gold. The twins got Ron a book, once he realized girls were different. 12 fail-safe ways to woo your witch, or something like that. You're better than any book. Minerva stood at the window with Albus as they watched the young couple, with a snowy owl circling above them, head back into the castle. I have to say I like the change in Mr. Potter since he started hanging around with Miss Granger. He even told Wood he would only play Quidditch if it didn't interfere with his studies. I have to say both are a joy to teach potions. Young Harry may look like James, but his attitude is now pure Lily. If I didn't think it would cause a further split in my house, I would ask if Mr. Longbottom could join them for your lessons. Any confidence the lad builds over the week is destroyed the instant he steps into Severus' class. Students are not supposed to be terrified of their professors, but Severus seems to revel in invoking that reaction from my young lions. Minerva just mentioning a split in Gryffindor sent shivers down Albus' spine. That was certainly not his intention here. I will speak with Harry and Hermione, see if they would mind the rest of their Gryffindor yearmates joining the class. I don't think they'll mind, but we both know someone who will. Yes, but Severus is the adult here. I'm not prepared to put up with any childish behavior from him over this matter. If he did the job properly in the first place, I wouldn't have to take this class. I have to admit though, I am rather enjoying teaching again. His deputy couldn't hide her smile at that admission, and also the possibility of getting all her young lions out of Severus' clutches. He refused to accept that a teacher had to treat an 11-year-old student different from those who were 16 or 17. The entire first-year Pride of Lions all receiving their potions tuition from Professor Dumbledore would certainly make the Potter-Granger partnership very popular inside Gryffindor. Can I be the one to tell Severus when those two say yes? After sharing their now customary chaste goodnight key with Hermione, Harry then headed up to his dorm to find the rest of his dorm mates waiting on him. They were all smiling and had arranged some sort of party, complete with cakes and pumpkin juice. We just wanted to welcome you back, mate. Now that you're learning the same as us again, you won't have to hang about with Hermione all the time. She's turning you into a bookworm, just like her. Taking a deep breath, Harry tried to answer without losing his temper. Hermione's comments that they all thought he was 11 too coming to mind and certainly helping. Guys, I really appreciate you doing this for me. He felt rotten at now having to wipe the wide grin off Ron's face. There's a few things we need to sort out though. Hermione's my girlfriend, and will be for as long as I can convince her to stay with me. That means I'll be hanging about with her way more than with you guys. I also learned from Hagrid that my mum and dad had my name down for Hogwarts since I was born. That really means something to me, and I'm not here to let them down. If that has you considering me a bookworm, well, I've been called worse. I really want to remain friends with you guys, but my studies and Hermione have to come first. Ron appeared ready to explode, but Neville got in first with his opinion. That's perfectly understandable, Harry. The redhead wasn't about to be denied, however. No, it bloody isn't. You've changed so much, I wish we'd never gone to that toilet on Halloween. The air appeared to be kept out the dorm as Harry's green eyes focused on Ron. So you would rather Hermione had died that night, then things could be okay again in Ronald Weasley's world. That's not what I said. Someone else would have rescued her, and you wouldn't have lost your memory. Well, they didn't and I did, and you're just going to have to learn to deal with that fact. This is who I am, Ron. If you can't handle that, then stay the F.K. away from me. You have insulted Hermione for the last time. Do it again and I'll be coming after you. Sorry guys, I'm not in the party mood anymore. It was only as Harry was heading out the dorm he realized that his voice had been raised. Raised enough that they'd drawn a crowd. That same crowd parted to let him past as he went downstairs and plopped down on an unoccupied sofa. He was soon joined by a Hermione who was wearing her dressing gown. She sat on his knee and wrapped her arms around his neck, Harry curling his around her waist as the anger slowly bled out of him. They were still quietly sitting like that 10 minutes later when McGonagall found them. I received a report of a disturbance inside Gryffindor. Would you care to explain what happened? I'm sorry, Professor. I hadn't realized I was shouting, Ron just got me so angry. He seems to think it would have been better if Hermione had been left alone in that toilet on Halloween, so I wouldn't have lost my memory. He claims to be my friend and then says something ridiculous and selfish like that. I just can't work him out. You saw that toilet, how could he possibly think Hermione would be okay in there with that troll? Mr. Weasley feels as if he's lost his best friend. I'm not trying to excuse his behavior, just offer a possible explanation. I'm pleased to see it didn't result in blows or spells. I won't lie, Professor, it was close. I'll need to stay out his way for a while. Ron just doesn't seem to get Hermione's my girlfriend, nor that I won't stand for him continually bad-mouthing her. I'll have a word with him, and caution you to continue showing restraint. Don't stay up too late. Hermione didn't consider sitting on Harry's knee inappropriate, so hadn't moved when McGonagall entered. She was still sitting there as she answered their head of house. We'll hear Ron snoring from down here, then it will be time to go to bed. We won't be too late, Professor. Harry's too wound up to sleep just now anyway. McGonagall went up to the first-year boys' dorm, presumably to have a word with Ron. Harry and Hermione were still sitting in the same position when she left. With the common room practically empty, and their heads so close no one would hear them whisper, Harry began to tell Hermione about something that was troubling him. I think I know why I'm so poor at protecting my thoughts. You tell me to clear my mind, but it's a bloody war zone in here. I have to continually walk away from the boy you tell me was my best friend, otherwise I'm going to punch his face in. At the same time, I'm told the boy I thought of as a brother is more likely to do that to me than say hello. I feel like I'm flying a broom blindfolded, unable to see the horizon, and even gravity is totally buggered. I just don't know which way is up anymore. Realizing that Harry needed something to focus on, she started giving him some of her future knowledge that wasn't protected by oath. You like Hagrid? A little confused by her change of tack, Harry answered anyway. Hermione, what's not to like? The man doesn't have an ounce of deceit in his entire body. Considering his size, that's some achievement. He's that size because Hagrid is part giant. That is not a mixture welcome in the new magical order. Hagrid's passion for dragons is also well known. He told you about it that first time we had tea in his hut. When he was captured, they recreated a stadium that had been used for an event back in our 4th year. Hagrid was flung into this rocky arena and forced to face a dragon with nothing but his bare hands. The whole school was made to watch, some of them not needing any coaxing. It took over half an hour for the dragon to finally pin Hagrid down and kill him, then it feasted on his body. Harry held her close as shivers of revulsion racked her body. The castle knew I was Dumbledore's protégé, and that Dobby was effectively my elf. Dumbledore granted Dobby access to the castle in a way that another headmaster would need to specifically cancel his access. Since only Dumbledore, Dobby and me knew about it, that access was never going to be cancelled. He was able to pop into the kitchens here and find out all the latest news. No one bothered what an elf heard or saw. A gentle key from Harry saw her reveal more than she'd first intended. With the Dark Lord in total command, things went to hell very quickly. The pureblood elite were in charge and they could do whatever they liked with total impunity, so they did. Snape was headmaster of Hogwarts and it was a criminal offense not to send your children here. With possession of the country's children for most of the year, they had control of any families that might oppose them. Draco didn't just threaten anymore, there was no one to stop him doing whatever he pleased. He is one sick little bastard and it takes all my willpower not to gut the blonde prick every time I lay eyes on him. Harry only swore when he was really mad, using words he knew were frowned upon helped. He found it a better, or perhaps safer, release of tension than punching something or someone. That Hermione had started doing the same was an indicator of just how angry she was. Offering her comfort by holding Hermione close kept the revelations coming. Susan Bones, is head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was one of the first people murdered. This left Susan defenseless, and Malfoy had her forcefully moved into the Slytherin dorms. Susan hung herself before Halloween. They buried her body and moved on to their next victims, the Pottle twins. Things just kept getting worse. Ron had started dating Lavender, he also has a younger sister. They stuck Ron to a wall and made him watch. You may have gathered that the Weasleys and Malfoys are bitter enemies. Every time Dobby visited Hogwarts I dreaded what he would tell me on his return. And the stuff you're not telling me is worse than this. I need to get a handle on protecting my mind, this is too much for you to carry about on your own. Dumbledore intended me to do all this on my own, you coming back too was never part of his plan. This really caught Harry's attention as Hermione explained. I hadn't seen Dumbledore since the end of my 5th year. He spent most of that year coaching me on what you needed to know and do, and pointing me in the direction of how to achieve that. I was supposed to travel back in time and begin influencing your decisions as one of your best friends, influence those decisions down a path preordained by Dumbledore. I was never going to play along with that. Hermione was once more gently caressing his cheek as she whispered in his ear. To be fair to Dumbledore, I don't think he expected things to start as early, or get so disgustingly bad. I knew what would happen if they caught you, public execution was a certainty. They would have caused you a lot of pain before that though, leaving you begging for the release of death. I couldn't let that happen to you, and neither could Dobby. The access Dumbledore granted him allowed Dobby to take books from the restricted section of the library, and even from the headmaster's personal library. I had my own room at the magical school in France. I spent every spare minute of the 2 years I attended there working on modifying the ritual. At weekends, Dobby would even bring my meals to that room. Since I was first in almost every one of my classes, the staff left me alone. I didn't make any friends but that was okay, I was too busy trying to save the best one I ever had. Now that Hermione had started talking about her past, she felt some relief at getting all this off her chest. My biggest worry was that I wouldn't be magically powerful enough to power the ritual and take both of us back. There's a reason we're not overrun with time travelers, Harry, a few very good ones actually. Firstly, the information needed is incredibly difficult to come by. I had to take an oath to destroy all my materials before attempting the ritual. Then, there's no plan B. It either works or you're dead. That means you would need to have a pretty compelling reason for attempting it in the first place, as well as possessing all the forbidden knowledge. Finally, there's the authorities' reactions to consider. Any ministry discovering a time traveler will obliviate the shit out of them. I'm not talking about the reconstruction that was done to you. This is wiping everything, and not replacing anything. You would be left not knowing who you were, a drooling blank nothing. This overwhelmed Harry. You were sitting safe in the south of France, yet you risked all that, for me. She ed him as the girl he first met. I told you I loved you, and the Harry I knew would have done the same for me in a heartbeat. Hermione, what I feel for you is too much to fit into this 11-year-old body. It's growing every day too, so I don't think my body will ever be able to contain it. I'm just going to let it overflow and pour all over you. I can't make up my mind whether that's pure cheese or 24-karat gold. Since my whole insides melted at hearing you say that, I'm leaning more toward precious than pasteurized. They could have sat there all night but Ron's snore signaled it was time for bed. Harry's groan had Hermione giggling, she would have bet long odds against that after their earlier conversations. In Harry's arms though, she just felt safe. You have got to teach me that silencing charm. Better yet, come up and cast it now. I can't go into the boys' dorm when they're all in there. Hermione, they'll be asleep. Hermione was very comfortable, and really resented the voice that was trying to rouse her. Miss Hermione, you need to wake. The others will be up soon. She lifted her head off Harry's chest to grumble. Don't wanna. Comfy. It was then it hit Hermione where she was sleeping in Harry's bed, wrapped in his arms. Both had their pajamas on and had done nothing more than cuddle all night. That wouldn't stop them getting into serious trouble though. A quick peck of awakening Harry's cheek and Dobby took her hand. He was standing on Harry's bed with her housecoat and slippers in his other hand. Harry blinked awake and she was gone. The silence inside the curtains of his four-poster was total. Hermione emerged from the shower area in housecoat and slippers while toweling her hair to find her two roommates waiting on her. "Where were you? Did you spend the night with Harry? Your bed hasn't been slept in." She could see what was happening behind her roommates and just loved Dobby. The little guy had popped her into the shower area and was saving her bacon once again. "I would ask where you two spent the night, since your beds don't appear to have been slept in either." Both spun around to see their beds made up before turning confusedly back to Hermione. It would seem the house elves are really on their game today. Hermione deliberately dropped the towel used for drying her hair, and it disappeared before it could hit the floor. "Yes, definitely on their game. Thanks very much, guys." Hermione walked past her two dumbstruck dorm mates to get dressed. The rest of his dorm mates were surprised to find Harry in such a good mood that morning, especially after the altercation last night. He was walking about whistling a tune that only Dean recognized as being by Huey Lewis. Ron could hardly look in his direction, so Harry broke the ice. "Look, Ron, I meant what I said last night about Hermione, but I'm sorry I shouted at you. If you can't handle Hermione and me being together, then there really is no hope of us ever being friends. You need to go and seriously think about that before saying any more." The redhead nodded as Harry breezed past him, almost skipping in his haste to reach the common room. Hermione was waiting and, a quick peck later, they were out the portrait hole en route to breakfast. "This is the best I've felt since coming to Hogwarts, we are so doing that again." Seeing Harry so chirpy, his girlfriend didn't disagree. She too had been very comfortable, but they had to take precautions. "I'll need to make sure Dobby knows to wake me earlier the next time." Even although we were only sleeping together, McGonagall would have a fit. Feeling two light taps on the small of her back immediately focused Hermione's mind on other things. Harry felt his hand being squeezed and then Hermione's thumb tracing a D on the back of it. This had Harry raising a questioning eyebrow, since he couldn't see any danger. They had only taken a few more steps though when Malfoy and his posse stepped out to block their passage. Hermione, however, was concentrating further down the corridor. Dobby had appeared silently and very briefly to indicate there was someone else present too. Walking around the castle holding a mudblood's hand. "There really is no hope for you, Potter. Your father did the exact same, and look what happened to him." Knowing what was going on here, Hermione interrupted before Harry could react. "There really is no hope for you either, Draco. You actually think you're a Slytherin, when a real Slytherin would get themselves sorted into another house. Picking a fight while your head of house hides down the corridor isn't cunning, it's juvenile bullying at best. Then again, that's exactly what you lot are, a bunch of juvenile bullies." Struggling to believe they'd been so easily read, Draco tried to force a reaction out of Potter. "You know nothing, mudblood. Do you let this by? Do all your talking, Potter." Now seeing this for what it was, Harry played along with his girlfriend. "Why not? She's easily got your number. Aren't you going to come out, Professor Snape? I mean, there's only 5 of them and 2 of us, they're gonna need help when Malfoy cries like the bye. He is and draws his wand. We all know Hermione will kick the little shit's ass all over this castle." Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson all glanced toward where they knew their head of house was, only Nott didn't respond. Draco was far too busy now hurling insults at the top of his voice. "You think you're special, Potter, but you're both nothing." Hermione cut Draco off in the middle of his very loud rant. "Then why are you bothering with us? You are forever quoting how your pure blood makes you superior, perhaps you could explain that. You see, I'm magically more powerful than you, easily more intelligent, so just what does this superior blood do?" Draco's rage was building and he got louder. "The Malfoys are one of the most powerful families in Britain." Once more Hermione cut him off, that act enraging Draco even more. "Ah, so it's Daddy's money that provides the power, not anything to do with blood. Then again, it was Daddy's money that kept him out of Azkaban when Harry destroyed his master. Funny how that powerful pure blood running through his veins was useless against the imperious curse. You still haven't told us what this superior pure blood is that makes you so special. Draco was now screaming about mudblood by chess and what would happen to them. He also had his wand out. Hermione was still signaling to Harry she would deal with this. Feeling her wand slide into her hand he was holding, Harry decided to let her. Malfoy fired the first curse but Hermione's shield sent it right back at him, along with the other two that came their way. The fight, though it barely warranted that description, was soon over as McGonagall screamed for everyone to stop. Minerva had been waiting for her two lions outside the Great Hall, wanting a quiet word with them. When she heard Malfoy begin shouting, Minerva headed in that direction as quickly as possible. She arrived just as the spells began to fly, and didn't miss Severus already lurking in a classroom doorway. I want to know what's going on here. Hermione got in first. Malfoy and his goons tried to provoke a reaction out of us. We suspect their head of house was lurking nearby to catch us fighting. Oh, hello, Professor Snape. Your Gryffindors are the ones who provoked this. Snape's version of events wasn't being believed by anyone in the corridor. Holding her wand out to her head of house, Hermione offered a suggestion. After Professor Snape attacked Harry in that toilet, Professor Dumbledore was able to tell which spell his wand had cast last. You'll find mine cast a shield. It would be interesting to see what their wands cast. Severus began gathering wands from his Slytherins when Minerva simply took them off him. Mr. Malfoy's detention with you clearly didn't alter his behavior. This incident will now be investigated by the headmaster and me, and we will be assigning whatever punishments we think appropriate. Taking Hermione's wand, Minerva demonstrated in front of Snape that it was indeed a shield charm she had cast, before returning it. Parkinson, Nott and Crabbe, go to my office now. The headmaster and I will be there to interview you shortly. Severus, escort Malfoy and Goyle to the infirmary. Tell Poppy they are not to leave before Albus and I interview them. Potter and Granger, follow me and I'll collect the headmaster from the Great Hall. Oh, and Severus, my office and the infirmary are in opposite directions. Take these two there now before Mr. Malfoy's teeth get any bigger and do him an injury, at least it's keeping him quiet. You really must discourage your house from using that disgusting boil curse. Draco was whimpering in agony, his new super-sized teeth making it impossible for him to have a louder reaction to his second batch of painful boils. Goyle had been hit in the face with a reflected stinging hex, so was in a fair degree of discomfort too. Minerva walked with her two young lions and told them why she had been looking for them. Professor Dumbledore is offering to teach all the first-year Gryffindors potions, providing you two don't object to that. This time, Harry signaled through their joined hands that he would take the lead. His answer however shocked his girlfriend nearly as much as their head of house. I don't think that would be fair, Professor. Why ever not? Well, the holidays are only 5 weeks away. When we get home, both Hermione and I will be sitting down with our families to discuss whether we want to return to Hogwarts. If we don't come back, Professor Dumbledore is then left teaching that class. If this is something he wants to do anyway, then of course we have no objections about the others joining. What do you mean, not return? You have to return. We have to return. Who decided that? Are you saying Hermione and I can't transfer to another school or take our education in a different direction? I thought Hogwarts was a boarding school. Are you saying it's a prison? No, of course it's not a prison. Why wouldn't you return? Why? How about being injured so severely that I have no memories of my first 2 months here? Then I was magically attacked by a senior member of staff on the same night. I might have no idea what went on in that toilet, but Hermione misses nothing. Now the same boy has hurled racial abuse and magically attacked me twice, the second time with the backing of a senior member of the Hogwarts staff. Perhaps you could explain to us why we should return, because I really can't come up with any reasons. Your parents would have wanted you to come here. I just found out on Halloween how my parents died. I'd previously been told it was a car crash. Hermione said they were murdered trying to save me. Do you think parents, who gave their lives to save their child, would then want their child in an environment that wasn't in any way, shape or form safe? Like so many things in this castle, that just doesn't make sense. What would you do about school? We were leaning toward hiring private tutors, or attending a school in France. Hermione already speaks the language fluently, and has certainly proven to be an excellent teacher, so could work with me on that. These options though will all have to be discussed with our families during the holidays. Can I ask you not to do anything hasty, and at least talk to the headmaster first?" Harry just shrugged his shoulders. "We're here until the 23rd of December anyway, and can't make any decisions without talking it over with our families. That's our timescale, but I have to say up front, Hogwarts has not impressed me so far. In the school system Hermione and I are used to, a student repeatedly hurling racial abuse at another student would see them expelled, no matter how much money their father had." They had now reached the Great Hall. McGonagall left them to their breakfast and headed straight to Dumbledore, before both of them quickly headed back out. Hermione was forced to whisper in Harry's ear. She didn't want anyone else to hear but was desperate to understand his reasoning. What was that all about? Repeating her behavior, Harry told his girlfriend what she was dying to know. "Just putting more pressure onto Snape. He's obviously near the top of your shit list and I certainly have no love for the arsehole. I sometimes forget how smart you are, sorry about that. Since Snape murdered Dumbledore and then allowed Draco to do whatever he wanted, feel free to pile as much pressure on as you can. If we can get him chucked out of Hogwarts, I'll certainly sleep sounder at night." Harry could only nod in agreement, and wonder just how far he could push Dumbledore on this. He also had to whisper something else. "I need to know what you know before we can make those decisions. That needs to happen during the holidays at the latest. I understand it'll take a lot longer to learn everything else you're going to teach me, but I hate being kept in the dark." Knowing how much she hated not knowing things, Hermione had no arguments against that. Instead she offered a suggestion. "If Dobby can pop me to your bed, we could get an extra couple of hours practice every night. Over and above what time we can practice during the day, we might just be able to pull that timescale off. My oath though won't allow me to tell you everything until your mental shields are strong enough. I can't fake it. I'm gonna learn everything I'm desperate to know, and get to spend every night cuddling into my girlfriend. I can do this." Hermione was just as pleased with the arrangement and key, at Harry to seal the deal. Her main worry now was that, when he discovered everything she had to tell him, Harry wouldn't want to come within 100 miles of Hogwarts. She could only hope that her plans for the rest of their first year would meet with his approval, at least enough to see them return on the Hogwarts Express come January. Harry appeared happy to let her take the lead in certain situations but wasn't afraid to make sure his opinion was heard. Only his lack of knowledge was stopping him doing that more often. They would be working their socks off to remedy this imbalance in their relationship as quickly as possible, and she'd also get to spend every night in her Harry's arms. Now that was a plan Hermione really liked. After interviewing the 3 Slytherin students in Minerva's office, it had taken Albus mere moments to ascertain the level of Severus' involvement in this plot. A quick scan of the wands involved soon determining who had cast what too. It was rather ironic that Mr. Malfoy cast the same Boyle's curse, and again had it reflected back at him by Miss Granger. Only also having Miss Parkinson's Densagio reflected at him too stopped the boy's screams once more ringing out around Hogwarts. Nott had cast the stinging hex that had also been reflected by Miss Granger's shield back at his housemates, with Goyle catching it with his face. Miss Parkinson, Mr. Nott, for deliberately setting out to ambush fellow students, and then casting curses at them, you will receive a week's detentions. Those detentions will be spent helping Professor Sprout in her greenhouses. Mr. Crabbe, while you didn't cast any curses, you were there with intent to do so, and this is your second offense. The leniency I showed in the last instance was apparently the wrong approach to take with you, since once more you were assisting in an attack on a fellow student. You shall receive the same punishment as the other 2. Do any of you 3 have anything to say on this matter?" The trio of Slytherins had nothing to say. Facing the wrath of Dumbledore and McGonagall in the deputy headmistress' office was utterly terrifying for the 3 first years. They wanted out of there as soon as possible and all gladly accepted their punishments, just to get away before they started crying. After dismissing the first years, Dumbledore and McGonagall headed for the infirmary to deal with the other half of the problem. While they were walking along the corridors, Minerva just had to say what was on her mind. Those children need a firm hand, not a head of house who wants to be one of the ambushing gang. I find his behavior disgusting. I don't care what you say, Albus, Severus was the force behind this whole incident. I was thinking of Septima. Do you think she would be firm enough? Minerva was speechless for a moment, then had to ask for confirmation of what she thought Albus had just said. Septima Vector, head of Slytherin. There was a slight twinkle in Albus' eyes as he answered his deputy. I don't know any other Septimas working at Hogwarts who I would be considering appointing. Do I have your backing for offering her the post? Providing it's a permanent appointment, and not just some token punishment of Severus, oh Merlin, yes. I think Severus has crossed way over the line of what could ever be considered acceptable behavior for a Hogwarts professor, far less the higher standards demanded by a head of house. What happens next will partially be up to him. Losing his position as head of Slytherin though is non-negotiable as far as I'm concerned. I'm pleased you agree with me. Minerva didn't just agree, she thought this was a decision that was long overdue. She graciously didn't say so, just thankful that Albus was finally taking the proper action. Albus himself was thinking he didn't really have any other option. Severus had been incredibly stupid, letting his hatred for James Potter totally warp his senses. This coupled with the crystal-clear signals coming from the two-time travelers gave Albus the strongest indication yet that Snape simply had to go. After promising himself he would do everything in his power to aid Harry and Hermione, Albus was really left with no choice. He had actually shed tears at the very thought of the sacrifices these two must had made to travel back in time, something the supposedly great Albus Dumbledore didn't have the courage to do himself. He'd tried to convince himself this forbidden magic and knowledge shouldn't be used for personal gain. Traveling back in time to fix his own family would certainly be considered that. To save his family though, Albus would have to travel back to an age before Ariana was attacked by those muggles. Speaking of age, that would see him being too young even to attend Hogwarts. Being totally honest with himself in the wee small hours of the morning, Albus was forced to admit he just didn't think he could live through all those years again. His future self had obviously trusted Miss Granger enough to not only train her in occlumency, but probably revealed his greatest secrets to the girl as well. He would have to trust her now, just as Harry clearly did. She obviously loved Harry, and Albus was positive that love was the power behind her decision to leap into the past. That she brought Harry with her astonished Albus, both from the magical power required to complete the ritual and the incredibly complex calculations needed in her preparations. This was why he was so certain the girl's own studies wouldn't be affected by tutoring Harry. He didn't know how far back in time they'd traveled, but Albus suspected Miss Granger could probably teach at Hogwarts, never mind pass her first-year exams. They entered the infirmary to be faced with an infuriated Severus, a Severus who had obviously decided attack was the best form of defense. Once again, I have had to take members of my house to the infirmary. I would like to hear what's going to be done about this. I already know St. Potter won't be blamed for anything. The potions professor had totally misjudged the situation though, he was facing a headmaster who was in no mood for his theatrics. Since you were in the corridor for the entire incident, I'm sure you already know Harry did nothing other than verbally respond to taunts aimed at him and Miss Granger. You need not worry about the Slytherins in the infirmary, they are no longer your responsibility. Your participation in that ambush today was behavior that flies in the face of everything a head of house should stand for. I am removing that responsibility from you, and also adding a 2-week suspension from Hogwarts. I would advise you to use that time to look at your life and consider some of the choices you have made, especially lately. It took a shocked Severus a few moments to get the words he wanted out. His mouth was moving but no legible sound was passing his lips. You can't do this to me. I can, and I just have. I will of course release you from any oaths you may have made to me. Should you wish to contest my decision, a school board meeting would need to be called. Please let me know if this is what you want to do. I'm sure I could arrange one before the end of the week. Of course I want to protest this decision. You are taking the word of a couple first years over a head of house, just because one of them is Potter. I haven't spoken with Mr. Potter or Miss Granger regarding this incident. I interviewed your Slytherins and reached this decision after discussing what took place this morning with my deputy. You seem determined to blame Mr. Potter for everything, Severus, but this situation is entirely of your own making. I will contact the school board and schedule a meeting. You will be informed by all of the date and time. Please excuse us, we have another 2 students to deal with. Albus stood firm and left Severus with no option other than to leave the infirmary. They then approached the 2 boys Poppy had lying on beds. Mr. Goyle, this is your second offense, so you will receive a week's detention working with Professor Sprout in her greenhouses. Mr. Malfoy, I can't express how disappointed I am in you and your behavior. You will receive 2 weeks' detentions working with Mr. Filch. What? Never. When my father hears about this. I intend that one of the first tasks our new head of Slytherin undertakes will be to inform your parents of your disgusting behavior, and the punishment you received for it. Should your parents then wish to remove you from Hogwarts, that is of course their choice. Otherwise, you will report to Mr. Filch every night after dinner for the next 2 weeks. Perhaps this will stay your hand from drawing your wand in future. If not, there are further measures that can be taken to ensure that lesson is learned. Do not test me on this, Mr. Malfoy. Changes are coming to Hogwarts, those who don't like them are welcome to leave. It was Albus and Minerva who then left, leaving behind a student whose actions matched those of his godfather mere moments ago. Draco's mouth may have been moving, but again, no legible sounds were coming out. That revelation about a new head of Slytherin had left him speechless. He wasn't alone in having that reaction. As Dumbledore made his announcement at lunchtime, that exact same reaction was pretty widespread. Following an incident earlier this morning, Professor Vector is the new head of Slytherin. I will also be teaching all potions classes for the next 2 weeks while Professor Snape considers whether his future lies at Hogwarts. I feel we as a staff have become rather remiss in not enforcing the Hogwarts Code of Conduct. That stops now. After dinner tonight, there will be house meetings held where attendance is mandatory. Your head of house will then go over this document in great detail with every member of their house. There will be no excuses accepted if any individual or group decides this code doesn't apply to them. They will soon discover it does. Having now learned the silencing charm, Harry was prepared when Dobby popped Hermione to his curtained bed. The elf then used some of his own magic to erect, notice me not, charms around the bed, ensuring the couple wouldn't be disturbed before he came back to wake Miss Hermione. They sat cross-legged and pajama-clad, facing each other in their own little oasis of peace behind the drawn curtains. I never expected Dumbledore to go this far. It's so frustrating though to know all this was available to him the last time, and he didn't do anything. It gets better, Hermione. McGonagall came back for a private word with me. I really did feel 11 as I thought she'd caught on to us spending our nights together. After hearing what McGonagall had to say, and also that she would be speaking to her tomorrow, Hermione was even more astonished. Wow, he really is trying to make a difference. Yeah, even I figured that one out. After everything that's happened today, I don't know how I'm supposed to clear my mind tonight. Leaning forward, Hermione keyed Harry until he wasn't thinking of anything else. You, Miss Granger, are a wonderful teacher. I can certainly recommend your unorthodox but inspirational methods, and only wonder why they've never been tried before. You want McGonagall keying you in your bed. Hermione. What? At least I didn't say Dumbledore. Aw shit. You've just wasted all that good work. I need another key. No, you now have thoughts you want to clear out of your mind. Do that first, then we'll see about more keys. Having now provided him with that double incentive, Harry had to reiterate his earlier words. Hermione was a simply wonderful teacher. The changes in Hogwarts were immediately after Dumbledore had taken the first potions class, that is. Every one of those first set of students was raving about it, with the rest of the school now looking forward to their own potions class. Now there was an immediate change right there. Hermione had agreed with Harry that this course of action was risky. She also agreed it was one they had to take. That was why both missed their history of magic lesson. Considering they could literally change history here, both thought that was an incredibly small price to pay. Severus confidently sat beside Lucius, certain that he would be reinstated as head of Slytherin before the meeting was over. That Lucius was livid at Draco's treatment inside Hogwarts added another degree of certainty to the result. Dumbledore may still be headmaster at the end of this meeting, but he was going to be humiliated and forced to offer a couple of apologies. Then Severus would be able to go after the Potter brat with impunity. Albus wouldn't dare say a word, and McGonagall was nothing without the headmaster's backing. When everyone was settled in their seats around the large table, Dumbledore and McGonagall entered, with Amelia Bones. Lucius was on his feet instantly. Madam Bones, this is a meeting of the Hogwarts School Board. Since you are not a member of that board, I must ask you to leave. This actually earned a chuckle from the stern woman. Malfoy, it may have escaped your notice, but I am the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It is in that capacity that I am here tonight. I would like to see you try and throw me out. At the very least you would be charged with deliberately obstructing justice. I just couldn't think why the director of the DMLE would have business here tonight. Don't worry, Malfoy, I'm not here for you, yet. Severus Snape, you are under arrest for casting legerdemains on a child who had just suffered a head injury too. Severus instantly recognized what was happening here. He was too shocked even to refute the accusation. Lucius was under no such handicap, and intended to make this pay for her dig at him. Don't be preposterous. Where is your proof? How would a child even know if that spell was being cast on them? Amelia was unperturbed. The attack was carried out in front of the deputy headmistress. Severus Snape's wand was then examined by the Hogwarts headmaster, the results of which were also witnessed by another two heads of house. Mr. Potter's injury saw him lose his memory. Snape's mental attack coincided with Harry re-bonding with his wand. The lad's magic acted to protect him, blasting Snape clean off his feet. This was news the rest of the school board were naturally very interested in, and saw quite a few questions coming from around the table. It was Harry Potter he attacked. How did the boy who lived lose his memory? Just what is going on here? This led to Albus telling the story of Halloween, and how Harry was injured saving his girlfriend from a troll. Ensuring everyone that Harry had suffered no after effects, except for that memory loss, and that he was now challenging his girlfriend to be the top student in first year eased their concerns. Here was the legend they thought of as the boy who lived in action, defeating a troll while saving the maiden. Malfoy though was coming at this from a different angle. Has the boy pressed charges against Severus? This was answered by Dumbledore. Yes, Harry has. Both he and Miss Granger were interviewed by Madame Bones as part of her investigation into this matter. Since Severus orchestrated an ambush of Harry and his girlfriend, why wouldn't he? Again, what evidence do you have of that? My son is currently cleaning toilets every night, and yet he is the one who was injured in this supposed ambush. The headmaster was not for giving an inch over this matter. Your son was injured by the spell he himself cast, reflected back at him by a shield charm. Draco is also of the opinion that it's within his rights to taunt Mr. Potter that his mother was a Muggleborn, not the word he used, and his parents were murdered. Isn't that actually true? Lucius Malfoy's superior sneer soon disappeared as he experienced the full power of Dumbledore staring him down. The truth. Dumbledore sighed. It is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. When Harry responded that Draco's father was a cowardly Death Eater who bought his way out of Azkaban with gold, rather than have the courage of his convictions, your son drew his wand and attacked. The truth can hurt as bad as any curse, Lucius. That is slander. I was under the Imperious Curse, that has been proven. Albus was now relentless. Not as far as I'm aware. You saying so doesn't make it true. You doubt my word. You were the one who brought truth into this matter. We all know what the Malfoy word is worth, whatever Lucius Malfoy wants it to be. Madame Bones, perhaps you could refresh my memory here. I can't recall any trial where it was established that Lucius committed his crimes while under the Imperious Curse, and was therefore innocent of all charges. Amelia was loving this, getting to poke Lucius one in the eye without fudge here to protect the blonde git. There's nothing wrong with your memory, Albus. You can't remember any trial, because there wasn't one. I don't know if I could live with myself, something like that hanging over my family name. Especially when it could be so easily cleared up. I agree, Amelia. I'm currently teaching potions in Hogwarts, and I discovered some Veritaserum in the potions professor's private stores. We could end all this speculation here and now. Well, Lucius, do you wish to take this chance to prove the truth of the matter? Surely you would appreciate the opportunity for these vile rumors to be put to bed once and for all. It would save young Draco being tainted by these allegations too if you publicly proved them false. I would have thought that was the least a caring father could do for his young, impressionable son. Lucius was left with a complexion that matched his pure white hair. He tried for bluster but was left fooling no one in the room. Faced with a Dumbledore and Bones who were both pushing hard, and making absolutely no concessions to his money or political power, Lucius Malfoy found himself unwillingly agreeing with Dumbledore. The truth was a terrible thing. I don't see any need to answer questions on matters that have already been settled. Albus had never expected him to answer any other way. That didn't mean he wasn't going to use this to his advantage. And there lies the problem we have. Without this evidence, people will make up their own minds on the matter, thus leaving Draco with no comeback when that story is bandied about the corridors of Hogwarts. I also have to ask the other 11 members of the board here if this is the kind of wizard they want leading the Hogwarts school board, or even sitting on that board. As headmaster of Hogwarts, I am allowed to propose matters to the board. Augusta Longbottom had seconded Malfoy's removal from the board before Albus could even finish proposing it. While Albus didn't have a vote, neither did Lucius, since the vote was to remove him from the board. The vote was quickly taken and it fell to Albus to then ask Lucius to leave the meeting, since he was no longer a member of the school board. Amelia then removed Snape's wand and fitted magical restraints on him. Severus was left looking at Albus for answers. I warned you, Severus, but you couldn't let it go. It would appear your hatred for Harry's father far outweighed the love you professed to have for the boy's mother. You brought this on yourself, thinking the rule of law didn't apply to you. It's one thing to give someone a chance to redeem themselves, it's quite another to turn a blind eye to their continual flouting of that chance. No more, Severus. That will apply to everyone, as your friend Lucius just discovered. The changes happening in Hogwarts will be reflected further afield. As Severus was led out, Albus turned to face the rest of the school board. Since you are now a member short, I would like to propose someone who I can honestly say has the best interest of Hogwarts and the castle's students close to her heart. I propose Minerva McGonagall as a member of the school board. Draco was carrying the mop and bucket to his next disgusting cleaning job, ignoring the old fart Filch's rantings as they walked the corridor. Instead, Draco's thoughts were dwelling on the upcoming apology Dumbledore was going to be forced to make. Draco's letter home had resulted in his parents' rage at the Muggle-loving headmaster reaching new heights. When his father got that angry, someone always paid for it. His pleasant thoughts were disrupted by the sight heading toward the Malfoy heir. Draco recognized Madame Bones. The pair of Aurors with her were also recognizable as such by their uniforms. It was the fourth member of this group though that shocked Draco, or rather the fact Severus Snape was in restraints and being marched out of the school. Professor, what's going on? Didn't my father get you reinstated as the head of Slytherin? Your father was voted off the school board and I'm being arrested. Blasted Potter's fault. Snape never got to say any more, he was hustled along and away from his godson. Draco was soon being prodded to move along too. I bet you'll think twice about breaking a school rule again, won't you, E.H.? Filch said, leering at the now despondent young boy. Oh yes, hard work and pain are the best teachers if you ask me, it's just a pity they let the old punishments die out. Hang you by your wrists from the ceiling for a few days, I've got the chains still in my office, keep 'em well oiled in case they're ever needed. Draco once more tried not to listen as he trudged to the next toilet needing cleaned. It was much harder to do however without the thoughts of an impending Dumbledore apology to buoy his spirits. Instead he started to think about getting even with the person responsible for all of this, Potter. Draco wasn't the only one who spotted Snape being led out the castle by Aurors. By breakfast time, that news was all over Hogwarts. The first years were standing in the corridor, waiting to enter their first class of the day, when Draco couldn't hold his anger back any longer. My father was voted off the school board and Professor Snape got arrested. This is all your fault, Potter. They had of course all heard about Snape. Discovering Lucius Malfoy was kicked off the school board too was a very welcome bonus for the pair of time travelers. Harry had an instant reply for the spoiled and angry boy. Draco, if I really had that much power, don't you think I would have used it to get rid of annoying and whiny little blonde gits like you? This generated a lot of laughter amongst their peers. As much as they enjoyed the pompous Malfoy heir getting the wind knocked out of his sails, a fair proportion of that laughter was because of who was delivering the verbal blow. Harry had surprised Hermione by introducing himself to all their year mates just after they traveled back in time. She had asked him about this, since he hadn't done that last time, nor given the impression this was something he was comfortable doing, even as an 18-year-old. His answer had surprised Hermione, and showed again she was dealing with a much more mature person. Hermione, this is a second chance at everything. I've never been good at making friends, holding my hand out and saying I just might change that a little. It actually had, and destroyed a lot of the mystique surrounding the boy who lived too. People from the other houses were getting to know him as just Harry, something they were both very happy with. Seeing Draco ready to explode again saw Harry react. He didn't want there to be any way he could be blamed for provoking another attack. Let's look at this logically, Malfoy. I've never met your father, nor anyone else on the Hogwarts school board. How then am I supposed to be responsible for them voting your father off? I didn't even know the first thing about it happening until you just told me a minute ago. As to Snape, Hermione and I were interviewed by Madame Bones while you lot were listening to Binns. She seemed to think there were criminal charges for Snape to answer. You of all people should know the trouble it can cause if you don't keep your wand in your pocket. That Harry had introduced himself, and also shook her hand, gave a rather shy Susan Bones the courage to speak out. Madame Bones is my aunt, Harry. If she's arrested Snape, then Auntie will already have a strong case against him. Neville felt as if he just got an early Christmas present. My grand's on the school board. If Snape gets found guilty, no matter what he's then sentenced to, that automatically means he can't be a professor at Hogwarts. There were now looks of awe in their direction, though it was Ron who mouthed what 3/4 of them were already thinking. You got rid of Snape. There will be a plaque with your names on it in 3 of the common rooms. Their classroom door opening saw them heading inside, leaving a still livid Draco standing there on his own. Even the other Slytherins were giving Draco a wide berth. Snape was apparently gone and Dumbledore wasn't letting anyone get away with anything. Until Draco accepted this new reality, the rest of his house would be staying away from the boy who was nothing but trouble. Dumbledore seemed to be working on an increasing scale of severity regarding misbehavior. No one wanted to be on the receiving end of any more punishments. Seeing Hermione with a definite spring in her step during their potions class pleased Albus immensely. While he couldn't ask her any questions, and had sworn to himself he wouldn't stoop to reading Harry's thoughts for information, that didn't mean he wasn't going to use the girl as a barometer to try and avoid the approaching storm. Judging by her demeanor today, after hearing the news about Snape and Malfoy, Albus could only think his actions had knocked some of the wind out of the storm, for now. He would have a chat with them in a few days to see if they were still considering to look elsewhere for their education, or whether his actions had changed their minds. Albus didn't know he would have another meeting before that. An enraged Minister of Magic was pacing up and down in front of Dumbledore's impressive desk. Albus himself was impassively sitting behind the mahogany masterpiece, watching while Cornelius' temper grew and grew. Those pinstripe robes were flapping about his body and his favorite green bowler was taking a mauling while his hands angrily gripped it for reassurance. Fudge finally gave vent to his feelings in the headmaster's office. You deliberately arranged for Snape to be arrested during the school board meeting. This was done with the express purpose of embarrassing Lucius. You then used that embarrassment to have him voted off. Just what are you after, Dumbledore? Peering over his half-moon glasses, Dumbledore's gaze pinned Cornelius like the former young student this now Minister of Magic used to be. Is there any point of me recounting what actually took place at that meeting? You've clearly already made your mind up, or should that be Lucius Malfoy has made it up for you? Don't be preposterous, of course I want to hear your version. This is not my version, Cornelius. That was a pretty full room, and included the director of the DMLE. You are of course welcome to ask any or all of them what version of events is the truth. Lucius was there with the sole purpose of defending Snape and his own son's behavior, both of which were indefensible. What has young Draco done to merit such a severe punishment for a first year? That is an internal Hogwarts matter, but I will tell you anyway, since it has bearing on this discussion. Draco seems to think it's okay to call Harry Potter's mother and girlfriend mudbloods. When Harry retorted that Draco's father was a Death Eater who used his gold to escape justice and punishment, he drew his wand and began firing curses. That's perfectly understandable behavior. Albus cut the minister off right there. Yes, it's understandable behavior, we can all easily see what he's up to. Draco tries to get Harry to magically retaliate against calling his mother a mudblood. Instead, Harry turned the tables on him. As I pointed out to Lucius last night, Harry's statement is also factually correct. Lucius Malfoy was never tried for any of the crimes he committed, nor was his, under the imperious, defense questioned to any degree, other than accepting his word. Lucius was given the opportunity to settle that argument once and for all last night, with the director of the DMLE and the chief warlock in the room. He couldn't refuse that opportunity quickly or strongly enough, and didn't care a jot that this left his son open to those type of verbal retorts. It was this downright refusal to even consider publicly clearing the Malfoy name that saw him voted off the board. If he won't put his own son's interests ahead of his own, there is no place for him on a school board. You doubted Lucius' word. Of course I doubted it, and so should you. If Lucius Malfoy is as innocent as he claims, then surely he would welcome any opportunity to prove that innocence. Instead, he fled the castle like a scalded Kneazle, terrified Amelia, or I would insist he answered questions he certainly doesn't want to. He fled straight to you, the Minister of Magic. That's not a position that should be held by Malfoy's errand boy. How dare you, Dumbledore? I am the minister, and no one's errand boy. The force behind Dumbledore's reply to that had Cornelius finally sitting in the previously offered seat. Well, start behaving like a minister of magic then. I can't believe the shrewd Cornelius Fudge who walked these corridors for 7 years has been taken in by Malfoy's silver tongue and golden touch. He's using you, and your position. That wizard is dark, Cornelius, and that darkness isn't very well hidden beneath that respectable veneer Lucius shows the world. When he goes down, and Lucius will, it would be a wise minister who doesn't get dragged down along with his so-called friend. Cornelius sat there, bowler on his knee, while his mind was currently as empty as that lime green hat. Dumbledore was once more relentless though as he piled on the pressure. There were some powerful and influential people in that room last night. They all caught a glimpse of the real Lucius Malfoy, and that is why they voted against him. You don't invite a poisonous viper into your bosom and expect not to be bitten. They banished that viper last night. That story will also be doing the rounds, hence why he headed straight for his biggest supporter. The pupils of Cornelius' eyes reminded Albus of an abacus as they flicked back and forth. It was also clear from his expression Cornelius didn't like the way those sums were adding up in his mind. After all the straight talking that had been done here today, the minister decided to continue with that theme. Lucius maintains this as your first move in a bid to oust me as minister, taking the position for yourself. Since Cornelius had been honest, Albus decided to answer in the same manner. The Minister of Magic is not allowed to hold any official posts, other than that one. I would need to resign from being headmaster of Hogwarts. That is something I will never do. This is my home, this is my calling. You know I've been offered the minister's position on more than a few occasions, I've always turned them down. What does Lucius say is so different about this time? This seemed to take a weight off the minister's mind. Albus though just piled a different load back on there. In my life, I've fought against 2 Dark Lords. My greatest regret is the social and political conditions that allowed those Dark Lords to flourish in our country still haven't been addressed. If I see another Dark Lord in the years I've got left to me, I guarantee you that Lucius Malfoy will be one of his main supporters. I can also guarantee you that I will be opposing that Dark Lord with everything that I am. The only way I see you and I in opposition is if you allow Malfoy to drag you into a situation where we end up on different sides of that battle. My position on this is clearly defined, Cornelius. I will always oppose the dark. Since the entire country knew that last statement to be true, Cornelius really couldn't dispute Albus' claims that he stood firmly against the dark. That anyone could even consider Cornelius Fudge's dark sent a shiver of fear down his back. That was not something he wanted associated with his tenure as Minister of Magic. You have given me much to think about, Albus. That is all I ask of you, Cornelius. Think for yourself. There is nothing wrong with asking people you trust for advice, it's ensuring those who you ask are trustworthy that is the problem here. You have my trust and support, and I have clearly stated the conditions needed for those things to change. I want to spend my remaining years overseeing my beloved Hogwarts in a peaceful Britain. You desperately want to believe your friend is telling the truth. I really fear both of us are in for a severe disappointment, Cornelius. We can't count on another miracle like Harry Potter happening again. Our country needs to be strong enough to stand up to any threat. What do you know, Albus? It's just I can see the pattern starting to repeat itself. Take Severus as an example. I treated him as a young wizard who made a mistake, and then tried to pay for that mistake by helping others. That is why I spoke in his defense all those years ago. I really believed he had turned a corner and wanted to live a productive life teaching children. For him to fire that spell at Harry Potter, and then set up that ambush of the lad, the pattern repeats itself. The minister who left the headmaster's office had lost his anger, that anger though was now replaced by worry. What Albus was suggesting was not something to dive right into, rather take a step back and try to look at the problem with fresh eyes. His immediate problem though was what to tell Lucius Malfoy that was anxiously awaiting his return to the ministry. Harry's mind was clear as he monitored his mental shields. Both he and Hermione were certain those shields were getting stronger, but as Harry sensed her mental probe, they hit the same problem again. Instead of deflecting Hermione's probe, Harry's mind and magic welcomed her with a loving embrace. The intensity of love expressed in that embrace left his girlfriend blushing. "Harry, you're supposed to reject me. And that is where we're having the problem. From the first time I laid eyes on you in the uni bar, there was never going to be any rejection from me. I think I can be honest enough with myself to say it wasn't just because you were stunningly beautiful. I've never felt a pull of attraction to another person like that in my life. When Brian gave me an excuse to go over and talk to you, my insides were cheering like mad." This had Hermione leaning in and offering a tender key. Harry was still smiling as he commented on his situation. "I'm sitting here in an 11-year-old body. That young body is stuck in a magical castle somewhere in the Scottish Highlands and has a family back home in Surrey who now apparently hate me. That right there is more than enough cause to drive anyone crazy. The only reason I'm not insane with all of this is currently sitting right across from me. Have you any idea how weird it is to think about marriage, settling down after uni and having a family, all when you're still a kid yourself? Of course you do. You do, don't you?" Harry had noticed the tears forming in the corners of Hermione's eyes. Her wide smile though dispelled any fears Harry had about just upsetting his girlfriend. "Of course I think about those things, and it's always you standing beside me. I just didn't know you shared the same thoughts. It's like I'm falling for my new Harry all over again. The other Harry you described clearly didn't have the best of upbringings, probably didn't even know what love was. My memories tell me different. Those memories may be manufactured or engineered, they are still my memories though. I know what love is, Hermione, and I love the wonderful girl who's sitting here beside me now. If we hadn't had our Back to the Future trip, I like to think that an 18-year-old Harry Potter would have been introducing his new girlfriend to his family that Christmas, while making arrangements to visit yours in France. I think of that night in our hotel a lot, every single day, more than once a day too." This had Hermione giggling. "I get the picture, Harry. I was there too. The point I'm trying to make is that night was special, the most special night of my life. We connected in ways far beyond the obvious ones. My main thoughts that night revolved around never letting this wonderful girl out of my life, ever. I would have preferred a DeLorean to that ritual though. While BPD was nice, the car would at least have had a heater." Hermione just had to snog her boyfriend after that. Their training was over for tonight. Lying snuggling into Harry, she realized they now had a major problem. "I can't tell you what you need to know without checking your shields are strong enough. And you can't check my shields when I keep inviting you in. Why don't we get Gandalf the White to do it? You know he's going to want to speak to us before the holidays anyway. Ask Dumbledore to check your shields. Why not? He already knows about us, and he's proven trustworthy so far. I know enough to at least tell if Dumbledore gets through my shields. I still don't know any earth-shattering secrets, and Dumbledore would lose our trust if he didn't immediately withdraw after getting past my defenses. That would be a big loss to him for very little gain. He's smarter than that. If you really think so." Harry moved until he was staring into Hermione's eyes from mere inches away. "I can see the burden you carry. Considering some of the things you've already told me, it must be very bad. What I really remember though is you promising to be my girlfriend in the past, present and future. I certainly intend to hold you to that promise. We do this with Dumbledore, and then we'll face those things you're terrified of telling me about together. From that first Halloween, Harry, we always have. And from this Halloween, we always will." They snuggled in, each drawing comfort from the other and delighted with the way their relationship was growing. Christmas was going to be a big test. Two families to face and revelations about the future to be unveiled to Harry. Both were confident they would help each other through the tough times ahead, and that they would still be a couple at the end of it all. Harry couldn't help but laugh. He liked the Weasley twins, even if they were currently taking the piss out of him. Fred and George though had style, and that style had Harry in stitches too as he finally sat down to breakfast. Make way for the Great One, move along there and leave room for his lady too. You honor us with your presence as we break our fast, O vanquisher of dark lords. Slayer of trolls, youngest seeker in over a century. But, more importantly, the wonderful boy who rid us of Snape. The boy who lived becomes the boy who rid us of the greasy git. Oh George, I like that. So do I, Fred. The boy who rid, do you think it'll catch on? Hey, they might even write books about that. Their capers were interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, her stoic expression threatening to break into a smile at the twins' hilarious antics. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, the headmaster would like a word with you both after breakfast. Professor Dumbledore has a tendency to talk for hours, please remind him he has a potions class to teach second period. Your teacher has been informed where you will be, just don't take all day. Since they had Transfiguration first period, Hermione thought that was about as close to a joke as she'd ever heard McGonagall crack. It just highlighted the change in atmosphere within the castle. As McGonagall took her leave, the twins picked right back up where they'd left off. Hear that? Invited up to talk with the headmaster. We've never even seen inside his office. Fred. Avoiding Dumbledore's attention, that's a good thing. Too true, George. We're more likely to be dragged there for something we've been caught doing, something we shouldn't have been doing that is. Get caught. You jest, brother. Jest, prank, joke, it's what we do. Through his laughter, Harry managed to say something. Weasley Wheezes, brought to you by Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Weasley Wheezes. By George, I think we have something there. Weasley Wizard Wheezes. I think that sounds better, Fred, and we want to distinguish ourselves from these Tweedledum and Tweedledee guys. Hermione was laughing along with Harry, pleased that, while his relationship with Ron was strained, the twins and he had quickly become friends again. After the Ministry had wiped Harry's memory, neither Fred nor George had returned to Hogwarts. Hermione was one of the few who knew Harry had given the twins his Triwizard Prize money, because he'd said the world was going to need some laughs. The twins were as good as their word, better actually. They called their shop Potter's Pranks, much to the dismay of the Ministry. A picture of Harry competing in the Treewies was their logo, appearing as a label on all their products, and a massive version served as their shop's sign. They made sure Harry wasn't forgotten, and it cost them everything. When Voldemort took over the Ministry, their shop was burned to the ground, thankfully without them inside it. To add a touch of irony, that was the same picture Voldemort's Ministry had been using in their search for Harry before she'd brought them back in time. This time it was going to be different. It was a very happy couple who left the Great Hall and headed for Dumbledore's office. Albus couldn't miss their grins as both Harry and Hermione entered his office. Are you that pleased to be missing Transfiguration? Professor McGonagall will be so disappointed. No, sir, we just had breakfast with Fred and George Weasley. You can't be in their company and not smile, it's an impossibility. Ah Harry, I feel your head of house might disagree with that, though I certainly do see your point. I'd like to thank you too for coming. I assume you know why I asked to speak with you both. I am rather anxious that our two-star first-year students don't leave Hogwarts. Well, sir, that's mainly going to be up to you. The headmaster was left looking perplexed at Harry before Hermione explained. I've been teaching Harry occlumency but we hit a problem. Basically, Harry simply refuses to block my mental probes. This has left us needing to have his mental shields examined by someone else. Albus caught on at once, and was amazed at the trust he was being shown here. You want me to check Harry's shields? Harry has a strong mental construct, which you could obviously breach if you really tried. We need a gauge of just how strong that construct is, we're trusting you to get that information for us. Harry though is skilled enough now to know just how far you delve into his mind. It didn't need to be said by any of them what would happen if Dumbledore did that. Harry's comment it was up to Albus whether the couple stayed at Hogwarts or not now made perfect sense. I feel honored that you would trust me with this task, and promise to do my very best not to betray that trust. Realizing that any other conversations they would have this morning depended on what happened after he probed Harry's mind, Dumbledore removed his wand and Harry indicated he was ready. Albus then entered a world like none he had ever seen before. The mindscape facing him was a living entity, but this was no recognizable creature, more a shapeless organism. When working with his old friend Nicholas on Dragon Blood all those years ago, Albus had been introduced to the workings of a microscope. While this mindscape reminded him of that experience, the scale and detail here was far beyond anything he had witnessed from using that little brass instrument. Deciding he was here to test Harry's defenses, rather than admire them, Albus pushed forward into this organism. He had barely passed through the membrane that was the beginning of Harry's outer defense when he found himself being attacked from all sides. His attackers were about the size of bludgers, though soft and squishy rather than cannonball hard. While the attack was in no way painful, Albus felt the effects at once. Each, sponge-like, attacker that attached itself to him immediately began draining the magical energy behind his probe. While Albus was contemplating what his next move should be, his probe was overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers and the headmaster faded out of Harry's mind. Albus needed a moment to recover from the shock before turning to Hermione. "Miss Granger, you are clearly a wonderful teacher. Remind me to offer you a job before you leave Hogwarts. I have never seen anything like that. It was shock more than anything that saw me so easily ejected. Now that I know what I'm up against, I could undoubtedly delve further, but I don't think we need to. Anyone else encountering that unique mindscape will react in the exact same way." Blushing at the praise but delighted with her boyfriend's performance, Hermione gave Dumbledore the information he was missing. "Oh, that mindscape construct was pure Harry, Professor. Harry has a very organized mind, and leans heavily into Muggle sciences. Most Muggle-borns who are that way inclined would recognize exactly what just happened to you." Harry took over the explanation. "Our bodies have natural defenses against attacks by foreign bodies, infections and viruses. I decided to adopt that model to protect my mind. The biological defenses of my mindscape treated your probe as a foreign invader, and immediately reacted accordingly. Those were my versions of white blood cells that attacked you, draining the recognized threat of energy before it could harm me. I'm working on having more layers of surprises for anyone who attempts to enter my mind." "Fascinating, simply fascinating. Well, Miss Granger, I would say Harry's shields pass muster. I imagine you will now have a few long conversations with him. We're saving that for the holidays, Professor. I'm going to be staying with Hermione. Her parents wanted to meet me." Knowing what the old Dumbledore had been like at controlling Harry's life, and also understanding some of the reasons behind it, Hermione headed the headmaster off before he could say anything. "I'll also be meeting Harry's family over the holidays. We're looking forward to learning more about each other." Recognizing what the girl was doing, deflecting his concern, Albus took a chance and asked a question. "I know you made an oath to the other me about information, but I was wondering if you could possibly confirm a suspicion I have. Harry's scar is now much lighter. Does that mean what I think it does?" Deciding that Dumbledore had played fair with them, Hermione gave the old wizard an early Christmas present. "It means exactly that, Professor. There is no taint whatsoever attached to my Harry." Harry had no idea what was being talked about here but couldn't fail to notice the effect Hermione's words had on Dumbledore. The headmaster slumped into his seat, leaving Harry to initially think this was a bad thing. Dumbledore's smile was then wide and genuine, there might even have been the beginning of tears in his eyes. It was easy to see his main emotion though was that of relief. "Miss Granger, you are probably the only person in the world who knows how much those words mean to me, and that is because they will mean even more to you. I had hoped to convince you both to stay in Hogwarts, yet this morning you have given me so much more than that. If there is anything I can do for you, please just ask." She was initially going to say that wasn't necessary when Hermione had a brainwave. "Sir, if at all possible, could you be at Harry's Quidditch matches?" While not understanding the request, he now knew Hermione wouldn't make such a request unless it was really important. Since it was such an easy request to grant, and may somehow protect Harry, Albus quickly concurred he would be there. They chatted back and forth before it was time for all of them to leave for class. As the couple left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's heartfelt wish they would have a Merry Christmas ringing in their ears. Harry tried to rein in his curiosity. The instant they were alone he had a question for Hermione. "I understand I will be getting an explanation for what just happened in there later, it seemed important though." He got a key, from his girlfriend, and a wide smile. "That piece of news is unbelievably important, and all good for us." It will certainly feature prominently in our talks during the holidays. Harry was happy with that, since those holidays were only a week away. They walked hand in hand to their next class. Both Harry and Hermione found themselves back in the headmaster's office before that week was up. The visit this time wasn't nearly so pleasant. Dumbledore had some news for them and they also summoned Professor McGonagall. Severus Snape stands trial tomorrow, and we four have been called as witnesses. Someone is spreading gold, almost certainly Lucius Malfoy, in an attempt to turn the entire incident into a mere misdemeanor, and nothing more than a massive overreaction on our parts. Turning his attention to the two youngest in his office, Albus explained his fears. They have obviously used the boy who lived angle to push for a trial, knowing there is an insatiable curiosity about Harry Potter. This will be most people present's first chance to see Harry for themselves. Snape's representative will obviously want to get each of you answering questions, and then try to portray you both in a poor light, holding up Severus as a caring professional. If Snape's representative can manage that last part, then we are in real trouble. I have no memories of his classes, but, from what I've heard, that certainly was not the case. This drew a smile from Dumbledore as he outlined more of the trial arrangements. Madame Bones will lead the ministry case. As you can imagine, she's as angry about this situation as we are. Professor McGonagall and myself will accompany you both to the ministry, and at least one of us will be at your side for the entire time you are out of Hogwarts. My advice would be to stick to the truth, no matter how much they try to twist your words or actions. And there was me looking forward to the holidays too. He won't be returning to Hogwarts, will he? Not unless they sack me, Harry. McGonagall was quick to add her name to the list of those who would need to be sacked too before Snape could re-enter Hogwarts as a professor. Since it was getting late, their head of house led them back to Gryffindor Tower. Neither of you has anything to hide, so just follow the headmaster's advice and tell the truth. The truth though would get the pair in more trouble than they, or even Dumbledore, could deal with. Dobby had popped Hermione to Harry's bed and they had spent the night together. There wasn't much sleeping done though, as Harry had wanted information, specifically on Snape and Malfoy. Hermione knew plenty, and had spent most of the night passing that information on to her boyfriend. As Hermione greeted Harry in the morning, his hug and key couldn't mask his rage. You need to remember what happened the last time you lost your temper in a courtroom. Her whisper struck home, but not in the way she expected. Harry pulled her to him and gave Hermione their most passionate public key, to date, causing wolf whistles and shouts inside the Gryffindor common room. Using the ruckus he'd just caused, Harry whispered into his now dazed girlfriend's ear. And you need to remember, I'm a different Harry. I'm rather more articulate now, so I'm hoping for somewhat better than telling the cowardly bastards to go and F.K. themselves. Taking his girlfriend by the hand, they headed through the porthole in search of McGonagall. Neither felt much like having breakfast this morning. Since Dumbledore was a witness, he wasn't present at today's trial in his capacity as Chief Warlock, rather that of Hogwarts, headmaster. He and his deputy took up flanking positions, all four sitting in a row with Harry and Hermione safely sandwiched between their professors. Harry's eyes wandered all around, taking in the people in large gloomy room. Since he had no memory of his visit to Diagon Alley on his 11th birthday, this trip to the ministry was his first real contact with the magical side of Britain, outside of Hogwarts that is. Harry wasn't liking what he found. All the staring, pointing and unwanted attention was adding fuel to his already simmering temper. This is a bloody circus, and we're the freak show. The boy who lived, here for everyone to stare at, and they didn't even need to pay admission money. Hermione's hand was of course in Harry's as she gave it a squeeze. Noticing how worried the girl was, Albus started pointing things and people out to his two students. The teacher in Albus took over as he explained today's procedure in greater detail, making sure to identify the main players to the pair. Of all the people here, Harry had only previously met Madame Bones but still had no trouble picking out Lucius Malfoy sitting in the crowd. Draco was as near a clone as was possible to his father. They even had the same sneering expression when looking down their nose at those not worthy. To the Malfoy family, that was apparently everyone who didn't share their last name. The grateful smile the headmaster received from Hermione told Albus there was more going on here than he was aware of. If Hermione was worried, he would need to be on his guard. An Auror guard then escorted Snape into the courtroom, leading the accused to a chair on a raised plinth where everyone could clearly see him. Harry spotted the former head of Slytherin sneering in his direction. The way Harry was currently feeling, he had no problem returning Snape's sneer, with interest. Albus was first into the witness stand, with the defense counsel, litigator Braithwaite, quickly establishing that the headmaster hadn't actually witnessed the accused, Severus Snape, casting the curse he was charged with. Lucius Gold had hired the best, and Braithwaite tried very hard to earn that gold by glossing over the fact that Dumbledore himself had cast the prior incantato spell that verified Snape had indeed used that curse. Madame Bones though undid most of Braithwaite's work by making sure to clearly highlight that fact in her questioning of Dumbledore. McGonagall too was forced to admit she hadn't seen her former colleague cast that curse. She put a big dent in Braithwaite's line of argument though by saying she had witnessed Snape casting a stunner, therefore the Legilimens curse must have been cast after that, and before the headmaster arrived on the scene. Since she was certain the curse hadn't been cast at her, and the other 3 occupants in that wrecked toilet were all first-year students, his guilt was assured in her mind. McGonagall stuck to that opinion, no matter how much any fancy litigator tried to rearrange the actual facts of the case. Hermione was whispering to Harry that she would be fine before she left his side to face her turn as a witness. She too was forced to admit that she hadn't seen the Legilimens curse cast. It was when Braithwaite then chose to focus on Harry's reaction to his client, indicating that it was actually Severus Snape who'd been the injured party, that Hermione cut loose. Harry's magic responded to an attack on his person. That this attack was by a Death Eater was probably responsible for the severity of that response. This somewhat took the breath from everyone inside the courtroom, though Braithwaite soon came back at her. "Are you accusing my client of being a Death Eater?" Harry's magic concentrated its attack on his left forearm, where Voldemort branded his followers. Hermione ignored the screams that her saying the Dark Lord's name caused. She didn't even blink as she twisted the knife into Snape. "If your client would like to roll up his sleeve and prove me wrong, that would settle this argument right now. Since Snape's master, Voldemort, attacked Harry when he was a baby, I'm certain that's why Harry's magic had such a reaction to one of that cowardly bastard's marked followers firing a spell at him." Hermione's innocent and sweet voice saying those words just added to their effect. "You say his name." She stared at Braithwaite as if he was a big slug, or should that be a caterpillar? The man didn't have 2 distinct eyebrows, rather one large bushy one that ran the width of his forehead. Every time he raised one end of it, Hermione couldn't help but think of a hairy caterpillar trying to escape into Braithwaite's receding hairline. "Why should I be frightened of a name? Well, there could be reprisals." "Oh, you mean Death Eaters, like your client, could be upset with me. I'm the first magic user in my family, and also Harry Potter's girlfriend. Do you think me saying Voldemort's name in public will make those Death Eaters still at large hate me anymore?" Braithwaite slowly and deliberately looked the plain Muggle-born young witch up and down before passing his own judgment with a sneer Malfoy would have been proud of. "Well, we were all young once, and also all made mistakes. Girlfriends come and go, but remarks like that will see you remembered." Harry was on his feet without realizing he had stood. His anger at the litigator though had his voice turning ice cold. "That is my intended. You were insulting, and, last time I looked, she's not the one on trial here. I also noticed you didn't answer the question that your client is a Death Eater. Could that be because the person paying your fee is a Death Eater too?" Amelia then jumped all over Braithwaite, and it took all his skill as a litigator to direct his opponent away from pressing his client over the Death Eater matter. Part of that redirection saw him declaring he had no more questions for Hermione, allowing her to return to her seat. She didn't have time to speak with Harry, far less calm him down any before it was his turn to take the witness stand. This was the one Braithwaite had been waiting for. He was never going to score any points against Dumbledore or McGonagall, and no one of any proper standing gave a shit about what a mudblood said. This though was Harry Potter. Tearing apart the 11-year-old legend would bring him fame, and a fortune from Lucius Malfoy. Ah, the fabled boy who lived. Harry didn't even pay Braithwaite the courtesy of looking in his direction. Those green eyes that Hermione loved so much were firmly fixed on Snape. Harry's voice was again level but contained a menace that belied his 11-year-old body. "My name is Harry James Potter. I was born to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord. I was born as the 7th month died. Your client has exactly 60 seconds to reconsider his future, before he doesn't have one. The laughter coming from the litigator was loud and theatrical, until he turned around and spotted his terrified client. Braithwaite moved his large body until it was between his client and the boy's view. This just resulted in Harry moving his gaze to his watch. You think you can sit there and threaten people? Everyone in this courtroom just witnessed you trying to do the same to my intended. Payback is a right by. Ch. Ask your client if he thinks I'm bluffing. Just be quick about it, he has 22 seconds left, 21. At that, Severus Snape stood and uttered his first words of the trial. I wish to change my plea to guilty. For a large man, Braithwaite was light and fast on his feet. He was in front of Snape just as the last syllable left the potion master's lips. What? You can't do that. Making no effort to hide the smirk in his voice, Harry rubbed salt into Braithwaite's severely wounded pride. He can, and he just has. The litigator may have been quick on his feet, but Dumbledore's wand was lightning fast. Braithwaite was frozen in the motion of angrily springing at Harry as Albus' powerful voice boomed around the courtroom. These children are in my care. Everyone in this courtroom would do well to remember that. In the silence that followed Dumbledore's intervention, Harry's voice rang out crystal clear. When I was held by that spell, litigator Braithwaite, a Malfoy tried to curse me in the back. Considering there is one behind you, I would be very worried right about now. I hope you at least got your fee up front, that way you will only be left morally bankrupt. Then again, Death Eater gold is tainted with the blood of innocence. What does that do to your soul? While Braithwaite couldn't answer due to Dumbledore's spell, Lucius couldn't resist shouting from where he was sitting. What are you insinuating, boy? Pardon me, sir, it was never my intention to insinuate anything. I'll just state a few facts and let these good people make their own minds up. It's a documented fact that a person under the Imperious Curse remembers everything they did. With the number of crimes you committed, you don't appear very contrite to me. It is also a fact that I was the person who cut the strings that were making you Voldemort's puppet. I'm not looking for gratitude, but your son attacking me twice is a bit f***ing much. Harry's temper finally came out to play as he stared daggers at the senior blonde prick. Know this, Malfoy. Your son draws his wand on me again, I'll take him apart. Who are you to threaten the Malfoys? I'm the person who, while still a toddler, defeated the Dark Lord that had you completely in his control. I'm also the person who intends to see every Death Eater that willingly followed Voldemort brought to justice. Your friend Snape just pleaded guilty to avoid that fate. What are you gonna do about the taint on your name, Malfoy? Since your buddy Snape changed his plea, we seem to have a free seat in this courtroom right now. Step forward and clear your name. Prove to everyone in this courtroom those rumors about you being a murdering Death Eater are nothing but lies. Lucius stormed out the courtroom, Harry's "I didn't think so" ringing in his ears. One gesture from Amelia had been enough to stop her Aurors from interfering as the incident kicked off. They, like their boss, had stood ready as the entire scene played out. Now that it had, Amelia once more retook control. Harry, since the accused has changed his plea, there are no further questions for you to answer. You may return to your intended. The smile on her face as she said that disappeared the instant she turned to face Braithwaite. You, sir, will behave in a manner fitting to someone of your profession who is inside a courtroom. Otherwise you will soon find yourself in need of a litigator because I will have you arrested in a heartbeat. Do you understand? After being released by Albus, a beaten Braithwaite nodded his consent before shuffling back to his seat. The courtroom then waited as some shocked judges reached their verdict. Severus Snape was sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban, with 2 of them suspended and his behavior in the island prison determining whether or not he served them. Hermione meanwhile had Harry wrapped in her arms. Her mouth was right next to his ear as she whispered her fears. I can't lose you again. Albus gave them a moment before interrupting. You're intended, Harry. Harry slipped out of Hermione's hug, though you still couldn't fit a sheet of parchment between them. That wizard was looking down his nose at Hermione. Some in the crowd were sniggering at his remarks too. That was unacceptable. Hermione has protected me, it was my turn to do the same. Turning to his girlfriend, Harry gave Hermione his grade 1, "You love me anyway," smile. I suppose I really should have asked you first. And I would ask you to watch your language as you do so, Mr. Potter. They could both tell Professor McGonagall wasn't really angry with them, again though Harry attempted to protect Hermione. "I'm sorry, Professor, that's entirely my fault. Hermione is teaching me so many of her good habits, it would seem one of my bad ones had rubbed off on her." They were joined by Amelia, who had heard that part of the conversation. "Harry, I've also been known to use the odd curse word here and there. It's more a case of knowing when you can use it. I have a temper, Madam Bones. Cursing helps me release some of that anger without resorting to violence, or magic. Would you care to explain to me just what you said to Snape? I've never seen anyone change their mind so fast." "I'm sorry, Madam Bones, I can't. That information has been known to Professor Dumbledore since before I was born. If he hasn't mentioned it to you before now, then it's not something to worry about. I was actually more worried about your claims of seeing Death Eaters brought to justice. Just how were you intending to do that?" "By studying hard and becoming an Auror when I leave Hogwarts." Harry's answer had Amelia laughing, with even McGonagall breaking into a smile. "Sure you do, Harry. Just don't go into politics. Cornelius would be out of a job in no time. The minister would actually like to meet with you today, if that's all right with you and the professors. Would he be the one to ask about getting Hermione's house protected? Professor Dumbledore did something to my home many years ago that keeps my family safe. With Hermione now my intended, can we do something similar for the Grangers? Oh, this one really is a politician. The minister would certainly be able to grant you permission to do that. He would probably be quite pleased to help." "That's great. Madam Bones, is there anything else you think I should ask the minister for?" This time the stern Minerva McGonagall couldn't help herself, she burst out laughing. The Minister of Magic was left confused and bemused. Cornelius, only consolation being that he certainly wasn't the only one who got more than they bargained for when meeting Harry Potter for the first time. He was of course delighted to give permission for Dumbledore to erect wards around Miss Granger's property. He wasn't quite sure how he came to be signing underage use of magic licenses for both Harry and his intended. Cornelius couldn't dispute though that there were elements of their society who would wish both children harm, thus felt justified at his actions. That Albus and Amelia also signed those licenses meant they at least shared the blame, should the young couple use their exemptions to cause trouble. Cornelius had enough trouble of his own. After that latest humiliation today, he was sure Lucius would soon be back at his door with some scheme to clear the Malfoy name. Given that Lucius had now refused 2 chances to do that very thing, Cornelius would need to have a ready excuse for denying whatever Malfoy wanted. After witnessing what happened today, nothing less than a full trial under truth serum would stand any chance of seeing Lucius Malfoy being believed. He was so glad to have taken Albus' advice and had already started to publicly detach himself from the head of the Malfoy family. A cold shiver of fear ran through the minister at the thought he could have been sitting beside Lucius today, and therefore would have been tarnished purely by association. Cornelius intended to make sure that wouldn't happen by putting as much distance between him, his ministry, and Lucius Malfoy as possible. Harry was having his second experience of wizarding culture. The boy who lived in Albus Dumbledore flowing into the leaky cauldron caused quite a stir. Hermione was able to use her new exemption to spell all the soot and dust off herself and Harry, though, with everyone's attention focused on the 2 gentlemen she was with, there was no notice paid to that at all. Since, from an educational viewpoint, today was shot and tomorrow they boarded the express to London, Dumbledore offered to drop both of them off at Hermione's home. This would allow him to check the location and decide on the wards he intended to erect over the holidays. It would be a few hours yet though before Hermione's parents finished work, so Dumbledore had offered to take them to Diagon Alley and allow them to do some shopping. Watching a wide-eyed Harry as the arch opened up onto Diagon Alley was reward enough for Albus. Hermione took over the role of tour guide and, with her hand that wasn't wrapped in Harry's, pointed out the sights to her boyfriend, intended. She of course was waxing lyrically on the many wonderful old tomes held in Flourish and Blots. Her only regret was she didn't have enough space in her bedroom at home for all the books she wanted. A cough from behind reminded both Harry and Hermione they had an escort today. "Miss Granger, I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. As a young man I faced the exact same problem. I solved this by creating a library trunk for myself. On the outside it looks just like a normal trunk, but on the inside, let's just say it easily held all the books I had amassed. Since I have my own library at Hogwarts now, it would give me great pleasure in seeing it once more being used by someone who will appreciate it as much as I did. You never know, I might even leave a book or three in there as well." With a squeal of delight, Hermione acted like any other 12-year-old receiving a wonderful gift from her grandfather. She hugged Albus to within an inch of his life while spouting thank yous at speeds only matched by a machine gun. A smiling Harry then stated the obvious. "I take it we're hitting the bookstore then." "Oh yes, but first I want to get presents for my mum and dad. They would really appreciate something from the magical world." "Great idea, you can help me with that too." Grabbing Harry's hand, Hermione dragged him off in the direction of a shop she'd chosen. A smiling Albus followed on behind. He was a little sad that his chosen lifestyle had denied him the opportunity to have children and grandchildren of his own. That didn't mean he couldn't be a grandfather figure to these two though. Miss Granger's very presence here was a massive wake-up call that he had clearly made a complete balls of the situation. Every time he saw that young witch smile gave him hope this time he could get it right. That she was currently grinning from ear to ear made Albus feel better than he had for years. Minerva was perfectly capable of running Hogwarts while he indulged himself for a few hours in Diagon Alley. As long as he was back for the feast tonight, Minerva probably wouldn't even know he was still missing. The Range Rover pulled into the Grangers' driveway and Dan applied the brakes a touch sharper than he'd intended. As Emma felt the seatbelt tighten, she ignored the sensation in favor of concentrating on the same thing her husband was. There were lights on in their house when no one was home. Both their unasked questions were answered as their front door flew open and their beloved daughter rushed toward the car. This may have left the parents with a whole different set of unanswered questions, but those questions could wait a few moments. Emma had her seatbelt off and was out of the car before Hermione had reached them. Her arms soon locked around her growing girl for the first time in nearly 4 months. For a family that liked their hugs, that now felt like an absolute age. A pair of masculine arms wrapped both his girls up as the Granger family was complete once more. The icy December drizzle that was falling cut the family reunion short, and meant any questions would be kept for inside. Even although they now had a witch for a daughter, the Grangers were still a very practical family. Discussions were far better held sitting comfortably around a cozy fire, rather than standing outside in weather that couldn't make its mind up whether to be rain, sleet or snow. Taking a few seconds to ensure the car was locked and secure, Dan then took his daughter's offered arm. Emma had the other, as all three headed inside. The wide smile Hermione was sporting allayed any fears that, whatever the reason she was home early and unannounced, this was bad news. As a Tolkien fan, only this man's almost regal robes, and his lack of a staff, stopped Dan drawing the obvious comparisons. Hermione made the introductions, her parents' attentions quickly shifting focus to the young boy who'd practically gone unnoticed in Albus Dumbledore's colorful presence. Hermione introducing him as, "My Harry," instantly made this boy the center of attention for Daniel and Emma Granger. Hermione poured cups of tea as Dumbledore provided both parents with the explanation they were looking for. Dan and Emma listened intently and, while not pleased that their daughter ended up in a courtroom, they recognized that the school had done everything in their power to protect both children. It was when the headmaster mentioned erecting magical protection around their home that mental alarm bells started going off in both Grangers' minds. Emma just beat Dan in voicing her concerns. Is that really necessary? Sitting comfortably squished into a large chair with Hermione, and of course holding her hand, Harry had been studying her parents during their discussions with Dumbledore. Hermione said he had met them briefly in the last timeline but, having no memories of that, this was the first meeting for all three of them. Harry could instantly see the beautiful woman his Hermione would become sitting across from them. He knew Hermione as a 12-year-old, a 19-year-old and now had the early 30s version to confirm he was a lucky man. Emma seemed every inch as warm and loving as her daughter who Harry adored. Her father was a different case. That's not to say there was any animosity there. Harry just didn't know what to make of Dan. While he could easily expand his love for Hermione to include her mother, the only father figure Harry had ever known was his Uncle Vernon. Learning that all those memories were false had seriously affected Harry, leaving him with the problem of who and what he could trust. He didn't want that to affect his, and especially Hermione's, relationship with her parents. Harry decided it was time to speak up. "Ma'am, sir, those protections really are necessary, because of me. Something happened when I was a toddler that sees a large proportion of magical society treat me like a hero. It's the small section who hate me, and everything I appear to stand for, that make putting protections around Hermione's home a very good idea. My own home has had them since my parents were killed, and we didn't even know they were there. Squeezing Hermione's hand for courage, Harry pressed on. That litigator was making fun of Hermione today, insinuating she wasn't good enough for me, and I would soon find that out for myself. Nothing could be further from the truth, and I wasn't for letting him publicly insult her. I announced to the packed court that Hermione was my intended, and she didn't even give me any hassle about not asking her first. The two kids were now in a world of their own as Hermione reached up to touch his cheek. You've got a good few years before we get engaged, that will give you plenty of time to get asking me right by then. Like all fathers of daughters, Dan had often wondered how he would cope when Hermione eventually turned up with the inevitable boyfriend. None of those thoughts had ever come close to the situation he was now faced with. Looking at the messy-haired, bespectacled, skinny kid who was gazing into his little princess's eyes, Dan really could only react one way. Hermione experienced an initial surge of anger as her father burst into loud helpless laughter. That was before she felt Harry relax beside her, and noticed he was actually smiling. Emma was smiling too as she asked what was a friendly question. And when did this best friend become your boyfriend? Harry's still my best friend, Mum. He always will be. Emma's smile widened at that while Dan finally got his laughter under control. He was wiping tears from his eyes as he spoke to the kids. Sorry about that, Princess. You have to admit though, on the absurdity scale that has to be up there in the Monty Python bracket. Never mind the Spanish Inquisition, no one expects their daughter to have an intended just after they turn 12. The headmaster was pleased to see how accepting Miss Granger's parents were of the situation, though Albus had no idea what part a snake or those Spanish torturers played in it. Muggles were just so curious. These two bought some books, a few of them detailing with the position of being someone's intended. I'm afraid I need to return to Hogwarts for the leaving feast, but I will send a message to arrange a time for installing your wards. I will of course answer any further questions you have then. Saying his goodbyes, Albus stepped into the back garden and disapparated. As the four made their way back into the sitting room, Hermione had one more surprise for her parents. Mum, Dad, there's someone else we want you to meet. Dobby. The excitable little elf had never been happier in his life. Dobby had loved working for the Grangers in France, they had become his family. The only thing missing had been the person who granted Dobby his freedom, Harry Potter. Now they were all in the same house, Dobby's family was finally complete. His excitement at that was clearly palpable, he was bouncing on his feet. Dobby is really happy to meet the wonderful Hermione's parents. A snap of the elf's long fingers saw the cups and saucers disappear, being replaced with Emma's favorite latte, a glass of stout for Dan and pumpkin juice for Harry and Hermione. Dobby will have dinner on the table in an hour, and Dobby got these from Harry Potter's vault. Handing a small velvet-covered ring box to Harry, the little elf then popped away. The appearance of the ring box certainly moved this situation out of the laughing at category for Dan. That both kids couldn't take their eyes off each other solidified that opinion. Harry opened the ring box and Hermione gasped at what it held. A pair of solid silver rings that were obviously as ancient as they were beautiful. The smaller ring was the female of the pair, thinner and more decorative than its male counterpart, though both proudly displayed the Potter crest. As Harry slipped the correct ring on her finger, Hermione recited the words they had learned earlier from the book. While I wear this ring, I will consider no other. She then picked out Harry's ring and they repeated the procedure. The spark of magic that then passed between the two rings was visible even to the two watching Muggles. Both Harry and Hermione, leaning in for a gentle key, broke the enchantment the watching adults felt they were under. Neither Dan nor Emma doubted what they had just witnessed was anything less than magical. Okay, you two, we have a lot to talk about. That her mother was sitting down with her latte as she said that eased any fears Hermione had that this could go bad. She knew her parents would be concerned but, seeing no danger, would sit and talk it out. She and Harry would be answering a lot of questions, though it was a case of, so far so good, as far as the young couple were concerned. They also still had their secret weapon. Dobby would be making a meal that contained her mum and dad's favorites. Seeing their daughter very happy, and wonderful food appearing on the table should have them won over in no time. She knew the Dursleys would be a much harder nut to crack. For Harry, however, Hermione would give it everything she had. Lying in bed, Emma watched from behind her open book as Dan paced up and down their bedroom. She knew he was concerned and tried to ease his fears. "You were laughing about this whole thing, right up until those rings appeared. This book clearly states it's exactly as Hermione and Harry said. If they decide that being a couple is no longer what they want, all she has to do is take the ring off and hand it back." Seeing this hadn't settled her husband, Emma tried a different tactic. "I got my first ring from Billy Wright." This stopped Dan in his tracks, as she knew it would. "I was 6, he was 7, and we bought lucky bags from the little corner shop. Remember them? You paid your money and didn't know what you were going to get until you opened the paper bag. I got a black plastic spider along with the usual sweets in mine. Billy got a pink ring with a green stone, all genuine plastic too. We swapped, and didn't say any magical words. If I remember correctly, I woke up the next morning and my finger was a funny color. Mum made me take the ring off and throw it in the bin." Dan sat on the bed beside his wife, now playing along with her story. "And just what happened to this Billy character? Oh, Billy gave me my spider back." Her pa saw Dan's eyebrows raised. Emma then delivered the punchline. "He stuck it down the back of my dress. I didn't speak to him again after that." Seeing Dan's grin started her own. "There's the man I married. Now, tell me what's really worrying you." When Dan started voicing his fears, Emma just let him go to get it off his chest. "It's Hermione. We put a young girl onto that train back in September and now find ourselves with a young woman by December. Even her letters changed since that Halloween, ever since she hooked up with her best friend, boyfriend, intended. Hermione has always been mature for her age, but she seems to have pushed that concept to new limits. And then there's Harry." Pausing for a moment to arrange his thoughts, Dan then continued laying everything out to his wife. "The boy is like no other 11-year-old we've ever met. He's polite, courteous, has impeccable manners. Harry's obviously wealthy, that little servant of his mentioned getting those rings out of a vault, and that owl of his is the most gorgeous bird I've ever seen. What 11-year-old that you know of would use their money to buy their girlfriend books? We both know that with Hermione, books are better gifts than flowers, chocolates, or even jewelry. How does an 11-year-old boy figure that out? At 11, I hadn't even figured out what a girl was, far less the best way to treat them. I'm more concerned about this family of his, Dan. Harry is exactly as you describe him, so, apart from him being your daughter's intended, what's not to like about the lad? The whole, losing memory, thing concerns me too. It just seems too glib an excuse, except their headmaster confirmed every word of it. I remember Hermione mentioning this weird boy who lived thing before she left for Hogwarts. She'd worked out they would be in the same year group and hoped to meet him. It would seem she got her wish. Yeah, I completely forgot about the entire fame thing. Probably because Harry wants nothing to do with it. You forgot to mention something else, those two are totally besotted with each other. I may not have mentioned it, I certainly didn't forget about it. Dan, they are both here with us for the next 2 weeks. Let's just see how that goes before worrying ourselves into a couple of ulcers. They're 11 and 12, we've got at least a couple of years yet before we need to do that." Slipping into bed beside his wife, he kissed her on the cheek. "I always knew you were the smart one, I'm so glad Hermione takes after you. So, you married me because I was smart." A few more kisses followed as Dan confessed that was only one reason, there certainly were others. He then showed Emma exactly what those others were. It was two happy and satisfied Grangers who finally fell asleep. They would deal with their daughter and her intended a day at a time for now, watching and learning as they went along. Hermione was again reminded this version of Harry was different from the one she remembered. That Harry wouldn't have had a clue about buying clothes, this Harry had his own style and knew exactly what he wanted. Her mother had already arranged to take today off work, expecting to have to be picking Hermione up in King's Cross. Instead, they were getting Harry a new wardrobe, in record time too. So much so that, by the time Harry insisted on treating them both to lunch, his clothes shopping was done. Emma watched with concern at how close these two were, that concern though was balanced by the fact she'd never seen Hermione happier. When, during lunch, Harry mentioned needing to find presents for his family, Emma took that golden opportunity to ask a few questions about that particular subject that were troubling her. Harry's brows furrowed in concern as he tried to answer those questions as honestly as he could. "Emma, I'm sorry but I just don't know what you're asking. After the troll incident, Hermione and I were chatting and she noticed I was talking about my family differently. I had apparently told her a few things before the incident, and my opinions had now changed radically. That's why we asked you to send the letter. I needed to know." Hermione was of course right, and everything I remember about my family is wrong, except to me. A healer and Professor Dumbledore have examined me. There's nothing to be done except be thankful I escaped with nothing worse than wonky memories. I have a slight confession to make though. I was Hermione's boyfriend before Halloween. She was the only person at Hogwarts I remembered. She has been my everything since. That they were a couple before Halloween was not a startling revelation to the concerned mother. The extent of Harry's injury that night was. Rather than easing Emma's fears over Harry's memory loss, it gave her some brand new ones. She focused her attention on Hermione. "Could you please describe this troll to me? It was about 12 feet tall, a ton of muscle with a very small brain. It had me trapped in that toilet and was closing in. That was until Harry arrived. He tried to distract it and, when that didn't work, ran and jumped onto its back. He had both arms locked around its neck as that creature went crazy, trying to fling him off." Harry's hands soon covered Hermione's, their rings glinting in the restaurant's subtle lighting. Harry was speaking to both Granger ladies, though knew each would take different meanings from his words. "Hermione blames herself for what happened to me, but it was my choice. I would make the exact same choice again in a heartbeat. Your daughter really does mean everything to me." Her daughter's smile at that affected Emma nearly as much as it did Harry. She still needed to ask questions though. "Where does that leave you, Harry?" "Well, staying with you for Christmas, and I'm hoping for part of the summer too." This made Emma smile. "We just met yesterday but already I feel confident in saying you can stay with us anytime." "That wasn't what I meant though, and I'm also sure you two knew that too." Hearing that news really pleased Hermione. "Thanks Mum, and yes, we both knew that. Harry's determined to connect with his family, and I'm determined to help. Oh dear, this is going to sound terrible but I need to ask. Will that be safe? Just how bad was the situation with your family?" Harry's smile washed away her worries that she'd offended him. "You're a concerned parent, of course you have to ask. There is nothing to worry about though. Nothing will happen to Hermione. We both have our wands and Dobby will be keeping a close watch on the situation. He won't let any harm come to us, and could have us both out of there in the blink of an eye." Having seen the little elf in action, a wonderful dinner appearing on their table last night and then Harry's packages disappearing today when no one was looking, Emma was now a lot happier about the situation. "Dan and I will of course come with you too, if you want us to." "Thanks for offering, Emma, and maybe another time. I wanted to go alone for my first visit. But I wasn't standing for that. We'll be fine, Mum, as long as I can hold my temper. I'm warning you now, Harry, I will not stand there quietly if they start belittling you. Nor me you. As you can see, Emma, we'll be fine." After having his eyes tested, Harry paid extra to have his contacts ready before the Christmas break. They would now be available next day, Christmas Eve, so Harry was very happy with that. He would be delighted to lose the horrible glasses. After getting his hair cut, Harry began to feel more like himself. He noticed though this seemed to negatively affect Hermione's mood, so Harry quietly asked her about it first chance he got. Seeing her mother was looking at something the other side of the store aisle, Hermione thought it was safe to talk. "With your haircut, new clothes and contacts, you're going to look just like the young man who approached me in the uni bar. The only problem is, I look nothing like the girl you approached." Harry leaned forward and gently kissed her lips, ending her rant and worries. "It's you I love, Hermione, not any specific part. The hair you think is bushy, the front teeth you think are too big, things like that don't matter to me. You being the person you are, my Hermione, that's what counts." It was Hermione who now kissed Harry, only to find her smiling mother standing behind her. "Is there any more shopping we need to do, or is it time to go home?" "Just one more thing, and I was going to ask for your help with this. I want to buy some perfume for my Aunt Petunia. I just don't have a clue about things like that." Emma had heard what Harry had just said to her daughter. As far as she was concerned, this boy had just earned himself any help she could give. The three of them headed off to the perfume counter. After having his contacts fitted on Christmas Eve, the plan was for Harry and Hermione to then visit Little Whinging, with Dobby providing the transport. Dan though put his foot down, insisting he and Emma would pick both of them up to head for home after they finished with their last patient. They weren't necessarily attempting to engineer a meeting with the Dursleys, rather just let these people know there was adult support behind both kids, and at approximately what time that support would arrive. Their elven friend dropped the young couple on the outskirts of the estate that contained Privet Drive, leaving Harry and Hermione with about a 5-minute walk. Snow was lightly falling, lending a festive atmosphere as all the houses were decorated and lit for Christmas. Harry though wasn't feeling the festive spirit, Hermione could feel him shaking through their clasped hands. "Harry, I won't be moving from your side today. I know, it's not that I'm worried about. I'm assuming you're the same as me, in that every time you look in the mirror you don't see yourself. It's getting less and less of a shock as I get used to my new appearance as an 11-year-old, this time though I'm going through the mirror again. This time it won't be a totally strange environment, like Hogwarts. This is supposed to be my home, my family. I'm dreading what I'm going to find, but I need to know." Harry stopped talking as they had now entered Privet Drive. The door of number 4 was looming large. Wondering who was at the door, and knowing her two boys wouldn't move from their television program to find out, Petunia headed down what she rather pretentiously called their entrance hall. She opened the door to find two lovely children standing there. Both were well dressed and it was easy to see they took a pride in their appearance, something she was always trying to instill into Dudley. "Yes, dears, can I help you?" Petunia then almost fainted on the spot, recognizing the voice before the boy it came from. "Hello, Aunt Petunia. We dropped by with some gifts, and to wish everyone a Merry Christmas." "Oh, sorry, where are my manners? This is Hermione Granger, my best friend and whose family I'm currently staying with." Hermione managed a, "Pleased to meet you, ma'am," in a sweet voice, a not inconsiderable task considering inside she was raging. It was like a switch being flicked with this woman the instant she recognized her nephew. Hermione wondered if they were actually going to make it inside the house. Realizing she couldn't have a scene on the doorstep for the neighbors to witness, Petunia moved to allow them access. "You'd better come in then. How did you get here?" "We got the bus, but my parents are picking us up after they finish work. With it being Christmas Eve, they're finishing early and will be here about 3:30. We intended to be here a little earlier, but Harry's appointment at the optician's overran, making us late." Since it was now just after 2, Petunia was thinking at least they wouldn't have to suffer them for long. "What do your parents do?" Hermione was it. "My parents have their own dental practice, both are dentists. Harry gave them your number in case some emergency turns up and delays them. I hope you don't mind." It was actually possible for the two kids to see the cogs whirling behind Petunia's eyes as her brain shifted gears. "Your parents are dentists. Don't you go to the same school as him?" Harry. Hermione felt her intendeds wince at that comment. Keeping her smile in place was a Herculean effort. "Of course we do, that's how we met." Harry was being led through the house he grew up in by the woman who was the nearest thing to a mother he had, yet he felt as if he was in some horrible nightmare. Nothing was the same, and none of it was different in a good way. His aunt's greeting was as cold as the winter weather and his home displayed not one trace of him. Pictures of Dudley were everywhere, and Harry didn't appear in any of them. He was clinging to Hermione's hand like it was his anchor in this emotional storm that threatened to overwhelm him. Hermione stuck to Harry's side as if glued there. Returning to the house she hadn't set foot in for years, and then seeing her own parents being younger, was strange enough. She couldn't even begin to imagine how bad this must be for Harry, and it was just about to get a lot worse. While the telly was easily loud enough to mask their entrance, Harry's uncle managed to bellow over its volume without any trouble at his first sight of his nephew. "What are you doing here, boy? We thought we might have gotten rid of you for good. Don't tell me those people you were staying with threw you out. Not that I blame them, but you are not staying here. I won't have you ruining our Christmas." Harry was leaning into Hermione for support as the verbal blows kept coming, something Dudley was quick to pick up on. "Hey, Dad, the freak's got himself a girlfriend." That was a step too far for Hermione. She sprang to Harry's defense. Who are you calling a freak? Have you looked in the mirror lately? I'll knock those big teeth right down your... Dudley couldn't say any more as he was confronted by a very angry Harry Potter, a Harry Potter who was glowing with magic. Harry was also making the house shake and the lights blink. Don't even think about it, Dud. She could swat you like a bug, but I won't allow it to reach that stage. Harry, love, you need to calm down. You're only seconds away from blasting out all the windows. Just leave the presents you brought and we'll wait outside for my mum and dad. It will be warmer out there anyway, at least warmer than the welcome we received here. Wish them a Merry Christmas and we're gone. The girl had said the magic word as far as Dudley was concerned, everything else was forgotten instantly. Presents, Potter brought us presents. The walrus though wasn't so easily appeased. I hope these presents weren't bought in some freak shop. Turning her ire onto the large man, Hermione let him have it too. I don't know what you consider to be a freak shop, but Harry bought everything in Harrods. Drop the bag and let's go, Harry. You will be going nowhere, except to sit down and have a cup of tea while we wait for Hermione's parents. Petunia then faced down her husband and son. You two sit there and watch the telly, they'll be gone in an hour or so. Hermione tugged Harry's hand to follow his aunt. He dropped the bag he'd held in his other hand and staggered on like a zombie. His emotions were all over the place, the shock of getting ready to flatten the boy he thought of as his brother, just the latest to leave him numb inside. Sitting at that kitchen table while his aunt made tea felt so normal yet utterly alien at the same time. An excited Dudley bursting in just added to the normality and alienness of the entire situation. Mum, Potter got me a Sega Game Gear, and 3 games. Dad got gold cufflinks and you got some smelly stuff. That's nice, diddums. At that Dudley raced back out, obviously to go and play with his new gift. Hermione was appalled. Dudley had unwrapped all 3 presents, then appeared in Harry's presence and didn't even say thank you. Not only that, his mother made no attempt to reprimand her son, or at least remind him of his manners. Petunia was actually too busy congratulating herself for not being the talk of the street. These 2 children standing out in the snow while waiting on being collected would surely have been noticed. It was Christmas Eve too. That they chose to spend so long standing out there, rather than be in this house, would certainly have had the girls' parents knocking on their door to discover the reason why. No, Petunia would keep them in here drinking tea, she might even offer up the biscuit tin. It was also an opportunity to get the girl talking, and find out just what kind of people her parents were. That 2 dentists were saddled with a witch for a daughter was a tragedy, she wondered how they coped. Here was her chance to find out. Are you the first person with, in your family, Hermione? Thinking seeing her and his aunt chatting might have Harry relaxing a little, Hermione tried to be sociable. Oh yes, quite the shock for my mum and dad. It was explained to us however that I would need to go to our school to learn to control it, that doesn't mean we have to stay there forever. Petunia well remembered her sister leaving for that school. Lily was never the same again, and when home couldn't wait to get back there. This girl seemed to have different ideas, and apparently her nephew was being counted in as part of everything Hermione had planned. She wanted to hear this different point of view, and not just out of nosiness. What do you mean? I thought once you were in, that was it. Can you change, switch it off? You can't switch it off, but you can choose to live what we would all consider a normal life. We need to stay at our school until the end of our 5th year. Once you've sat those exams, that's you qualified to leave. If we can keep up with our normal coursework, we should still be able to sit our A-levels and think about university. Harry. University. Harry is very smart, easily smart enough for university. Harry and I are the top 2 students in our year. Must be a small year. Was shouted from the living room, then accompanied by loud laughter. Hermione hadn't even noticed the volume on the TV had been lowered. Petunia turned her attention to her nephew. And what do you think about this? Harry stared into the face that he remembered looking lovingly back at him, and he didn't recognize his Aunt Petunia. This version was broadcasting by her very demeanor that she didn't think he was good enough to go to university, she didn't think he was good enough for anything. I think I'm gonna be sick. With that, Harry shot out of his seat, Hermione hot on his heels. He made the downstairs loo before regurgitating everything he'd eaten in the last fortnight, or at least that's how it felt. Harry had his head in the bowl while Petunia was shouting that, if he made a mess, he'd be cleaning it up. If Hermione wasn't so concerned for Harry, she would probably have scalped the uncaring ch for that. The downstairs loo was tiny, and also had 2 people already occupying it. That was why Dobby appeared standing in the wash-hand basin, a potion to settle Harry's stomach in one hand and a glass of iced water in the other. Hermione quickly took them both, not wanting their little friend to be seen. Harry knocked back the potion before sipping on the water. "Sorry for dragging you into this." She smiled back at him. "If I remember rightly, it was me who dragged you into this. You didn't need to do much dragging, I would have followed you anywhere. Are you two finished in there yet? Spray some air freshener, you know where I keep it." In an act of defiance that made Harry grin, Hermione whipped her wand out and, a few spells later, the loo was not only pine fresh but spotless. They headed back to the kitchen where Harry apologized. Vernon could be heard muttering loudly about good food wasted on people not worthy of it. Petunia tried to turn the conversation around to summer, and specifically what Harry would be doing, or where he'd be staying. Having a good read on these people now, Hermione decided on a little payback. "My mum's already said Harry can stay with us anytime. Then again, he took us both shopping in London yesterday, and also insisted on paying for lunch in a very nice restaurant. We usually go on holiday for a month at the summer. Harry will definitely be coming with us. It might be the south of France or Spain, though my dad keeps talking about trying Tuscany." Vernon could be heard muttering again, this time about bloody foreigners. Before the car horn brought relief to everyone, the Grangers were early. Jealousy was again on the menu as Vernon, looking out the window, asked if that was a company car her father was driving, giving Hermione another opportunity to rub their stuck-up noses, especially the one with a dead rat under it, in their own jealous bile. "My mum and dad are both dentists, and also run their own practice. I don't know if their car is a business expense or not, I just always remember my dad having a Range Rover. Come on Harry, we're going to buy our tree, it's a family tradition." Hermione glancing over at the Dursleys, pathetic purple plastic one saw a stung Petunia defend her sterile supposed spruce. "I wouldn't have a real tree in my house, you never know what you're bringing in with it." Slipping her arm around Harry's waist, Hermione made sure they knew she wasn't talking about trees. "Oh, they're fabulous. You don't know what you're missing." She was leading Harry toward the waiting car when they both heard Dudley whining behind them. "How come Potter gets to go on holiday abroad, and for a month? That's not fair, I want to go too." Only Harry heard Hermione mutter, "Over my dead body," as she opened the car door and pushed him in, sliding in herself right behind her intended. As they drove away, Dan was going to make a joke about the car having more than one door when a glance in the mirror at Hermione's face told him this wasn't the time. "As bad as that, Princess?" "No, Dad, worse. That she didn't react to his princess jibe told both parents just how bad it was." Hermione had Harry wrapped in her arms, his silent sobs were still visible to Emma and Dan. "They didn't get physical or anything, did they?" The sarcastic laugh from Hermione answered Emma's question before she spoke. "Dudley made some threatening noises in my direction, Harry nearly pulled the house down around their ears. My Harry is a very powerful wizard, the Dursleys caught a glimpse of that today. It should have scared the hell out of them, but they are too stupid to understand what they witnessed. How my Harry grew up to be such a fine person while living there is a total mystery." Hermione's jacket was open, they hadn't even been invited to take them off by the Dursleys, and she could feel Harry's tears soaking through her jumper. His face was buried there so no one would see him cry. Each tear he shed just added to Hermione's anger though was not what was needed here. She proved this when her father asked, "What happens now? They are Harry's family, that will be up to him. One thing is for certain, he won't be setting foot inside that house without me by his side." Harry woke as he'd like to wake every single day for the rest of his life, wrapped lovingly in Hermione's arms. "Hey, good to have you back with us." "Sorry, Shush, you have nothing to be sorry about. The short time we were there was enough to nearly drive me nuts, it must have been 100 times worse for you. I felt as if I'd walked into that old horror movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Those weren't the family I remember having." This actually drew a giggle from Hermione. "Sorry, Harry. I was just imagining the size of pods that would have been needed for your cousin and uncle." This drew a slight grin from Harry, before he realized where they were. They were snuggled in the back seat of the car, a car that was parked in the Grangers' driveway. How long have we been here? We arrived home only minutes ago. Mom and Dad left me to wake you. Did you just forget about a tree? No, I let those two big kids who were sitting in front pick our tree. Dad had only to get it around the side of the car where it couldn't be seen and Dobby popped it away. You have serious competition there. My parents like Dobby nearly as much as they do you. I'm just glad to be welcome somewhere. I certainly wasn't welcome at Privet Drive. I really don't know what to do next. Don't worry, I do. We enjoy our Christmas together, then I need to sit with you and spill all my secrets. We'll deal with the Dursley problem then, along with all the others that talk throws up, but not until after Christmas. A quick key, and Hermione had them heading inside, there to find her mum and dad standing drinking hot chocolate while admiring the beautiful tree. You've dressed the tree already. Dobby had it decorated before we came home. Your little friend is incredible, Harry. Thanks, Dan, and sorry about earlier. Emma cut him right off. Harry, we have only a vague idea of how painful that was for you, no apology is needed for us. I'm more pleased than I can say that you trusted Hermione enough to take her in there with you, but remember, Dan and I are here for you too. I think that school of yours should be doing a lot more to help you with this. They caused the problem, and then you were left to deal with it on your own. That's just not right. Thinking quickly, Harry closed that line of enquiry down. This was certainly not Hogwarts' fault, and he didn't want anyone there knowing about it. I haven't mentioned this to the school, I have my reasons. You may have heard I'm something of a celebrity in the magical world, there are even books written about my supposed life. Not having read them, I'm led to believe I had a wonderful childhood. They're pure fiction, nowhere do they mention having a family that doesn't want me and calls me a freak. If that got out, the Dursleys would be toast. Dan's growl that it would serve them right saw Harry shake his head. That would throw the question of my guardianship up in the air. There are powerful people who would actually like that. For all their faults, the Dursleys will let me live my own life, especially if they don't have to be a part of it. There are certain sections of magical society that will strongly object to Hermione and I being together. Even though their views on things like that are repulsive to me, they are mostly still considered respectable members of the community. Should someone like that gain guardianship of me, some of their laws are quite draconian. They could force Hermione and I apart until I'm 17, even broker a betrothal contract with the right type of witch, for me. I'll deal with the Dursleys any day of the week, rather than chance that happening. Dobby appeared to take the young couple's jackets, and provide 2 mugs of his wonderful hot chocolate, so the discussion moved to the couches. Dan was clearly unhappy, and didn't care who knew it. Betrothal contracts. Right type of witch. These people do know we're not living in the Victorian era any longer, don't they? And this is the world we let our daughter enter. That McGonagall woman never mentioned any this. Dad, it's not all bad news. Hermione then tried the same spiel that she'd run past Petunia earlier, leaving Hogwarts after 5th year and considering university. This just seemed to make her father even angrier. Hermione, you just had your 12th birthday a few months ago, yet you sit there with your intended and are talking about university. What have they done to you? Where's the little girl I put on a train back in September? A shocked and tearful Hermione looked to Harry for advice. He soon gave it. Your mum and dad can see something is wrong, they have also offered to help. You witnessed what happened when I met my family, this can't be allowed to screw up your relationship with your parents. They're good people, Hermione, and have been wonderful to me. Like you though, they're far too smart not to pick up on what's going on. Nodding, Hermione called for Dobby. Saying it was a family meeting saw their little friend sit cross-legged on the floor. Mum, Dad, what I'm going to tell you will seem nuts. Nevertheless, it's the truth. Please let me finish before you bombard me with questions, I'll answer all of them that I can later. I can't go too much into specifics about some things because that knowledge would be dangerous for you to have, I promise, though I won't lie to you. Seeing those shocked looks, Hermione pressed on before she lost her nerve. We celebrated my last birthday in a little restaurant just outside Nice, about a 15-minute drive from where we were living. I wondered why we didn't just let Dobby cook for us. I soon found out. One of Mum's friends was there, along with her single, 20-year-old law student of a son. Neither mother nor son were very happy that I point-blank ignored his advances, and that evening I had the worst fight I've ever had with my mother. It wasn't a very happy 19th birthday. She took a sip of her hot chocolate and then smiled at Dobby, remembering that he had brought her the same drink that night as she lay crying on her bed. The reason we were living in France, and also why I wasn't interested in anyone trying to find me a boyfriend, is sitting right beside me. I've been in love with Harry Potter for over 7 years and no one was going to take him away from me. A cuddle from her intended settled Hermione for the worst part of her story. The reason Harry wasn't there, and why we were living in France, was the Dark Lord had returned. Harry was there when it happened, and it cost another student from Hogwarts their life, but no one wanted to hear that terrible news. The magical government put him on trial with some manufactured charges. Harry, being Harry, called them a load of cowardly bastards who could all go and F.K. themselves. Rather than accept his sound and sensible advice, they royally screwed him over. Dad, do you remember what McGonagall said would happen if we decided I didn't want to go to Hogwarts? With a growing sense of dread, Dan repeated the sentence that had horrified him at the time. Actually, it still did. She said we would have our memories altered to forget all about magic, and you would have your magic bound. That's exactly what they did to Harry. He wasn't with me because he didn't even know who I was. They took him away just before I turned 16. Things in magical Britain started going downhill fast after Harry Potter's supposed trial. Professor Dumbledore was training me for what I needed to do, and also got you both out the country and settled in the south of France. I finished my 5th year at Hogwarts and then joined you. Professor Dumbledore was murdered soon after that. Harry was safe for now in our world while the magical one was torn apart. It took me another 2.5 years to figure out exactly what I needed to do. When Voldemort really started looking for Harry, though, I was all out of time. Time? You built a time machine. No, Dad, and there was no DeLorean involved. I'm a witch. I used my magic in a very specific ritual to throw both our spirits back in time. You and Mum knew what I intended to attempt, and just how dangerous it was. That was why Mum was trying to set me up with someone else, hoping I would change my mind. That just wasn't an option. We had a very tearful goodbye at Nice Airport, and you have no idea how pleased I was to see you both again. Harry's magic has returned with a vengeance, but his memories are those the Ministry gave him. What's particularly hurtful are his memories of growing up in a loving household with the Dursleys. The Ministry obviously had to wipe their memories of magic too. Hermione was snuggling into Harry by this point and decided to finish it here. Dad, Mum, it was never my intention to try and deceive you. Your future selves knew exactly what I was planning, and tried your best to support my choices. At that time you had only met Harry once, and that was briefly. All your objections were based on the fact that what I was planning was, in your opinion, way too dangerous for your daughter to be attempting. A couple of astonished parents shared a glance before focusing on Harry, obviously wanting to hear his side of this. I was a first-year veterinary student when I met this absolutely stunning young woman, ironically just before Christmas. For me it was like love at first sight. That troubled me because I'm not really like that. Hermione explaining that we had been best friends since I was 11 actually made more sense, in the strangest possible way. She knows I didn't really buy into the Back to the Future thing. I was willing to cut my new girlfriend all the slack I could, though. I was already thinking about introducing her to my family, and meeting hers. I knew in my heart of hearts she was the one, and she still is. My life has since changed beyond all recognition. Your daughter is the one thing that still keeps me going. Everyone recognized it was now question time. Dan intended to start off gently and build up to the big stuff. Like Harry, hearing their explanations made some sense to Dan, again in the strangest possible way. These two simply couldn't be 11 and 12. You mentioned Dobby was with us in France. Is he in on this too? Dobby is my friend, my family, the brother I never had. Without him, we wouldn't be sitting here. While performing the ritual, Harry and I were attacked. Dobby dealt with the attackers but found himself dragged back in time too, and, while we didn't know that was possible, all three of us couldn't be any happier about that. In the original timeline, Dobby was a South Avenue to a family that treated him worse than an animal. Harry freed him and these two have been great friends ever since. Dobby counts any friend of Harry's as a friend of his too. That's the reason he was with us in France. The little elf was almost glowing with pride and happiness. It was a measure of how comfortable Dobby was in this company that he felt able to speak about the situation. Dobby has his whole family together for the first time ever. This makes Dobby a very happy house elf. House elves is allowed to protect their families. Dobby will protect his family. This saw Emma wade right into the discussion. All this talk of danger and protection, just how much danger are we in? Apparently moving to the south of France took us out of that danger the last time. What's to stop us doing the same again? That would be me. All eyes were now on Harry again as he tried to explain that comment. Hermione told me this psycho is determined to kill me, and a little thing like the English Channel isn't going to put him off. You were safe in France the last time because I wasn't with you. And Dobby and I didn't travel back in time to then leave Harry behind. This is one of the times you're going to have to trust my judgment. Trust me though that I didn't go through 3.5 years worth of very taxing work and tons of trouble to lose my Harry now. Harry and I both agreed. First sign of things getting as bad as they were before and we're all out of the country. You've both talked about Australia in the past, or was that in the future? That's the kind of move we might have to make, right round to the other side of the world from Britain. Hermione is teaching me magic so I can defend myself against any attack. Neither of us has any intention of going looking for trouble, and Dobby keeps an eye on us so that any trouble heading our way doesn't catch us unawares. Who else knows about this, that you two came back in time? Only Professor Dumbledore, Dad, and he doesn't know any details. He's a master at a technique that can pick thoughts right out your head. His future self taught me how to shield against that, and then made me take an oath not to tell his past self specific information. When the professor tried to read my thoughts, he not only found them shielded but recognized who taught me. I think that really scared him, that things must have gotten so bad he would help me learn how to travel back in time. It really was a desperate measure, a real last resort shot in the dark. This Professor Dumbledore is now a changed man, and he's also helping make the future a brighter one. Questions and answers were then batted around for the next couple of hours, Dobby popping away and returning with some snacks. No one felt like sitting down to dinner tonight. Hermione was relieved her parents appeared to be accepting their story, and also that they couldn't be told certain things for fear of that information reaching others. Knowing she had absolutely no interest in football, her father had told her what to say if this situation ever came about. Dad, Leeds United signed some Frenchman, Eric Cantona, and then go on to win the league. I've no idea if that's true, or whether your future self was playing some prank on me. Knowing his daughter's absolute indifference to his beloved football, he had to accept he did indeed give her that message to pass on. Accepting these two were indeed time travelers, Dan then focused his attention and questions on a different area. I'd like to know exactly what your relationship is now, and please be honest with us. Honesty was exactly what Dan got from Harry. I'm an 18-year-old man in an 11-year-old body. Even saying that out loud seems weird and rather creepy, far less having to live with it every day. Hermione had trouble even keying me because it felt to her like she was taking advantage of some kid. That is the total extent of our physical relationship at the moment, and neither of us can see that changing for the foreseeable future. This appeared to please both parents, so Harry pushed the honesty further. While Hermione was teaching me how to protect my mind, she would sneak into my 4-poster bed. We would spend a couple of hours late at night working on that before snuggling in together, both of us of course in our pajamas. Dobby would then pop her back to her own bed in the morning. I fully intend to marry your daughter. Our journey down that road will of course be tempered by the ages of our bodies, rather than our minds. We're in no hurry though, we'll have the rest of our lives to spend together. Hermione keyed his cheek at that while Dan seemed to give that answer careful consideration before nodding his head and rising from the couch. He offered Harry his hand. Welcome to the family, Harry. After the reception he'd received in his own home earlier, Harry felt himself choking up. At the meaning behind Dan's gesture. Emma then hugging him with the same sentiment had his eyes welling up. Dan then offering Dobby his hand, and also welcoming the little guy to their family saw those wells overflowing. Emma then hugging Dobby too meant Harry wasn't the only one with a few tears on his cheeks. Harry lying in bed wide awake had nothing to do with it being Christmas Eve, he'd just had quite the day. Hermione entering his room was a surprise, her pulling back the covers and slipping in beside him was a shock, though a very welcome one. Snuggling in, Hermione offered something of an explanation. "I've just had one of the most surreal conversations of my life. Considering some of the ones we've had recently, even counting those earlier today, that's really saying something." Keying the top of her head, Harry held her and encouraged the telling of her story. "Mum just tried to apologize to me about an argument we haven't had yet, nor will ever have. She didn't want me, or you, thinking she didn't like my choice of intended. She and Dad both think we're well suited, though are still understandably weirded out by the age thing. Love, we've had a couple of months of dealing with this and it still occasionally catches us out. Not that I'm complaining, but what are you doing in bed with me? If I've just got your parents' approval, I don't want to blow it right away." Snuggling in further and getting comfortable, Hermione signaled she wasn't going anywhere. "Mum and Dad now recognize what a horrendous day you just had, and feel as if they've just added to it with all their questions tonight. She said I could snuggle in with you, providing that was all we did. I think I may have shocked her by saying we didn't have the bodies to do anything else. I certainly never dropped the word, yet, anywhere in that conversation." Finally beginning to relax, Harry started to snuggle in too. His mumbled, "Best Christmas present ever," saw Hermione fall asleep with a grin on her face. Ron Weasley woke on Christmas morning to silence, not something he was accustomed to. This was his first Christmas away from home, and also his first without his parents' presence. His mum and dad had taken his young sister to visit their dragon-handling brother in Romania, where they would all be spending the entire holidays. With all his dorm mates away home for the Christmas holidays too, he had the entire dorm to himself. This resulted in the unusual silence, not something Ron was familiar with, either in Hogwarts or at the Burrow. He had hoped Harry would be staying in Hogwarts too, instead both he and Granger had left the day before the Express. Ron didn't even get a chance to wish him a Merry Christmas, and hopefully start to rebuild their once strong friendship. Ever since Granger got her hooks into Harry at Halloween, he was like a different person, a person who didn't need Ron Weasley in his life. After having basked in the notoriety of being the boy who lived's best friend for 2 months, to have that snatched away from him in an instant was hard to take. What was even harder to take was his once best friend claiming he had no memories of those 2 months, or that close friendship they'd shared. Now Harry and Hermione were certainly a package deal. Yesterday's prophet announcing she was his intended made the entire country aware of that. Harry had appeared to go out of his way since Halloween to make new friends. Ron was sure that certainly helped see this unbelievable news almost casually gain acceptance amongst their peers. Then again, most students' attentions were held by the fact Snape had changed his plea to guilty, and was therefore heading for Azkaban, ending once and for all any possibility of him ever returning to Hogwarts as a professor. Having to ask his twin brothers for advice on anything was always going to be fraught with danger, their reputations for making mischief being well earned. Ron didn't see any other options open to him though. Fred and George were certainly people both Harry and his new intended counted as friends. He would need to ask the twins how they managed it. That would be for later since there were currently gifts to open. Ignoring what he guessed by shape and feel was another Weasley jumper, Ron made straight for those packages that might contain sweets or cakes. Draco Malfoy was another first-year student who wasn't having the Christmas he'd imagined, and again Harry Potter was at the center of his troubles. The Malfoy Christmas ball was normally the highlight of the British magical social calendar, but not this year. For the first time ever, owls had been busy delivering scroll after scroll offering invited guests apologies that they wouldn't be able to attend. There had usually been the odd one or two, neither family emergencies nor ill health being unavoidable, even at Christmas. This year however over half of those invited were not going to be attending. The scroll from the Minister of Magic, citing the lame excuse of a previous engagement, really had his father swearing. All three Malfoys knew that, in previous years, it would be the other engagement that would be receiving the excuse scroll. That the minister was suggesting there actually was another engagement worthy of his attendance tonight really brought home just how far their star had waned. The Malfoy annual Christmas ball was usually such a success, with everyone who was anyone attending, no one would dare run another ball on the same evening. It wouldn't be until later tonight they would discover just where all their missing guests had gone. Severus was spending his first, and hopefully last, Christmas as a guest in Azkaban. While he wasn't being held in the high-security wing, this level was easily bad enough for the potion's master. He would keep his head down and strive to become a model prisoner. There was no way he wanted to spend an additional 2 years in this place. Severus was still trying to get over the shock of being betrayed, both back in Hogwarts and again in that courtroom. Dumbledore had effectively ended his career then. When Severus had tried to defend himself at the school board meeting, the headmaster played the Potter card to have him arrested. The sly old bastard even took it a step further, completing his betrayal in the most public fashion possible. As far as Severus was aware, only 3 people knew of the prophecy made that night. Dumbledore, himself and the Dark Lord. That Dumbledore must have told Potter the prophecy was a shock that changed everything. Sitting in that courtroom, he couldn't take the chance that the old wizard hadn't told the Potter brat exactly how the Dark Lord came to know that prophecy. Staring into Potter's eyes in that courtroom, Severus couldn't get a read on the brat, other than that he meant business. Knowing full well the boy who lived claiming Severus Snape was accomplice in the murder of his parents would mean an up-close and personal visit from a Dementor, he was backed into a corner and left with no other option but to change his plea to guilty. The fact that he was guilty, and guilty of both crimes, didn't seem to register with Severus. His anger was focused on Dumbledore's betrayals, and of course the hated Potter brat. Apart from his obvious skills, there was one other thing Severus was exceptionally good at: holding a grudge. Since he still had another 363 days left to spend in this shithole, Severus was sure he had plenty of time to figure out how to get even with both Dumbledore and Potter. Albus received the usual haul of books as Christmas presents from his friends, however there were a couple of packages that surprised him. A gift from Harry, though still books, certainly accomplished that. It wasn't the fact that they were Muggle books that was surprising, but rather the apparent subject matter of those books. Glancing at the 3 books that obviously made up the set, he was struck by an image on the cover that appeared very similar to his own. Not only that, this image, which contained a powerful sorcerer with a long white beard, was completed by a young boy in the background. His interest piqued, Albus would be sure to make time and read the first in the trilogy, The Fellowship of the Ring, over the holidays. The other package that surprised him was from Miss Granger, a dozen pair of warm woolly socks. That these socks were also made from wools that had been dyed every color of the rainbow just endeared Albus all the more to them. He hoped the young couple liked their gifts from him as much as Albus appreciated theirs. Wearing his housecoat over his pajamas, Harry waited on Hermione collecting her own from her bedroom before they both headed down the stairs. Dan and Emma were there to greet them, and all 4 decided breakfast would come before presents. The happy and relaxed atmosphere around the table was what Harry's memories were telling him his Christmases usually were. After visiting Privet Drive yesterday, he now knew that was not the case. Hermione, however, seemed to read his mind, even without having to resort to entering it. All your memories will be real from here on in, and I promise you to try and make those memories as good as I can. With Harry's mood now saved from crashing, Hermione led them through to the living room, where the tree and presents were waiting. There was much laughter, ohing and awing over the gifts everyone received. Hermione couldn't help but smile as Harry opened a plain parcel and found a shimmering cloak inside. The message says this belonged to my father, but not who sent it. It's very nice, but not really my style. I can't see me wearing it. At that, Hermione buckled with laughter, urging Harry to put it on so everyone would be in on the joke. Unlike Hermione though, none of the other 3 were laughing as Harry's disembodied head appeared to float in midair. Once he pulled the hood up and disappeared completely, Emma quickly stood and walked forward with her hands searchingly out. Watching her find and then hug an invisible Harry left the grin on Hermione's face in danger of becoming a permanent fixture. He's still here, just invisible. Pulling his hood down, a puzzled Harry asked Emma what he considered a stupid question. Where did you think I had gone? I just saw you vanish right in front of my eyes and was suddenly worried. I didn't know if you'd left us. You've just joined our family and we certainly want you to stay. Seeing his wife and Harry moved by what happened, Dan tried to lighten the conversation. Will that cloak work on anyone? I mean, do you have to be magical? The magic's in the cloak, Dad. I'm sure Harry will let you try it on. Harry duly handed over the cloak, then Dan duly disappeared. Hey, didn't it work? Yes, it worked, why wouldn't it? I never got a hug. Quick as a flash, Emma was in there with a quip. After you've seen one invisible man, they all look the same. This time everyone was in on the joke and it took a few moments for Hermione to stop laughing and notice there was one present left, a present that had her name on it. She opened the briefcase-sized package to discover that's what it contained, but this was no ordinary case. There were instructions from Dumbledore on how to operate her new library trunk, earning a squeal from the young but already committed bibliophile. A quick glance at the instructions and Hermione was soon showing off the 30 or so books the professor had left in there for her. Adding and indexing her own collection of books to the system would be a bit more complicated, but Hermione couldn't hide her glee at this gift. She would probably have raved about it for the rest of the morning had not Dobby appeared with a letter for them. "And I'll just delivered this." Dobby recognized the handwriting and brought it straight here. Harry and Hermione recognized the writing too. It was from Neville. "Hi Harry and Hermione. Hope you're both having a wonderful Christmas and please know you gave most of the Hogwarts students their best present early, putting Snape in Azkaban. Really sorry about the short notice for this. My gran wanted to personally ask you both at the station when we got off the express, and we will understand if you have already made other plans. The Longbottoms are holding a Christmas ball this evening. Your invitation is also in this envelope. Knowing you don't have access to a flow, the invitation is also a portkey that you just have to tap with your wand and say, ball. I do hope you both can make it, but have a great holiday either way, you deserve it." After reading the letter out loud, Harry looked to Hermione, but she appeared just as puzzled. "Neither of us have ever been to Neville's house, so this certainly didn't happen the last time. You and Ron both spent this Christmas holiday in Hogwarts." She had no intention of mentioning what they were trying to research, or Harry finding the mirror of her eyes. "I've never been to a ball before." "Actually, you have. End of our 4th year. Did I take you?" "No. How the hell did you ever fall in love with the other Harry? He sounds like a bloody idiot to me. I want you to know I will ask you to be my date for anything that comes up in the future, but I vote we give this one a miss." It was Emma who responded first to that. "Why would you not go? Where do I start? Apart from having no suitable clothes, and not being able to dance a step, I get the feeling it's the boy who lived who's being invited, not me." This confused Emma further. "I thought you were the boy who lived." "I'm just Harry, Emma, someone who likes his books and loves his intended. I get the feeling that's not who they're inviting. Neville knows me as Harry, but this invitation is from his grandmother, who I've never met. Besides, Hermione and I already have a previous engagement. I was invited to spend Christmas with her parents. I can assure you, I would much rather be here with you than somewhere else, and being stared at by a bunch of strangers. We had more than enough of that at Snape's trial. What do you think, Hermione? Do I want to go to a ball with you? Yes. Should we race about trying to get organized for tonight, and also squeeze some dancing practice in there too? No. This is our Christmas and I agree with you, it should be spent here. If I know Dobby, he will have spent ages working on our Christmas dinner. I want the 5 of us to sit down as a family and enjoy it together, without the 2 of us fretting about having to get ready for a ball we knew nothing about until 10 minutes ago. It took me bloody ages to get dressed for the last one. Please tell me you didn't go with Ron. While I hoped you would ask me, I didn't think that was going to happen. A boy from a visiting school asked me, so I went with him. You and Ron waited until the last minute, then went with the Potter twins. That Harry was an ass. This Harry would rather be with you than anyone else. If you're happy with spending our evening here, I'll write back and offer our apologies." Dan then wanted to ensure they were making this choice for the right reasons, and not because they were worried he and Emma would be upset if they went. Hermione quickly allayed her father's fears while Harry then put those fears to bed. "I have only 2 months' worth of memories of the magical world and, apart from Hermione, I've yet to find anything that would keep me there. I would much rather spend Christmas here, and can't thank you enough for inviting me." After Harry penned a quick letter offering their apologies, they all settled back to enjoy their first Christmas together. After the festive feast at Hogwarts, Minerva and Albus had flown to Longbottom Manor, mainly to show their support for the stance Augusta was taking here. Deliberately holding a ball on the same evening the Malfoys traditionally did was practically a declaration of war in social terms. Spotting her friend, Minerva congratulated Augusta on what was a well-attended ball. "Thank you, Minerva. I was rather disappointed though that Harry Potter refused my invitation. At least I have the consolation of knowing he's not attending the Malfoys' event. I'm just relieved they're returning to Hogwarts after the holidays. Anything else is a bonus. Augusta's eyes had been roving over her guests as Minerva spoke. The Hogwarts deputy now had her undivided attention with that remark. And why wouldn't he be returning? I asked him the same question. He turned that question back on me. To understand, you need to know that accident Harry suffered at Halloween caused him permanent memory loss. He didn't know he was a wizard, anything about Hogwarts or even how he got there. The only person he remembered was his girlfriend, now intended, Miss Granger. I assume you've had the boy examined. Poppy checked him over medically before, with Harry's permission, Albus visited his mind. Both confirm that, while he is now fine, those memories are gone. Harry has only known about him being a wizard since being told so on Halloween evening. In the preceding couple of months after being given that news, he's been attacked by a troll, had an illegal spell cast at him by a member of staff, continually had his mother and intended referred to as mudbloods and twice been attacked by students, the last one being organized by a head of house. Given that background, how could I honestly say staying at Hogwarts was in his best interest? The matriarch of the Longbottom family was an extremely shrewd witch. Augusta soon put a few things that had been puzzling her together. The mystery of why Albus finally hung Snape out to dry is now explained. Faced with a choice of losing one of them, Albus chose to retain Harry Potter. You may be right, I know Albus spoke at length with both Harry and Hermione to convince them to stay. Don't let their ages fool you either, those two are very much a couple. Harry is actually spending the holidays with Miss Granger's parents. I may be wrong, but I got the sense he could hardly wait to be back in the world he was familiar with. I would say that, rather than any slight on your invitation, is probably the main reason neither of them are here tonight. Having Harry raised in the Muggle world may have kept him safe, it leaves him though questioning everything we take for granted. In every way but one, he's as much a Muggle born as his intended. This left the eldest Longbottom shaking her head. Neville seemed to be half expecting our invitation to be refused, he also didn't appear to be in any way upset about it. I'm beginning to understand his attitude at the matter a bit better now. I've long argued there should be introductory courses to our society. For Muggle-borns, I just could never get any support from the rest of the school board. Trying to get them to allocate resources specifically for Muggle-borns was never a popular proposal. Would you mind if I used Harry Potter's situation to revisit this at the next school board meeting? I wouldn't mind, and you'll certainly have my vote. I think that idea should be put to Harry first though, rather than just using his name without his permission. Dumbledore and Fudge arrived in time to catch the end of their conversation, leading to a fuller explanation being offered. The minister was then left looking to the headmaster for some reassurances. Albus didn't have any to give. With Harry only having those few months' worth of memories pertaining to magic and Hogwarts, I managed to convince both of them they should stay a little longer before making decisions that will affect the rest of their lives. Both agreed to continue at Hogwarts until the summer, though I wouldn't be surprised if they were using these holidays to research just what other options they have available to them. Thinking of the public and political outcry Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts would cause, Cornelius only had one thing to say. Anything me or my ministry can do to prevent Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts, you only have to ask. While Albus stoically proclaimed he would do his best, inside he was smiling broadly. He had no idea what the two-time travelers had planned next. Cornelius though had just given Albus a way to get ministerial backing for it. Dan shot up in bed, the loud shouting and swearing that had woken him however came to an abrupt halt. This didn't stop him though, he headed straight to where he knew the disturbance had been coming from, Emma now right behind him. Opening Harry's bedroom door saw the instant return of the shouting, the silencing spell Hermione had hastily erected being negated when her parents walked into the room. An agitated Harry was standing in a corner of the room, an expression of horror and disgust worn on his face. This was the source of all the shouting, and Harry soon gave them the reason behind it. I killed a man when still 11, and you know what those stupid bastards did? They gave me King House points, a pat on the head and then sent me home to this version of the Dursleys for the summer. Crazy, they're all King nuts. Harry, please. Hermione, I killed someone. Who's to say I won't do it again? Perhaps you'd better stay away. Harry James Potter, that's not an option. Not now, not ever. What you did was pure self-defense. An evil man was trying to kill you. He was so evil even the touch of someone as good as you was too much for him to bear. That's all you did, Harry, you put your hands up to protect yourself, nothing more. Dad, Mom, sorry about disturbing you. I started to tell Harry about our past. He obviously wasn't ready to hear that bit. Come here, love. Hermione held her arms open and Harry slowly made his way into them. Only then did the situation calm enough to where Dan felt it was okay to speak. This is clearly going to be a lot harder on you both than you first thought, Hermione. You don't have to go through this alone though. Holding out his hands in the universal sign of stop, Dan headed off his daughter's argument. You are going to tell me that Dumbledore will be able to read our thoughts, but he won't be able to if we're not here. Your mum and I will be elsewhere when he comes to install these shield things, then we probably will never see him again. His intended holding him had considerably calmed Harry. With your mum and dad there, maybe I won't be as quick to fly off the handle. Hey, I hope that phrase is not a Quidditch reference. Harry even, attempting humor, told Hermione he was back in control, though still not over the shock. I'm sure it means something like an axe or hammer flying off its handle. That temper of yours, however, will get you into trouble someday. Hermione was smiling as she said that, both knowing that's exactly what brought them to here. I'm sorry, Hermione. It was a hell of a thing to find out about yourself though. You know I wasn't angry at you. Yes, I know, you practically ran away from me. I felt dirty, tainted, unworthy. As he said the last one, Hermione gently pecked him on the lips. Quite the opposite, Harry. Dad, Mom, we would love to take you up on your offer. I'm warning you now, however, you won't like most of it. That was why the five of them were sitting in the living room, spending the night hearing about the horrors of the alternative past. There were a few bright spots, freeing Dobby and Harry discovering he had a godfather being a few of them. Hermione's tale though just kept getting darker and darker, proving her right. Dan and Emma hated most of it. Hearing that Dobby had prevented Hermione from being at least say, "You ally" assaulted during her 5th year saw Emma wrap the elf in a hug and key the top of his head in gratitude. Hermione ended her story with all three Grangers saying goodbye at Nice Airport. She had no intention of mentioning what she and Harry had done as 19 and 18-year-olds. Dan was now the one on his feet. Harry had planted his head in his hands 20 minutes ago and not moved since. Hermione, I want to thank you for trusting us with this. Did we know these details the last time? I told you and Mum everything after they took Harry away. Neither of you wanted me to return to Hogwarts, but we figured that would be our safest option at that time. When things started going downhill fast, Dumbledore got you both out of Britain and intensified my lessons with him. The writing was on the wall, however, and it wouldn't have been safe for me to sit my NEWTs at Hogwarts. He arranged my transfer to Beauxbatons too. You may not want to hear this, but your mum and I are going to need some very strong reasons to let you both return to Hogwarts. A move to Australia is looking better and better to me. Rather than that demand being unpopular, Dan found himself with an unexpected supporter. Dan, I've been saying that since Halloween. I keep waiting on the situation to improve but keep getting stuck on one recurring theme: they're all bloody nuts. Hermione, how could Dumbledore sit back and let some of those things happen to me? He could have quashed most of them simply by acting as he does now. When he approached me in 5th year, that was the first thing I asked him. He actually broke down in tears, mumbling about how he'd now failed you too. Dumbledore is very much a big picture player. With that philosophy though, sometimes individuals can get trampled. He's smart and powerful but not infallible. He also hoards information like a miser. The Dumbledore you know understands he must have made some massive mistakes, and that fact is actually helping us this time. Whatever grand plan Dumbledore had set for you, us arriving back in time told him those plans were fatally flawed. That is why he's changed so much from the headmaster I remember, otherwise I would instantly be taking Dad up on his offer and dragging you off to Australia with us. Shocked by most of what she'd heard here, Emma was in a taking no prisoners' mood. That's all well and good, Hermione, but I never heard your father's question being answered there. This evil wizard is not only alive but in Hogwarts at the moment, possessing one of your professors. Thankfully Harry has no memory of what happened the last time. I won't sit here and let him go through that horror again. Not a chance, Mum. So not happening. I've already told Harry we won't be anywhere near that chamber, or Quirrell when he makes his move. Hermione then told all of them how she intended to handle that situation, leading to her parents wearing their first smiles of the night and Harry looking at her in awe. We're only committing to Hogwarts until the summer, then we can sit and have this discussion again. You're placing a lot of trust in me and Harry, and I would prefer there to be no secrets between us. Dobby will be able to pop between Hogwarts and Crawley, keeping you up to date with exactly what's going on. Dobby will be popping home to serve his family dinner. Dobby can pass on any messages then. No, Dobby, you will sit down to dinner with Dan and I, and we can all catch up with the happenings of the day. Nodding enthusiastically in Emma's direction, Dobby readily agreed to that. Hermione, my godfather. When you were taken from us, Sirius went ballistic. I thought he was going to attack Dumbledore when the headmaster walked into Sirius' house with Ron's dad and not you. I cried all night and headed back home the following day. As I said goodbye to Sirius, he told me he was leaving Britain again, and that he would stay in touch. He said the number of people who cared for the real Harry Potter were few and far between, and we needed to stick together. I did keep in contact, right up until I came back for you. She smiled at their little friend. Dobby of course counts Sirius as family too, so could always find him to deliver my letter. Your godfather is a smart man. I think he guessed what I was going to attempt. He gave Dobby unrestricted access to his home, allowing us the run of the Black family library. Some of those books were invaluable to the success of our attempt. In Sirius' last letter, he told me to take my time and get things right, and also not to worry about him. He was telling me not to rush things. Sirius had survived in Azkaban before and would again. But he's innocent. I know, Harry. I want him out of Azkaban as much as you do, and this time I hope we can get him a trial too. We've got Dumbledore, Amelia Bones and now the Minister of Magic in our corner. There's no Snape to say we were confounded. This time we may be able to pull it off. He slid over and wrapped his intended in a hug. How have you coped with knowing all this since Halloween? I've just found out about it and want to run amok with all that information. Keying his cheek, Hermione told all of them how she'd managed not to do that. The old version of Dumbledore made a very convincing case for changing very little. The more you change, the less your knowledge of future events is worth. It was her father though who was first to express his disbelief at that view. What's the point in having all that knowledge if you don't use it? Couldn't agree more, Dad. You also have to take into account we came back in time for a reason. To either stop things going bad again or, at the very least, to get us all to safety before it happens. The dilemma is how to get things done without revealing we have knowledge that's impossible for us to know. Sharing a look, Emma's nod saw Dan give their opinion on the matter. Your mum and I will certainly have more questions in the coming days, but, at the moment, we're not going to object if you want to go back to Hogwarts. We reserve the right to reverse that decision if something changes, and that permission is only for this term. We will be having another long discussion over the summer, though hopefully not at 4 a.m. Exchanging hugs, the weary family all headed back to their beds. Tomorrow would certainly be a lie-in day. The following day started with brunch. The household rose too late for breakfast, yet it was still a bit early for lunch. A ball of flame suddenly appearing beside them led to a few screams before Hermione took charge. Relax, it's only Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. Hello Fawkes, is that a message from the headmaster? Harry, Emma and Dan were all in awe of the beautiful bird who'd emerged from the flames. It seemed to trill an answer to Hermione before handing over the scroll clutched in his claw. As Hermione was reading the message, Harry hesitantly found his voice. Is this the bird that? Not wanting her intended to give anything away, she cut him off there. Yes, Harry. Hermione then had a thought and decided just to ask. Fawkes, you know Harry has lost his memories. Is there any way your tears could heal him? You didn't need to speak Phoenix to know the beautiful bird was answering in the negative. The mournful tones were followed by some head shaking. That's okay, Fawkes, I reckoned the professor probably asked you that question too. Tell him tomorrow at that time is fine with us. After another burst of flame they were once more alone. Can that bird actually communicate with Dumbledore? That's why you stopped me saying too much. I'm not certain but didn't want to take a chance. Dumbledore is going to be here tomorrow at noon to install the wards. Your mum and I will make ourselves scarce. What about you, Harry, are you going to be able to act normal around Dumbledore? Answering Dan with a shrug of his shoulders, Harry then tried to explain how he felt about that. When I came back with Hermione, she was the only person I knew. She deliberately didn't tell me anything about the people I would meet, wanting me to form my own opinions. Everyone started with a blank slate, even that ass Draco. This Dumbledore has been nothing but helpful to us. I can't really hold him responsible for what happened in another reality or timeline. An arm slid around Harry as Hermione rested her head on his upper arm. That version of Dumbledore also thought you had to die in order to defeat Voldemort. A lot of his energy and planning went into trying to find a way around that, and he actually thought he may have succeeded. Harry will not be standing there and letting anyone kill him. Mum, that was only a theory the other Dumbledore had, one that is now defunct since Harry's scar is just a scar. Dobby will help keep us out of trouble and I'll be training Harry on how to deal with any that gets past our little friend. Just how good are you? Dan regretted starting to ask that question as he barely saw his daughter move before he found his body frozen stiff as a board. Dan was then floated above the table before Hermione added a bit of spin to her spell. I am a fully qualified witch who studied under one of the greatest wizards in the world for a year, before then graduating with top honors from Beauxbatons. I may be only 12 at the moment but I have all of my knowledge and most of my magic to call upon. Harry doesn't have his memories but his magic is even more powerful than mine. He's also a very quick learner, soaking up what I'm teaching him like a sponge. A giggling Emma stood as her helpless husband slowly rotated toward her. She reached out her hands and pulled his face gently forward to meet her lips. I think we have to concede our little girl can look after herself. More giggling from the Granger girls followed as Dan was lowered to the ground and had the body bind lifted. Those were a couple of the gentler spells, and Harry can already cast them too. Dan found himself unable to disagree with his wife. Hermione could certainly look after herself. It had been a stressful couple of days for Dan and Emma. A drive then stopping somewhere for lunch was exactly what they needed to help them get a handle on the changes in their lives. Those changes might be in the shape of an 11-year-old boy and a house elf but their impact far outweighed their size. The more Dan got to know Harry, the more he liked the boy. Emma appeared to have bypassed all of that, going straight to accepting him as a member of their family. Neither parent could doubt their daughter's deep feelings for the lad, feelings they were glad to see Harry reciprocated. It was also obvious to each of them the entire, when Harry met Hermione, episode was being glossed over by the young couple. Seeing how devoted they were to each other, the parents could guess how that meeting had gone. Dobby's impact on their lives was growing too. They'd just eaten a lunch that the little guy would have prepared better and, unlike the restaurant, his service was exceptional. It was in his role as bodyguard and now go-between that his real worth lay though. They were now aware of the dangers both kids were facing inside that Scottish castle. That Dobby was going to help keep the kids safe, and pop to Crawley every night to let them know Hermione and Harry actually were safe, was simply priceless to a couple of worried parents. Pulling into the driveway, Dan turned to his wife. I didn't feel anything different. Do you suppose the headmaster isn't finished installing them yet? Oh, I do hope so. I would hate to give anything away. They entered the house and found no one. That was until Dobby popped beside them. Headmaster has erected the wards and left. Wards also hide magic being done. Harry and Hermione are in garden practicing magic. Dobby popped away as the curious pair headed for the kitchen and beyond. Standing at the back door was enough for them to see what the kids were up to. Hermione was firing these blasts of light at Harry which were bouncing off an invisible shield he was using to protect himself. As they took a break, Emma made their presence known. Hermione, won't the neighbors see that? Hi Mum, hi Dad, did you have a nice lunch? Professor Dumbledore had the wards up in no time. Even although Harry and I have magical exemption licenses, we can't perform magic where it could be seen. These wards hide that magic from the neighbors. Those spells you were using look a lot different to the ones you used on me. I would never fire these at you, Dad. I wouldn't be firing them at Harry if he didn't need to know how to deal with them. It was then Emma put her foot down. Hermione, I don't mind you practicing magic with Harry, but not all the time. This is a holiday, I want you both to enjoy it as such. Harry said he doesn't know how to dance. I had planned to teach him that too. Is that fun enough? Dan came at it from a different angle. At least you would be inside, you must be bloody freezing out here. The spell left his daughter's wand and Dan felt warmth spreading throughout his body. What was that? A charm to keep you warm. I cast one on Harry and me before we came out here. Harry doing the same to Emma had a wide smile on her face. Magic is so much fun, I'm glad you can at least show us what you're learning, or have been taught. Hermione was limping slightly as she climbed into bed beside Harry. I'm sorry, I told you I wasn't much of a dancer. 2 left feet doesn't quite cover it. It's fine, Harry, though I wouldn't say no to a foot massage. This saw Harry sitting at the foot of the bed, slowly and tenderly massaging Hermione's foot. After almost 20 minutes she was practically purring as he lifted her foot up and at her toes. Does it feel better now? Not really. That's the wrong foot you were massaging. You were doing such a good job though, I just couldn't bring myself to tell you. A smiling Harry just picked up her other foot and started again, much to Hermione's delight. They both fell asleep with contented smiles on their faces, Hermione promising more lessons if that was going to be her reward. On the car trip back to King's Cross, Emma noticed in her rear-view mirror that Harry appeared pensive. What's the matter, Harry? You look as if you don't want to return to Hogwarts. In all honesty, after enjoying a brilliant 2 weeks of normality, I'm not looking forward to returning to the madness. Even today is nuts. We traveled from Hogwarts to London in minutes by flow the last time. Now, we've got to sit on a train all day to make the same journey. Some witches and wizards will even use the flow on their trip to King's Cross so they can then catch the train to Scotland. Bloody nuts. It was just something about Harry's tone that had both Granger ladies laughing at that. Dan was holding down the fort at work, so it was Emma who hugged both of them at the station before sending them off to walk through a brick wall. She found herself agreeing with Harry, sometimes nuts was the only description that fitted magical Britain. Harry was tempted to use his favorite word to describe witches and wizards again before something dawned on him. He was actually at least 4 years older than anyone else currently in the room. He still had to say something though. Oliver, do you hope to have a career in professional Quidditch after you leave Hogwarts? That would be a dream come true. Why? Oh, it just seems to me your seeker dying in his first match, your first match as captain too, might put a dent in those dreams. Both twins were trying to hold their laughter while the team captain attempted to explain himself. I was actually hoping you would choose the other option. You know, catch the snitch. So, catch the snitch, or die trying, is supposed to be motivational. You really don't want me to die trying then? The serious Scot that was Oliver Wood didn't really know how to respond to that. Harry wasn't finished though. Ollie, I'm 11, Katie is 12. The rest of the team are 13 while you're only 14. This is not the Premier League, or whatever league it is your Quidditch professional teams compete in. We're a bunch of kids playing an inter-house game in our school. It's supposed to be fun. Harry was now shaking his head in disbelief at his captain's attitude. We're easily the youngest team of the 4 this year, which takes the pressure right off us. We don't need our captain trying to pile it back on, right before the actual match too. Let's go out there and do our best, we all want that, but we also have to enjoy playing too. Otherwise, what's the bloody point? I will do my best to catch the snitch, but you can forget all about this, die trying, shit. Hermione would kill me herself if I bought into that. This was too much for Fred and George, they couldn't hold back their laughter at that image. This also set the girls laughing too, so it was a team of smiling Gryffindors who eventually left the changing room, all except Oliver. He'd put a lot of work into his first captain's speech, being laughed at was not the reaction he'd expected. Oliver would see how the team performed, and then get ready to rip them apart if Gryffindor lost. Hermione was sitting right at the front of the stand, more in case she needed to use her wand than for the view of the match. She was surrounded by the rest of the first-year Gryffindors, though it was Dumbledore sitting in the stand opposite who provided the support she was hoping for. A certain possessed professor really would have to be nuts to attempt anything with Dumbledore watching, a sure way to draw attention to Tom hiding behind the turban. Lee's commentary blasted out the arrival of the teams onto the pitch. Hermione though only had eyes for one player. She would be watching Harry closely for the entire match. The teams lined up facing each other, standing there with nothing to do while Madame Hooch lectured both team captains about what type of game she expected from them today. Taking a step forward brought Harry to the player opposite. He stuck out his hand. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter. Hope you have a good game today." His opposite number eyed the offered hand suspiciously before accepting and mumbling a response. "Cedric Diggory. You too." Satisfied with that, Harry smiled and moved on to the next player in the line. He repeated his gesture and received another handshake. Katie Bell was a Muggle born and quite used to seeing this type of behavior at sporting events. This was her first Quidditch match too. Following Harry's lead, she stepped forward and introduced herself to Cedric as well. The smile and warm handshake she was greeted with encouraged her to follow Harry up the line. With a few glances toward each other, the 4 remaining Gryffindor players decided to join in as well. As was customary at these occasions, both team captains were ignoring the instructions coming from Madame Hooch in favor of staring daggers at each other. This little scene was blown apart by an 11-year-old boy introducing himself. As a Hufflepuff, the captain was shaking that hand before he noticed what was happening with the rest of his team. The little girl then holding her hand out left him with no other option but to accept it. His mind though was wondering just what the hell the Gryffindors were up to. Harry's next move worried him even more. "Madam Hooch, I'd like to thank you for giving up your Saturday morning to referee this match. Without your efforts, Quidditch in Hogwarts simply wouldn't happen. Thank you so much for giving us all this opportunity to play." Accepting the offered hand, the surprise was obvious from the world-weary flying instructor. "Mr. Potter, I have been doing this since your grandfather was a student here, yet you are the first student ever to acknowledge my part in the process. Thank you for that, it is always nice to be appreciated." Katie Bell soon became the second player to thank her, with the rest of the Gryffindors following suit. Not to be outdone, Cedric joined the end of the line and became the first Hufflepuff to thank their referee, the rest of the team wearing yellow and black taking up his example and doing so too. It was a rather flushed Madame Hooch who eventually got the match underway. She was far more used to being shouted at than thanked. Harry had only ever seen one Quidditch match, the rescheduled Ravenclaw vs Slytherin. It was a dour, tactical match where each player appeared terrified of making a mistake. 14 kids on brooms should be all about having fun, and that was exactly what he intended to do. Noticing that Cedric had taken up the standard seeker search pattern, high above the play and methodically covering the pitch, Harry used his own tactics. He appeared to randomly vary his height and direction but always seemed to be going flat out while doing so. The Hufflepuff chasers had been unsettled with what happened before the match, now they had a rogue seeker to deal with too. Potter kept appearing from any direction and interrupting their plays, sometimes zigzagging right across their path. The boys' own captain had no control over him, so what chance did they have of predicting what he would do next? This eventually proved too much for the Quidditch aficionado. Ronald Weasley. He would give his left nut for the opportunity to play Quidditch on his house team while still a first year. Harry Potter was bloody gifted that opportunity, with a Nimbus 2000 thrown in for free, yet was pissing it away in front of the entire school. He couldn't get a hold of Harry at the moment to give him a piece of his mind, so Ron had to settle for venting his anger on the next best thing. "Granger, you're intended as a disgrace. They changed the entire Quidditch schedule to suit him and now he's just arsing around out there. He's letting the entire team, and his house, down." Hermione didn't respond right away as Harry seemed to lose control of his broom for a second. She though had the advantage of having watched him in every match he had ever played, not forgetting his aerial battle with that bloody dragon, so Hermione soon recognized what he was doing. Harry was in a tailspin dive that saw him shoot right through the outer left Hufflepuff hoop, seconds before Katie fired the quaffle past the distracted keeper and through the outer right to score her first ever goal. As Oliver called a timeout, Hermione then turned to answer Ron's accusations. "Harry is searching for the snitch just as effectively as Diggory, he also just helped Katie score. He's disrupting Hufflepuff's chasers while searching too, so much so that Wood has only had one shot to save in the match. Before you open your mouth and let your belly rumble, just check the scoreboard." Ron's mouth was moving but there was no sound coming out as he searched for words to fall back on. Unable to refute any of those points, he had to settle for hurling insults. "Don't stand there and pretend you know anything about Quidditch. Reading books about the subject doesn't mean you actually have any knowledge. How the hell would you know? When was the last time you read a book?" Ron was again left floundering for an answer as Hermione turned her back on him to concentrate once more on what was happening on the pitch. Harry was facing those same accusations from his captain, and his reasoning wasn't going down any better than Hermione's had. "I told you to shadow Diggory, learn from him how it's done. If he sees the snitch, you're lighter and on a faster broom, giving you a chance to steal it. That strategy will be useless though if you're messing around at the other side of the pitch. That has me doing nothing but sit on their seeker's bristles and hope I can get in front when the snitch makes an appearance. What we're doing is working. We're all enjoying ourselves, our house is on their feet screaming their lungs out and Hufflepuff hadn't a clue how to handle this, at least until you called a timeout. So you know better than me now." "No, I never said that. I told you I would do my best but I was gonna have some fun too. Staring at Diggory's back for the entire game is not my idea of fun. We're 50 points up and you've only had one save to make, we were murdering them so I don't see what your problem is. We'll have a major problem if you get injured with those stunts you're pulling. Hey, you're the one who wanted me to die trying to win us the game." Their argument ended when Madam Hooch called both teams to resume playing, with Harry going right back to what he'd been doing. He actually zipped right around the pitch, at the level of the spectator stands, with Hermione leaning over to high-five him as he flew past. This drew a cheer from those Gryffindors around Hermione, except for a now livid Ron. The timeout had allowed Hufflepuff to reorganize slightly but they still couldn't cope with Gryffindor. The trio of red and gold chasers were on fire. With everything they tried coming off, their confidence was high. Fred and George were also having an inspired game, hitting those bludgers with incredible accuracy and exactly where they would do the most damage. With the score at 110-20 in Gryffindor's favor, Harry's tactics proved their worth as he spotted the snitch first. He was after it at top speed, his right hand reaching out to grab the elusive winged golden ball. It was zipping along about 8 inches from his fingertips when Harry suddenly realized he had a very big problem. Cedric was bearing down on the snitch at his top speed too, but from the totally opposite direction. Harry had to grab onto his broom with both hands and roll upside down to avoid colliding with the much bigger boy, at a combined speed that must have easily exceeded 100 miles per hour. The buffeting alone nearly had him off his broom as he flew past barely inches under the larger player. Harry quickly regained control, spinning around to see Cedric in some distress and struggling to remain seated. Harry was at his side in a second, with all thoughts of the snitch now forgotten as he guided Cedric and his broom safely to the ground. Cedric was on his knees on the pitch, almost as if he was trying to throw up. Noticing that he was having trouble breathing, Harry finally figured out Cedric was choking. When a few hard slaps to his back didn't solve the problem, Harry prepared to administer an abdominal thrust. Just then the Hufflepuff captain arrived and grabbed Harry by the shoulders. "Potter, get away from him." Dragging Harry back provided more impetus to his clenched fist held tightly under Cedric's ribcage. The air in Cedric's lungs was rapidly displaced, and there was only one place for it to go, straight up his windpipe. With a loud and rather wet plop, a saliva-coated golden snitch flopped onto the grass pitch. Madam Hooch's whistle signaled the end of the game as, with a clearly audible groan, Lee Jordan informed everyone in the stadium of what had just happened. "Diggory has the snitch, Hufflepuff win, 170-110. Cedric was now on his feet as his teammates tried to congratulate him, he was pushing them aside though to reach Harry. "Potter, I'm sorry. I was so focused on the snitch that I nearly got the both of us killed. I didn't even catch the thing. I was screaming in fright at how close we had come when it flew right in my mouth. I wanted Hufflepuff to win, but not like this. It feels as if I cheated." "You didn't cheat, Cedric, it was just one of those things that could happen to anyone. Congratulations on a good game." Cedric gratefully shook Harry's offered hand. Turning to face his own captain, it was no surprise to Harry that Wood was livid. "If you had followed my instructions we would have won that match. And if my broom had wheels it would be a bicycle. Look Ollie, I told you I had no intention of dying trying to catch the snitch, I also told you I was going to have fun. This obviously doesn't fit into your plans for the team, and you are the captain, so I guess this is a parting of the ways." Handing Oliver his broom, Harry once more shocked the Quidditch captain. "I'm sure Professor McGonagall bought this broom for the team, rather than me personally. Pass it on to your new seeker, it really is a fantastic ride. Thanks for letting me play today, Ollie." I did my best, but sometimes you just have to admit your best wasn't good enough to win. Then it's time to congratulate the person who beat you. Harry walked off to the stand that had held Hermione, intending to head back to the castle with her. Unfortunately, Ron had been in the same stand and exited right behind Hermione. He was also every bit as angry as Wood had just been. As Harry took Hermione's hand, Ron exploded. Your cowardice cost us that match. A true Gryffindor would have taken the hit and caught the snitch. Madame Pomfrey would have fixed you right up. I have no intention of ending up in the infirmary to win a stupid school game. If you are so keen to do so, Wood now has a vacancy for a seeker. Then again, that would involve having the ability to match what comes out your mouth. It's easy to be a great player sitting in the stands, Weasley. Get your ass on a broom and let the entire school see how good you are at Quidditch, then I might listen to your advice. McGonagall was also in the same stand. She exited right into the argument and quickly made her presence known. Mr. Potter, that was a fantastic move you pulled to avoid that collision. 50 points to Gryffindor for your timely intervention with Mr. Diggory too. I will be having words with Wood about what happened after. Professor, please don't. He's the captain and, like Ron here, he expects me to put catching the snitch before my health and well-being. I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared to do that. It would seem I'm not cut out for this game. There are things in my life that are far more important to me than Quidditch. If this means I'm not a Gryffindor, then I'm sorry. I don't even remember how I ended up in Gryffindor House in the first place. With McGonagall present, nothing else was said against Harry as he and Hermione headed back to the castle. The atmosphere as Minerva entered the Gryffindor dressing room reminded her of a funeral, leading her to begin with a question. Who died? We lost, Professor. Yes, Mr. Wood, I was a spectator in the stadium and do remember the score. I'll ask again, who died? No one. Exactly, no one died. It was a close call at the end there between Potter and Diggory though. We really could have had a fatality on our hands, but for Potter's brilliant flying. Speaking of which, I thought our team was excellent today. Gryffindor were easily the better team and I was very proud of every one of you. But Professor, we lost. Wood, sometimes it's just not your day. I've been watching Quidditch on that pitch for more years than I care to admit to. I've never seen that happen before. We are a young team, this was always going to be a rebuilding year. What I saw out there today was a team with the potential to monopolize the Quidditch Cup in the coming years. Then I discover that the best Gryffindor seeker since Charlie Weasley only lasted one game. I want to hear from my team how that happened. With all eyes upon him, Wood told the story. Potter simply refused to follow my orders, and we lost. Potter confirmed he wouldn't follow my orders in future games either, so handed me his broom and resigned from the team. Katie Bell was almost in tears as she rounded on her captain. You told him to catch the snitch, or die trying. I wouldn't have followed that order either. I'm sitting here wondering if I want to play again too. You told an 11-year-old boy that. No. Yes, that's not the order he disobeyed. We sorted that out before we left the dressing room. I ordered him to follow Diggory, using his faster broom and lighter frame to get to the snitch first. That's standard procedure with a novice seeker. Yes, but when have you ever seen a novice seeker who could fly like that? McGonagall had asked a rhetorical question but found it being answered. I've never seen anyone fly like that. Exactly, Miss Spinnet. Things continually change during Quidditch matches, from weather conditions to personnel being injured. A team can't leave their dressing room with one plan, a plan that they then stick rigidly to for the entire match. We had Hufflepuff where they didn't know which way was up or down. Why did we call a timeout? Potter wasn't doing what I had ordered him to do. Having already suspected as much, though been too far away from their team huddle to be sure, Minerva was slowly counting to 10 before she said anything else. As a leader, one of the hardest things to learn is when you've made a mistake. Before the match started, I was worried that I had made a mistake by deciding on a fourth-year captain, who was then surrounded by an even younger team. 10 minutes into a match I thoroughly enjoyed, I was busily congratulating myself for getting it right. Now I'm not so sure I did. We've gone from a team that I thought played brilliantly today to one that is sitting here in danger of falling apart, with a match to be played against Ravenclaw in 3 weeks. Mr. Wood, you have until Monday after classes to come to me with your plans for moving forward from here. I don't want anyone in this dressing room to leave here thinking they let Gryffindor down, I was proud of how every single one of you played today." McGonagall left the dressing room wondering if her initial thoughts may just have been right. A funeral atmosphere was perhaps appropriate, since it would appear she just witnessed the death of, potentially, one of the best Gryffindor Quidditch teams in decades. Petunia Dursley was dressed to impress as she made her way along Piccadilly. One simply did not refuse an invitation to afternoon tea at Fortnum and Mason's, even if the unappetizing topic of her nephew was certain to be on the menu too. Petunia had the added assurance of knowing that this Emma Granger was just like her, perfectly normal. Making sure she was on time, Petunia was soon being led to the table beside the elegant grand piano, only to discover the dentist was already there. She then found herself shaking hands with a woman who looked as if she belonged in these rather opulent surroundings. After the introductions, they decided to order their tea first. Twin silver teapots of Earl Grey were quickly delivered, the milk jug, sugar bowl and tongs being of the same material and design as the gorgeous teapots. A stand each of exquisite, yet tiny, cakes and sandwiches accompanied the refreshments, and was the main reason this was Petunia's first visit to the most famous tea room in London. Had these cakes and sandwiches been served to either of the men in her life, there would have been a loud and violent riot, especially if Vernon ever laid eyes on the bill. Lifting a tiny sandwich onto her plate, Petunia thought she might as well get the unpleasantness over with. She then might be able to enjoy this treat. "How did you get on with my nephew staying with you over the holidays?" "Oh, we loved having Harry stay. He's such a delightful young man. Our Hermione is certainly very taken with him. Then again, it's easy to see why. I don't know what he's told you about us." Emma stopped Petunia before she could say any more. "Didn't you read Harry's letter? He was in a bad accident at school. Harry was actually injured saving Hermione's life. That injury scrambled his memories. It's really remarkable how well he's coped since. The memories he has now of his earlier childhood are all muddled. Harry thinks you and your husband have been loving parents to him since his own were murdered. He looks to your son more as a brother than a cousin. Harry was reduced to tears when he left your house on Christmas Eve." Petunia hadn't known what to expect this afternoon. This news though totally floored her. She sat there, not knowing what to say, so Emma just continued speaking. "As I said, having Harry stay with us was a delight, and something we certainly won't have a problem repeating. He is though quite a stubborn young man. You see, to him the Dursleys are all the family he has, all the family he's ever known. Harry wants that family back, even though it might only really exist in his head. I wanted to meet with you today, mother to mother, to see if we can take the first steps down that road." Finally finding her voice did Petunia no good. "I don't really know what to say. How do you answer that? As a mother it's simple, you do what is best for your family." Petunia nodded in agreement, at least with the sentiment. She was just waiting on being told how having Potter back at Privet Drive would be the best thing for her family. Emma didn't keep her waiting. "Harry is not just a special person to us, that whole world holds him special too. He and Hermione met their equivalent of the Prime Minister, who granted them both licenses to perform magic outside their school. It was wonderful for us to see what they were learning." Wonderful was not the word Petunia would have chosen to describe magic. Just hearing that specific word said aloud seemed to cast a spell on the sandwich she was currently eating, turning its once delicious filling to ash. "Their headmaster even came to our house. He erected special defenses around our home. It would seem the madness that saw your sister murdered has not gone away, but you don't have to worry about that. Your home has had these defenses ever since the night Harry arrived." Petunia needed a drink of tea after hearing that, and not just to wash her sandwich down. This was beyond anything she had feared. Something about those defenses brought a memory to the front of her mind though. "Doesn't Potter need to stay in our house for those defenses to work?" A smiling Emma knew she had her now. Almost right, Harry has to stay there, and also think of it as home. They calculated living with your family for 10 days during the summer would recharge those defenses for the year. We'll even let you choose which 10 days you want them there. Them. Oh, I was just coming to that. You have a guest bedroom, and Hermione was planning staying there while Harry is with you. I'm afraid that's simply non-negotiable. You see they're a couple, and were so before Harry had his accident. Harry had obviously talked about his home life prior to his head injury, though Hermione refuses to tell anyone what was said. She did say however that she knew enough to ensure we would win any custody battle that went to court, though that is certainly something that none of us want. What Harry really wants is his family back. Hermione is determined to help with that, and neither of them know I'm here. Taking a risk, Emma took a folder out of her bag and passed it to Petunia. Open that carefully, we don't want anyone else here to see it. Her nosy nature meant Petunia was always going to look. What she saw there was shocking, and not just because the pictures in the Prophet moved his intended. Yes, I know, hell of a shock for Dan, that's my husband, and me too. We sat them down, talked it over and then relaxed. You must have noticed those rings they were wearing, that signifies they are each other's intended. Should they change their minds, they simply have to take those rings off. It's just a way of offering Hermione some legal protection in their other world, which Harry keeps saying is nuts. Getting to know him over the holidays certainly eased any worries Dan and I had over their relationship. Yes, they're certainly still very young, but neither of us would be surprised if they ended up getting married to each other in the future. I knew this man, Snape, when Lily and I were children. It says here he was sent to prison. Yes, he hated Harry, and took that hatred too far. He broke the law and was tried just before Christmas. Good, I never liked him. I will need to talk with my husband over the both of them staying. I've got your address so can drop you a letter. Taking back the folder that contained a magical newspaper, Emma then pulled out a business card and wrote their home phone number on the back. This way you'll be able to contact us anytime. Who knows, one day we might even be related. If they were one day related, then afternoons like this may become the norm. That thought alone allowed Petunia to relax and enjoy her second cup of tea, and some quite delicious cakes. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor table was poisonous. Ron had called Harry a coward, in front of many witnesses, and that accusation hadn't been denied. If anything, their former seeker had actually confirmed it. Ron was claiming the fact that Harry point-blank refused to take that hit to catch the snitch, and had since retired from the team, was evidence that proved his point. Harry Potter was a coward, and therefore shouldn't be a Gryffindor. For the first time since he stopped being Potter's best friend, Ron was being listened to. This was heady stuff for the youngest male Weasley and spurred him on. Potter would regret ending their friendship as if it was nothing. Harry and Hermione were soon disgusted by the reception they were receiving from their own house in the Great Hall, so going back to the Gryffindor common room was simply not an option they considered. A walk around the castle's many corridors was how they chose to spend the remainder of their day. Did they honestly expect me to risk my life trying to catch a little flying golden ball in a school game? The other Harry would have. You were in the infirmary so often, Madame Pomfrey was threatening to name one of the beds as yours. Taking a minute or so to think as they walked, Harry wondered if he'd come up with the answer to that mystery. The other me was raised by this version of the Dursleys. He would have arrived at Hogwarts friendless, unloved and alone. I can see a child like that trying anything to be accepted, willing to go the extra mile to fit in. Going for that snitch today might have made me a hero, but for how long? Assuming Madame Pomfrey was able to get me fit enough to play in time for our next match, would I have to do it all over again to remain popular? That. You just pretty much described your other time in Hogwarts. It was constant pendulum where you were either the hero or the villain. We also spent a lot of time visiting each other in the infirmary. Personally, I'd much rather spend that time doing this. Pulling Harry into an empty classroom, she soon had her betrothed in her arms. Hermione, don't we need music to dance? The way you dance, Harry, it doesn't really matter. Being in Hermione's arms and having to concentrate on the dance moves really calmed Harry. He was beginning to enjoy this. So much so, he actually started to hear the music. Professor Dumbledore, we didn't see you there. Sorry to startle you, Miss Granger. I thought dancing required music, so I provided you with some. The rather ornate music box did indeed provide a very pleasant tune to dance to. Thank you, Professor. I'm teaching Harry to dance and he's picking it up quite well. That's not what you told me. This led to Albus chuckling, and getting to the real reason why he was here. I couldn't help thinking I failed you somehow today. Hermione wasn't having any of that. Oh no, sir. Just you being there helped enormously. You won't have to worry about the other games though, since Harry no longer plays for Gryffindor. I heard that from Professor McGonagall. Both she and I were most disappointed at your decision. The Gryffindor team really played a thrilling Match today. Thank you for that, sir, but I won't be changing my mind. Ollie is the captain and I wouldn't follow his orders. There really wasn't a lot of choice after we lost. I wasn't deliberately trying to undermine his authority, I just thought playing Quidditch should be fun. You can't have one player in the team just doing what he wants though, so I left, before getting pushed out. That was Professor McGonagall's reading of the situation too. She appointed Wood captain, she then has to let him do his job. Sir, there's no hard feelings between me and the rest of the team. I gave Quidditch a try, and my best shot, but it just didn't work out. Gryffindor is disappointed they didn't win today, they'll get over it. This will also give me more time to practice my dancing, rather than spending hours flying about with Wood shouting at me. A very wise attitude to take, Harry. Since you will be practicing more, you may keep the music box. It's a conjured item but should last until at least the summer. They resumed dancing as Dumbledore left. Hermione's smile though told Harry there was more going on here than he realized. Okay, genius, I obviously missed something there. Care to take pity on we poor dummies and tell me what it was that passed over my head? Oh, Dumbledore was just supplying us with a way to get past Fluffy. I know I'm going to regret this, but who or what is Fluffy? The giant Cerberus that's guarding the third floor. Who in their right mind? Wait, I know. Hagrid. Aw shit, I just thought of something. Hagrid hatches a baby dragon in his hut. It was us who convinced him he couldn't keep it, and arranged its transfer to a dragon reserve. A man who lives in a wooden house hatches a dragon egg, and then a bunch of 11-year-olds have to help him do what? Smuggle it out the castle. That makes perfect sense to me, not, though I would like to see a baby dragon. You'd like Norbert. It bit Ron and put him in the infirmary. The problem we've got is it was Ron who arranged for Norbert to be picked up, since it's his brother, Charlie, who works on a dragon reserve. I can't see Ron helping us this time. Hermione, saying Hagrid is a grown man is a massive understatement. He's also exceedingly knowledgeable about all kinds of animals. If he can't see just how much of a really bad idea him hatching that egg would be, it shouldn't be down to a couple of first years to pull his ass out of a dragon-induced fire. As I see it, our only decision is whether we go to Dumbledore or McGonagall with this problem, at the appropriate time of course. Hermione stopped dancing for a moment, stared at Harry and then Ed him. I keep telling you we're not here to solve everyone's problems, then I go and fall into the same trap all over again. At least this time I've got you to talk me out of it, rather than your usual behavior of leading the charge. Just why did Dumbledore leave us a means to get past that giant three-headed dog? I refuse to call such an animal Fluffy. Like today, Dumbledore has no idea what he's supposed to be doing to help us. If things play out like we hope, then we should be able to sit down with him come September and start working together. I don't know how he would react to some of the things we're intending to do, so it's probably better if he finds out about them when it's too late to change anything. Ron was also trying to get some changes made, and finding himself with a receptive audience, the rest of the Gryffindor first years. Potter showed himself as a coward, in front of the entire school too. He also refused to investigate what's on the third floor, hardly displaying Gryffindor tendencies there either. He sits with Granger all the time in the common room, reading through a mountain of books. Then, when he comes upstairs, climbs into bed and pulls his curtains. Hermione does the same too. Exactly, Lavender, it's like they don't want to know the rest of us. She's his intended, Ron. Even you must see. Shut it, Neville. Nobody cares what you have to say. You're hardly a shining example of a Gryffindor either. I say we take this to Percy. He'll know what we can do about this. Harry and Hermione were leisurely making their way down to breakfast only to find their head of house intercepting them. McGonagall appeared in a rage but apparently not at them. Mr. Potter, could you please accompany me to my office? Miss Granger, since this will certainly affect you too, please come along as well. Entering McGonagall's office, they were bade to take a seat as she lifted a piece of parchment off her desk before joining them. I was presented with this first thing this morning, it fairly ruined my Sunday. It would seem a group of Gryffindor first years approached Percy Weasley about Mr. Potter here apparently not being Gryffindor enough for their liking, and wanted the Sorting Hat to confirm your placement in their house. Instead of just bringing this matter to me as he's supposed to, our youngest male prefect decided he knew exactly how the situation should be handled. McGonagall's exasperation with the situation was now somewhat explained, at least the bit where she wasn't angry at them. Rather than bringing the problem to me, Percy Weasley chose to initiate an act of censure. This is what I was presented with this morning, thus forcing me to undertake an action I certainly don't want to offer Mr. Potter here the opportunity to be resorted. If they want rid of Harry, then there is no way I'm staying there with that shower of. Hermione's angry rant was interrupted by a knock at the door. McGonagall rose to answer it, and found a nervous Neville Longbottom standing there. He may have been nervous, but Neville was also determined to get what he came here for off his chest. "Professor, I am disgusted with the way my housemates are treating Harry. If he is forced to leave Gryffindor, then I certainly don't want to stay. Is there any procedure that would allow me to be resorted to, or do I just need to annoy Ron enough to get him to go to Percy about me?" Neville had been practicing exactly what he wanted to say, spouting it all out while still standing in the corridor. Opening the door fully to invite her student in allowed Neville to see Harry and Hermione already sitting there. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Neville, and for letting me know exactly who is responsible for this." Turning his attention to McGonagall, Harry made his thoughts on the matter crystal clear. "Professor, I have no intention of staying where I'm not wanted. Whether that means resorting into another house or us leaving for another school, we'll wait and see what our options are. I was required to approach you with this first, even though I was fairly certain what your answer would be. I now need to go and spoil the headmaster's Sunday too. If we can decide right now on going forward with a resorting, we could arrange to carry out the procedure at lunchtime. As you're intended, circumstances being what they are, Miss Granger would easily qualify for the procedure too. What about me, Professor? My prefect effectively taking the law into his own hands looks like losing Gryffindor two of its best students. I'd hate for that to become three, Mr. Longbottom. Those actions also cost that prefect his badge. This matter should have been brought to me first. Then a meeting could be held to hear everyone's views on this matter, not just one side of the argument. That's the way the system is supposed to work. By putting their complaint in the form of this censure document, and with over half your house year group signing it, my hands were effectively tied. I have to represent all Gryffindors, though I will be making sure my views on this matter are understood at the house meeting I'm calling for after lunch. Professor, you yourself told us our house was our family. That family is now trying to throw two of its members out, while I was told my objections counted for nothing. That's not a family I want to be a part of. Ron already treats me as some kind of joke. I'm not prepared to accept that for the next 6 years. I am prepared to contact my grandmother about me switching to another school if I have to. I would truly be sorry to lose you, Mr. Longbottom, from Gryffindor, let alone Hogwarts. All I can do is present your case to the headmaster. The final decision on the matter is of course his." Neville nodded his acceptance, and then the professor practically shooed them out of her office. All three understood her urgency, however. She would now need to meet with Professor Dumbledore. "I tried to talk sense into them, Harry, but Sense and Ron don't seem to know each other very well." This actually drew a chuckle from the couple as they made their way to a late breakfast. "Thanks for at least trying. Doesn't look as if anyone else did. Would you really leave Hogwarts?" Neville looked embarrassed but answered truthfully. "My Grand confided in me that you two were thinking about it. I was hoping if you left." A smiling Hermione just made Neville's morning. "If we leave Hogwarts, we would be delighted if you came with us. Starting a new school is scary, having friends with you can make all the difference." That took a weight of the young wizard's shoulders. Neville knew him even suggesting leaving Hogwarts would see his Gran explode, but not if he was leaving with Harry and attending the same school. They would just have to wait and see how things played out. The atmosphere at lunchtime was strange, and very tense. The staff table was full, yet the professors all just sat there and stared at the students entering the Great Hall. Ron Weasley was heard bemoaning loudly about there being no food on the tables, and someone should do something about it. Harry, Hermione and Neville were sitting at the very end of the Gryffindor table, the end nearest the staff. When Albus judged over 3/4 of the students were now present, and all the main players already here, he stood and solemnly made his way to the podium to address the Great Hall. "The more astute amongst you will have noticed something is different today. What is different is that I now feel ashamed to have once been sorted into Gryffindor House. This drew gasps of astonishment from 3 of the 4 houses. The Gryffindors could only look on in disbelief. Yesterday, like most people here, I enjoyed watching a most exciting Quidditch match. I watched the youngest Seeker in over 100 years pull of a quite amazing piece of flying to avoid the worst outcome possible for a Quidditch player, a head-on collision at speed with another player. I thought Mr. Potter's actions as he then assisted his opposing Seeker, and even congratulated him for winning the match, was sportsmanship worthy of my old house. I was apparently wrong. Some members of that house thought this was an act of cowardice, and initiated an act of house censure against Mr. Potter. Albus was quite pleased to see Harry's former teammates all shoot to their feet, shouting words in defense of their Seeker. He held his hand up to placate them. I spoke to Mr. Potter after the match and am well aware of what happened. He confirmed what I assume you all want to tell me. There was no animosity between any of you regarding his departure from the team. With everyone staring daggers at him, Oliver was compelled to get his point across for the whole school to hear. Headmaster, this is the first we've heard of an act of censure. It certainly didn't come from any of his teammates. None of us thought that of Harry. Some of his flying yesterday scared the life out of me, and probably the Hufflepuff team too. Nodding at that, Albus continued. Harry made his position on this matter clear to his teammates and captain. He then publicly repeated that opinion to Professor McGonagall and later me. In repeatedly and publicly standing up for his convictions, Mr. Potter showed nothing but courage, not cowardice. His accusers though never even gave him the chance to answer for himself, but moved straight to an act of censure. This left Professor McGonagall no other option but to offer Mr. Potter an opportunity to be resorted, an offer he has accepted. Mr. Potter, please step forward. As Harry stood and left the Gryffindor table for the last time, there were loud groans and cries of, "No," ringing in his ears. Dumbledore wasn't finished though. For obvious reasons, those involved in this despicable plot against someone in their own house never approached Miss Granger for her opinions on this matter. For those same obvious reasons, Miss Granger didn't want to remain in a house that would treat her intended in this manner. She asked to be resorted to, and I couldn't in all honesty refuse her perfectly understandable request. Miss Granger, please step forward. A now shocked Great Hall watched as Hermione joined her intended. Albus had a few more shocks for them yet. In the so-called House of the Brave, only one person had the courage to speak out against this travesty. That lone voice was ridiculed and then ignored, leading the last true Gryffindor now left in first year to request a resorting to. It is a request I have reluctantly decided to grant. Mr. Longbottom, please step forward. Hermione stepping forward after Harry was easily explained, once you took a minute to think about it. Neville doing so too was another shock. My initial reaction was to leave these 3 true Gryffindors where they so obviously belong and resort the students who forced this procedure through. This however would not have been fair to the other 3 houses, encumbering them with these students. As far as I'm concerned, Gryffindor now has no first-year students. As the seriousness of their actions began to sink in, Parvati and Lavender were both in tears. Dumbledore then added to their woes. Since Gryffindors chose this vile route to remove fellow students from their house, the house points these students have gained within Hogwarts should also be rejected. All eyes were then focused on the Gryffindor points monitor, which seemed to be losing rubies at an alarming rate. It eventually stopped at just above half of its original volume, effectively ending any chance Gryffindor had of winning the House Cup. As you can now see, these are 3 students who should be welcomed into whichever house the Sorting Hat places them. Professor McGonagall, I'm afraid this sad duty falls to you. As she walked forward with the stool and hat, Minerva made her feelings on this matter known. This is not something I wanted, and it's already blindingly obvious this is a move that will be detrimental to Gryffindor House. I will be explaining my views in greater detail at the emergency Gryffindor House meeting being held directly after lunch. Mr. Potter, could you step forward and be resorted please? Neville may have been shaking like a leaf, but Harry was calmly cracking jokes as he sat on the stool. Hermione told me all you had to do to be sorted was wear an old hat. I thought she was playing a prank on me. Since I've already wrestled a troll though, I wasn't too bothered. Having heard all about their original sorting from Hermione, Harry saw that Barb hit his accuser of cowardice hard, just before the hat was lowered onto his head. He then heard a strange voice speaking to him about this will never do," before Harry's painful screams pierced every corner of the Great Hall. The Sorting Hat was without doubt one of the most revered magical relics of the Hogwarts founders. Hermione didn't pay that reverence any mind whatsoever. The hat had hurt her Harry, and only the fact it was on his head at the time stopped Hermione drawing her wand. Instead she swiftly ripped the tattered old hat off her intended and uncaringly cast it aside. To Hermione, Harry's welfare was far more important than any magical headwear. Harry was swaying on the stool so, in a scene scarily reminiscent of Halloween, she sat on the floor and guided her intended down beside her. Helping Harry's head gently find her lap, Hermione was soon running her fingers through his hair. She was trying to offer him some sort of comfort as Harry's entire body was currently shaking. "Hermione, I think I preferred wrestling that troll. This was much worse." Hermione then found herself being shouted at by an aggrieved Sorting Hat. "Why did you stop me? Have you any idea what you could have done? You were hurting Harry." Hermione didn't say any more, she didn't think she needed to say any more. That was all the justification she would ever need to take action. The hat was not impressed with her reasoning. "Mr. Potter has locked memories. I can't sort him with partial information, I was unlocking those memories." "You were hurting him, doesn't that count for anything? I'm the Sorting Hat, I sort, and sing. It's what I was made to do, and you stopped me. Listen to me, you moth-eaten piece of tattered old cloth. It was only the fact that you were on my Harry's head that stopped me incinerating you. It may have escaped your notice but you're not on my Harry's head anymore." Realizing that this was no idle threat from the enraged girl, McGonagall raced over and lifted the hat from where Hermione had uncaringly tossed it. A still angry Hermione just had to have the last word. "Your singing's shit too." Hearing Hermione swear told Harry exactly how angry she was, he comfortingly squeezed her hand. Even though his voice was shaky, the entire Great Hall heard him clearly. "Hermione, I saw my mum." That wasn't just a conversation stopper, the occupants of the hall held their collective breath while anxiously awaiting to hear more. "It was just me and my mum. I was in my cot, then this really ugly bugger broke into my bedroom. Blood-red crazy eyes and no knows how do you lose your nose. That's just bloody carelessness, that's what that is." Harry may have been rambling somewhat but Hermione could feel the tremors running through his body as he spoke about this. "He told my mum to step aside, what an arsehole. I was only 15 months old, did he really think she was gonna stand there and let him murder me? The sick bastard knew she would never do that, he just wanted to hear her plead for her life before he ended it. She didn't though, she pleaded for mine. She begged him to kill her instead of me. She was willing to die for me, Hermione, and she did." The two first-year students currently on the floor both had tears running down their cheeks now. They were by no means the only ones. He was actually smiling as he turned his attention and wand onto me. I saw him smile as he cast the killing curse at a toddler. He wasn't smiling when his spell was returned with interest. He screamed the place down as his body disintegrated into nothing. "I hope it hurt, Hermione, I hope it King hurt." Leaning down, Hermione gently ed her intended. "I'm sure it did, Harry. You okay now?" Seeing that would be enough to make anyone scream. That wasn't why I screamed. It felt as if that hat was attacking my mind with a blunt axe. It was bloody torture, Hermione. Thanks for pulling it off me, you've always got my back. Albus had to wipe away a few tears from his own eyes before offering his hand to help Harry up. "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. I should have anticipated this. The Sorting Hat scans your mind to determine which house you're most suitable for. Your damaged memories would confuse it, leading to what just happened. It would try to unlock those memories so it could properly sort you." The hat seemed to take this as justification of what it had just attempted. "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Now I need to be placed back on Mr. Potter's head to continue with his resorting." Harry now didn't want this hat anywhere near him, nor Hermione either. Dumbledore knowing they were a pair of time travelers was quite enough magical people being aware of their secret. The hat seemed to zero in on his earliest memories first. As the Ministry had changed those since he was dropped at Privet Drive, it hopefully hadn't noticed he would be 19 on his next birthday, not 12. Harry may have been staggering slightly as he regained his feet but his voice was rock solid on this matter. "Never going to happen. That hat comes anywhere near me or mine and I'm setting fire to it." You can sprinkle its ashes onto the new first year's heads in September, see if it says anything about them then. At least they wouldn't have to listen to its singing. The ancient hat took the verbal attack on its annual sonnets badly. It spent most of the year composing its welcome feast greeting. The Sorting Hat then treated the Great Hall to a rather, off-the-brim, vocal treat. The hat thought it was in charge here, and let these young whippersnappers know it, by singing its decision to them. If I don't resort you, then in Gryffindor you stay. Those are the only options to come your way. There was simply no chance Harry was buying into that, and didn't care who knew his opinion. That was certainly true when you were created. It might still have been true up until around 100 years ago. Today, in 1992, you're talking utter nonsense. The hat was poo-pooing that opinion until Harry started providing some facts. The United States has a population of over 300 million people, and also 4 premier schools of magic who accept students from all around the globe. There are magical schools in most corners of the world now. They don't have to be 1,000 years old to be a good school. We'd much rather they placed their emphasis on preparing their students to face the approaching new millennium, instead of living on their past glories and stagnating to the point of being totally out of touch with reality. Hermione, I think your dad will be digging out the passports when he hears about this. Now standing holding Harry's hand, Hermione noticed the third member of their trio was left stranded and bewildered at what was happening around him. She reached out and placed her other hand comfortingly on his arm. Neville, a passport is a Muggle identification document. You need one when leaving Britain for another country. You know we only returned to Hogwarts after Christmas because the headmaster asked us to give this school one more try. We spent the holidays looking at alternatives, however. Some of them look really good, and you're more than welcome to come with us. This was what Dumbledore really feared. It was also a great shock to the rest of the hall. Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts, and Britain. Having watched one shocking revelation being followed by another had an angry young man on his feet. Headmaster, even without them being resorted, what we've witnessed here tells me all I need to know. I was only really introduced to Harry yesterday but could see all 3 of them being very happy in our house. I would like to invite them to join Hufflepuff. Cedric's actions were soon shown to have the backing of his housemates as they enthusiastically applauded his suggestion. Knowing Hermione and Harry were academically the top 2 students in first year, and also seeing how many points they had amassed, produced an invitation from Ravenclaw too. While Neville's marks were only average, he could easily be worked with to get them up where a Ravenclaw's should be. These invitations saw a backlash from the older Gryffindors. Oliver Wood was back on his feet. He had plans for Harry. Those plans certainly didn't involve him becoming a Claw or Puff. Headmaster, if there is no resorting, then all 3 remain Gryffindors. I can certainly understand why they wouldn't want to return to their old dorms, but couldn't alternative accommodation be found within Gryffindor Tower? Oliver quickly had the backing of his Quidditch team. Katie offered Hermione a bunk in the second-year dorm while the twins said they had plenty of room for Harry and Neville. McGonagall's thoughts, however, had turned in a slightly different direction. There is another option. We could give them their own accommodation within Gryffindor. They would still be part of the house, though hopefully separate enough to suit everyone's needs. What do you think, Headmaster? The twinkle was back in Dumbledore's eyes at that suggestion. His years of experience were also telling him they weren't out of the woods yet, they still had a bit to do. I think that's a splendid idea, though only one of 3 choices within Hogwarts now available to them. Albus didn't mention the 4th choice the trio had, to leave Hogwarts altogether. The entire school was now well aware this was a very real option for these 3. The trio currently had their heads together and were discussing the situation before Harry gave their collective answer. Sir, we would like to see this accommodation, and attend the Gryffindor House meeting before reaching any decision. We would also like to thank Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw for their most generous offers. Those are options that we certainly aren't dismissing. All 3 of us would just like more information before making a final decision. Like Dumbledore, Harry made no mention of the fact that one house had remained silent on this issue. The chances of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger being made welcome in Slytherin were nil, so hardly worth commenting on that there was no offer made from that quarter. As Minerva removed an indignant sorting hat and the stool from the Great Hall, Albus waved his hand and lunch appeared on all tables. Neither Harry, Hermione nor Neville felt much like eating. They were also reluctant to return to the Gryffindor table, unwilling to give any false indications that their choice may have already been made. They left the Great Hall to all eyes following their departure. There wasn't much appetite for lunch in the Great Hall either. Two of the tables were quite hopeful they may soon have 3 new first years swelling their ranks, while a third were plotting on how best to use what they had heard here today to their advantage. At the Gryffindor table, even Ron wasn't eating. This more than anything illustrated the severity of the situation they now found themselves in. The way his twin brothers were glaring at him, Ron was thinking it would be a while before he ate anything in their presence again. It wasn't just Fred and George who were glaring at him though, all the first years were receiving the evil eye from their older housemates. Just the thought of this imminent house meeting had Ron feeling squeamish, so perhaps it was better if he didn't have any lunch. The staff table too had been affected by what had just played out before them. None more so than a certain defense professor. Quirrell had also felt as if his mind was being attacked by a blunt instrument. Unlike Harry however, there was no one willing to rip the cause of that pain from his head. His master's anger had been mighty at the Potter brat's description of that Halloween night over a decade ago, and that anger was the cause of Quirrell's severe pain. There was nothing for the professor to do about the situation, other than bite his lip bloody while attempting not to scream out loud. His whimpers and moans were more than covered by the loud sobs coming from Hagrid. The big fool blowing his nose on that table cover he called a hanky was loud enough to cover the noise of a charging centaur herd. He hadn't been able to attack the Potter whelp during his Quidditch match, not with Dumbledore in the stadium too. He could hardly then whip his wand out in the Great Hall and extract retribution for Potter's deeds and words, not while Dumbledore stood right next to his golden boy. Until safely ensconced in a new body of his own, the Dark Lord was well aware he and Quirrell were no match for Dumbledore at the moment. It would then be an act of extreme foolishness to jeopardize his plans to achieve that new body simply for the purpose of revenge on an 11-year-old boy. That didn't preclude a little torture of his current host though. The 3 first years entered a Gryffindor common room that was packed to the rafters. McGonagall was standing in the center of the room and acknowledged their entry with a nod before beginning the meeting. It is my intention here to ensure the entire house knows the facts of this matter, before dismissing everyone but our current first year and all prefects. The Quidditch match seemed to be the trigger that started all this off, and our team captain has asked if he could speak about that. A clearly nervous Oliver was standing at the back of the room as all eyes turned toward him. Thinking of where to start, Oliver began with what prompted his change of heart. I would first like to say up front that, as team captain and a Quidditch player, I thought Harry's move to avoid hitting Diggory was not only a fantastic bit of flying, but also exactly the right thing to do. Quidditch is a dangerous sport and the professional leagues occasionally suffer from the odd fatality. The most common cause of those fatalities by far is a head-on collision between 2 players traveling at speed. Performing this maneuver played no part in Harry's decision to leave the team. It's hard for a person to admit their own faults. The current situation of the entire house watching made that 100 times worse. Oliver was a Gryffindor though, so forged ahead. Professor McGonagall visited the team after the match and something she said had me up all night thinking about it. Sometimes the hardest thing for a leader to do is admit they made a mistake. I made a few of them yesterday. My disagreement with Harry was over his refusal to follow the tactics I assigned him, namely, follow Diggory for the entire match. Harry said he was 11, and played Quidditch because it was fun. Being ordered to follow another seeker around for the entire match certainly wasn't his idea of fun. There was an amicable parting of the ways, with Harry recognizing that he couldn't just ignore his captain's orders and offering his resignation from the team. Taking some support from the knowledge that what he was going to say would certainly please the rest of his team, Oliver put forward his idea. While Harry is undoubtedly a novice at Quidditch, he doesn't fly like any novice I've ever seen. I should have recognized that, instead of trying to enforce specific tactics that eventually cost us our seeker. I was hoping to sit down with Harry this evening and see if we could find a method of developing some tactics that suited both him and the rest of the team. We would then have 3 weeks to practice those tactics before playing Ravenclaw. As you can see, having Harry issued with a house censure order was never going to come from me or any of his teammates. This then had all eyes turning to Harry, but McGonagall quickly regained their attention. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Not only for listening to me, but for taking those words to heart. You just proved my decision to appoint you captain was the right one. Since Mr. Potter has some other decisions to make first, I will postpone our arranged meeting for 48 hours. None of us expected the situation we now find ourselves in. Minerva then addressed the rest of her house. As to how we got into this situation, you have already heard most of it. 5 of our first years had some issues with Mr. Potter. As required, they took those issues to their assigned prefect. From there, things went downhill fast. Would you care to explain your actions, Mr. Weasley? There may have been 4 Mr. Weasleys, currently in the common room. McGonagall's gaze however was only locked onto one. Taking some encouragement from how well Oliver's talk had been received by his housemates, Percy then attempted to justify his own actions. Over half of the current first year came to me with what I considered to be legitimate concerns regarding Mr. Potter's suitability to be a member of Gryffindor House. Since he couldn't remember anything about his original sorting, and no one here can seriously doubt he's changed considerably since his accident, I felt it was only prudent that the sorting had reconfirmed Mr. Potter is indeed a Gryffindor. I was trying to show the initiative I know you like from your prefects, Professor. Initiative would have been investigating the reasons behind these concerns. Initiative should have seen you seeking out the names not on that list, and asking why their names weren't included. That same initiative should have then led you to my office to report your findings. You didn't do any of that, and that's why we are here having this discussion. Being a prefect doesn't give you the right to decide someone should be censured to this level. Handing the parchment to me is a fait accompli. There was no investigation. I spoke to over half the year group. You only spoke to the people who were making these accusations. That's not an investigation. You are being given a chance to defend your actions, in front of your housemates. This is something your chosen method denied Mr. Potter. When each of you first stepped into Hogwarts, I told you your house would be your family. One of our family was seriously injured, courageously saving another member of that very same family. For other members of this family to then turn on Mr. Potter, using an obscure procedure to cowardly and publicly stab him in the back. The procedure may be obscure but it is still in the rule books. McGonagall's glare at Percy's interruption finally got through to the wizard just how much trouble he was in. This is why I'm taking your prefect badge away, Mr. Weasley. Not because of what you did, more that you still can't see it was wrong to do so. Some of the rules around Hogwarts were put in place a millennium ago. It's still technically acceptable to restrain students using chains and administer punishment by a cane or cat o' nine tails. Anyone attempting to use the rulebook to implement such a thing will have what I leave of them passed on to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in a jar. Is everyone here clear on that? She waited on everyone there saying, "Yes, Professor," before McGonagall moved on. This is how a house conducts their business. Discussing problems like a family, not displaying them in the Great Hall for everyone else to see. That will never happen again. I am your head of house for a reason. No one will take matters into their own hands after today. Now I would like the prefects and first years to remain. She didn't need to say anything more. Those not required to stay got out of there as quickly as possible. Now it was time to get to the bottom of this matter. I want to hear what these specific complaints were against Mr. Potter. Her remarks were addressed to the first years but Dean, Seamus, Lavender and Parvati all turned their heads in Ron's direction. Thankful that it was just first years and prefects now present, the youngest Weasley offered up what he hoped was an acceptable explanation. Harry was my best friend, then everything changed on Halloween. If anything, those changes became more noticeable after he returned from spending Christmas with Granger. Different haircut, glasses gone, new clothes, even his scar is fainter now. The Harry I knew would have caught the snitch yesterday, even if it meant the team's celebration taking place in the infirmary. Harry himself said he couldn't remember his sorting, and that he was a different person now. I thought the hat confirming he was a Gryffindor would get me my best friend back. You thought an act of house censure would get your best friend back. The disbelief in McGonagall's question was matched by looks from most of those who remained. Ron then really put his foot in it. I knew going to you with this would come to nothing. Harry is studying harder and every day becoming more like your favorite, Granger. Percy said an act of house censure would force you to confront Harry, you wouldn't have any other choice. They had apparently only thought McGonagall was angry before. Now they got to see the real deal, and it was frightening. This was done to deliberately bypass the systems in place to protect students. It was only a resorting Ron's voice had faded into silence at the glare coming from his head of house. He very wisely decided to say no more. We had this exact same discussion back before Christmas, Mr. Weasley. You are still pursuing the same utterly selfish aim. You want your former friend back, irrespective of whether he does or doesn't remember you, or that he now has an intended by his side. That you roped in reinforcements to help you achieve your goal, and then deliberately set out to isolate and deceive your head of house from the process, will result in me taking both you and Percy home for a discussion with your parents. This left a pair of redheads white-faced at that prospect. McGonagall wasn't finished yet though. This act of house censure was so undeserved and underhanded, Gryffindor had to suffer the indignity of another two houses inviting those members being forced out of our house to join theirs instead. Like the headmaster, I too was ashamed of my house. The headmaster said he considers there to be no first-year Gryffindors and I agree. Everything that identifies you five as Gryffindors will turn gray, and remain so until we think you have once more earned the right to wear the red and gold. You may still find yourselves standing behind the new first years come September, awaiting to be resorted. You very publicly brought our house into disrepute, your punishment will therefore be public too. Removing house points won't really make a difference now. Your behavior has already taken us out of contention for this year's House Cup. All five were now sitting with their heads down as they suffered the ignominy of watching their proud colors fade to a muted gray. Minerva then turned to an until now silent Harry. Mr. Potter, have you anything you would like to say? I have made my feelings on this matter clear to Weasley on a number of occasions. He obviously didn't listen then, so I don't see the point in me repeating myself again. My opinion on this matter certainly hasn't changed. As to the other four, Professor, I have nothing to say. None of them had the common decency to talk with me about this matter before instigating an act of censure. Why should I speak to them now? Minerva had been keen to avoid a split in her house earlier in the year when Albus was teaching potions to just Harry and Hermione. Now that feared split had just become a chasm. It was a chasm between her students Minerva didn't know whether it would ever be possible to bridge. After ordering both Weasleys to go and wait outside her office, Minerva dismissed the rest before focusing her attention on the trio of first years now left. I've said it before, and I'll repeat myself here. I don't want to lose 3 of my best students to another house, or another school. I'm hoping I can provide you with the means to stay in Gryffindor without having to interact with the other 5 much more than if you were in another Hogwarts house. I would like to show you what we have available. Heading for the boys' stairway, Minerva kept on going until she reached the top. Providing a password to the stone lion carved into the lintel above a heavy oak door saw that same door open and allow their entry. Other than you 3, only myself and the 2 senior prefects will know this password. No one else should be up here, unless you invite them. She led them into a well-furnished room. This is the accommodation set aside should the head boy or head girl be a Gryffindor. It saddens me to say I can't see our present crop of prefects requiring these accommodations. This leaves them free for your use for at least the next 2.5 years. The doors lead off to a pair of bedrooms, both containing bathroom and shower facilities. The castle will already have arranged for the boys' version to have 2 of everything in it. By the time Hogwarts students earn these rooms, they are considered responsible adults. Therefore there is no alarm on the bedroom doors. Miss Granger, will your parents have any problems with you living in an arrangement such as this? Hermione was already arranging in her mind what would be the study area, and also a place for just chilling out in front of the large fireplace. Recognizing these accommodations were far superior than anything joining either Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw would provide had all of them excited. McGonagall was obviously trying to bribe them into remaining Gryffindors. Hermione thought the view alone was worth staying a lion for. No problems at all, Professor. They loved having Harry stay for Christmas and are already planning on having him spend part of the summer with us too. Hermione deliberately didn't say, most of the summer. She didn't want anything to screw this up. A day that had started off so horribly had suddenly taken a major leap for the better. Harry was just as excited, though playing it much cooler. I think we should check out the rooms too. Minerva however was giving it the hard sell. She wanted these 3 to remain Gryffindors and knew just how to seal the deal. The last time Gryffindors held both positions was when James Potter and Lily Evans were 7th years. Mr. Longbottom, your parents achieved the exact same status 3 years earlier. Both boys had the exact same response to hearing that. My mum and dad stayed here, and Minerva knew she wouldn't be losing any students from her house. She spent another 15 pleasant minutes talking with the trio, before heading back to her office to deal with a situation she would derive no pleasure from. Spending Christmas with Charlie in Romania meant that the Weasley parents, and their daughter, hadn't seen their Hogwarts contingent since the 1st of September. While 2 of that Hogwarts contingent were currently standing in the Burrow kitchen, this occurrence was not being celebrated by anyone present. With both boys keeping their heads down to avoid McGonagall's scowl, it was easy to deduce this was not good news they were here to deliver. After getting over the shock that the 2 boys weren't her twins, Molly's scowl was soon going full blast to match the one worn by the head of Gryffindor. By the time Minerva had told the story of what Ron and Percy had been up to, Arthur was scowling at the pair too. It was the littlest Weasley though who got the ball rolling. You tried to get Harry Potter chucked out of Gryffindor. How could you? Ginny had been looking forward to meeting her hero at Hogwarts for a few years now. Like most of magical Britain, the Weasleys had been more than surprised at reading Harry Potter already had an intended. The youngest member of the family had consoled herself with the fact she was at least going to be in Gryffindor with Harry and his intended for 6 years, they could possibly even become friends. Hearing that 2 of her brothers might have totally ruined that, might even be responsible for Harry leaving Hogwarts before she got there, had the little 10-year-old witch in tears. Molly was comforting her daughter as Arthur struggled with the problem his family were now faced with. Minerva, I really don't know what to say. What is Hogwarts' position on this? Percy has had his prefect badge removed. I feel having him spend days at home or evenings doing detentions at Hogwarts would be detrimental to his education. This is his OWL year after all, with those exams only months away. My intention was to leave him here so you both could have a talk with your son, with Percy returning to Hogwarts tomorrow in time for his first class. I've already had a long discussion with Ronald regarding this matter, it obviously didn't make any difference to his attitude. I'm hoping a week at home might see you achieving what I couldn't. Both your sons seem to have adopted the opinion that they haven't done anything wrong. I can assure you, Arthur, that is not the case. The innocent party in all of this is Harry Potter. Taking a moment to control her anger, Minerva tried to explain the situation further. We were lucky those 3 survived that night, with Harry being the only one injured. Rather than being thankful, Ronald here simply refuses to accept that, due to those injuries, Harry has changed. All this despite having the situation clearly explained to him on more than one occasion. He was undoubtedly the instigator for this entire incident. Percy thought he could use this as an opportunity to catch my eye, making an early play for the head boy position. I'm afraid this was a very serious error of judgment. This error cost him not only his prefect's badge, but probably any chance of ever being head boy too. That, I think, is punishment enough for Percy, which is why he's being allowed back into Hogwarts tomorrow. Both Arthur and Molly were quick to assure the Hogwarts deputy head that they would indeed be having words with their sons. Minerva then made it crystal clear just how much trouble their youngest boy was in. Ronald is hanging on to his membership of Gryffindor House by a thread. It wouldn't surprise me if, come September, he's standing behind Ginny while waiting to be resorted. Due purely to his lack of application in his lessons, it wouldn't surprise me either if Ronald was sharing some of Ginny's classes too. If your son showed even half the effort and determination to his lessons that he continually expends on trying to influence Mr. Potter, Ronald wouldn't be in imminent danger of failing some of his first-year classes. With her piece said, Minerva flowed back to Albus' office at Hogwarts. That should be far enough away not to hear Molly when she finally exploded at her 2 sons. As the trio of first years entered, those already in the Great Hall forgot about dinner. They were too busy collectively holding their breath to eat as the 3 headed straight for the Hufflepuff table. Harry was again shaking Cedric's hand. This time to thank him for his invitation to join Hufflepuff. Having noticed the first-year Puffs had been quickly on their feet to support Cedric's proposal, Harry made a point of thanking them too. Just as with the Quidditch match, Hermione and Neville followed Harry's lead in also thanking them. The same procedure then took place at the Ravenclaw table, introducing themselves to and then thanking the person who had stood and made the offer. Roger Davies wasn't used to being in the spotlight but truthfully told all three he just couldn't sit back and let an injustice like that happen. The first-year claws were also thanked for their support. As they strolled to the Gryffindor table, it was Neville who remarked that only the Slytherin and Gryffindor first years hadn't supported them. All three were left trying to figure how those two houses came down on the same side of something. As the hall settled down, Dumbledore then moved to the podium. I have no wish to overly disturb your dinner, so what I have to say will be short. As you know, I have been covering the potions classes since your last teacher decided to leave us. Due to my other commitments, teaching a full schedule was never going to be more than a short-term measure. I'm delighted to say that Professor Greenhorn will be starting with us tomorrow. He's more than qualified to hold that position, as he will also be remaining one of Barton's top potion masters. He will only be in the castle certain days of the week, however, and only teaching 4th year and above. Professor Greenhorn will also be keeping his eye on any student he thinks might have the potential to be offered an apprenticeship with Barton's potions. 1st to 3rd years, I'm afraid you are still stuck with me. This proved a very popular announcement, with everyone getting something from it. Barton's potions were the premier manufacturer and supplier of potions in Britain. To be even considered for an apprenticeship with them was pretty special. Here they practically had their new potions professor as a recruiter. This was great news. Even the lower school were happy. Who was going to complain about having potions taught to them by Professor Dumbledore? Sitting back down, it was as Albus had hoped. He could feel the mood within the hall lifting all around him. After the lunchtime debacle, it needed lifting. There would have to be some adjustments made to the timetable to accommodate this, but since everyone else lived in the castle, that was not going to be a problem. Neville was sitting with his two friends. He was trying to write a letter while unable to contain his chuckle. My Gran will never believe I'm sharing the Gryffindor head suite with you two. Thinking for a moment, Neville changed tact. I am really pleased to be here with you both, and promise to make sure I give you enough time alone. Why thank you, Neville. We might take you up on that. Hermione's pause had Harry looking at his intended over the book he was reading. He could see the mischief in her eyes as she delivered the punchline, but not until we hit at least 5th year. After the laughter, Hermione then got serious. Thanks for supporting Harry, Neville. That really means a lot to us. Hey, Ron was wrong. I couldn't just go along with that. Everyone else did, so thank you. Since the three of us are going to be living here, there's a couple of things you should know. It wasn't just Harry's recent memories that were affected that Halloween. All of his memories were scrambled. I'm just really glad he remembered me. Harry's arm snaked around Hermione's shoulder as they sat together on the sofa, watching as Neville tried to get his head around that fact. All his memories. Yes. As you can imagine, events from his childhood Harry thinks he remembers turning out to be wrong have been quite traumatizing. That leads me to the other thing I wanted to tell her: days, like today, when Harry really needs my support. I give him that support by cuddling in, talking over what has happened, and then both of us fall asleep in each other's arms. Harry will be sleeping in my bed tonight. While Neville's chin nearly hit the floor at hearing that, Hermione was quick to reassure him there was no inappropriate behavior taking place. We're really just sleeping, Neville. My mum and dad know about it too. We actually slept together in my house over the holidays. I just didn't want us to be sneaking around behind your back. That's fine, Hermione. Thanks, you too, for trusting me with this. Ron made a big deal of Harry's bed curtains always being closed. Now I know why, but promise never to tell a soul. My mum and dad were very understanding about it. I can't see McGonagall being the same. She would have kittens if she found out. Hermione and Neville were laughing at the joke before the shy Gryffindor got to experience firsthand just some of the things Harry had to deal with on a daily basis. He had no idea McGonagall was an animagus, with her form being a cat. Neville then finished off his letter before heading off to the Ollery to post it. I'm glad you told him, love. Like you, I think we're keeping enough secrets from Neville as it is. This way we don't have to maintain the charade of saying goodnight to each other, and then Dobby sneaking me into your bed. I bet dinner in Crawley was interesting tonight. You'd better send a letter home too, just so no one gets suspicious about our other communications method. At that, Dobby popped beside them with a note from home. Dan and Emma did indeed have a lot to say about what had happened. Any day Hermione awoke in bed with Harry was already a good day. This one, however, was somewhat different. Harry was lying on his side, his head propped up by his elbow. His other hand was casually playing with her hair, but it was Harry's expression that worried Hermione. He seemed lost in his thoughts. Something wrong, Harry. Either I've just had the most vivid and lucid dream of my life, or that bloody Barmy Bunnet has really buggered with my brain. I think the hat might have messed with my blocked memories before you got it off me. Hermione was now looking every bit as worried as Harry felt. So he pressed ahead, determined to discover which of these options his experience had been. I saw you walk down the main Hogwarts staircase in a simply stunning blue dress. I couldn't take my eyes off you. No one who was there could. You looked oh so beautiful, Hermione. Watching through that version of Harry's eyes as you then walked over and took the arm of a man who appeared to be some sort of army cadet, well, that left me feeling numb inside. That was real. Was this that ball you mentioned? Wrapping Harry lovingly in her arms, Hermione tried not to let her tears fall. So much for their fresh start. Why couldn't he have remembered something else? Yes, it really happened. The boy was from another school, that was their dress uniform. Victor will be a famous Quidditch player, one who most of the girls in Hogwarts were chasing after. I wasn't one of those chasing girls, which was the main reason he asked me. I don't follow Quidditch and my best friend is one of the most famous wizards in the world. I just treated Victor like a normal person and we enjoyed the ball. Until Ron Bloody Weasley ruined it for you. You remember that as well. I don't really think you can call it remembering, since I don't actually remember it as such. As I said, I wasn't sure whether or not it was a dream. I only know what I saw as I slept, nothing else. While still holding him tight, a nervous Hermione asked the question she didn't really want to. Are you okay with this? I'm really pissed off that this has happened. Stupid resorting, we should just have left. No, I meant seeing me with Victor. Harry was back up on his elbow, looking puzzled at Hermione's question. I'll admit it was a hell of a shock, but that was then, that was different, you're still my intended. Even being asked that question by Harry spurred Hermione on. Of course I am. I'll be your intended until you put another ring on my finger. Then I'll be your fiancé, before becoming your wife. All I ever wanted was to be yours, Harry. Victor asked me to the ball, you hadn't any intention of asking me, so I said yes. I asked someone else, didn't I? Oh shit. I bet I came to you for advice about it too. Sorry, Hermione. Realizing how well Harry was dealing with this, she told him all there was to tell, which wasn't much. Victor Key, at the back of my hand at the end of the ball. That was all either of us wanted to happen, then Ron exploded in the common room. Leaning down, Harry Key, ed her properly. This Victor fellow is gonna be out of luck this time around. I've already asked my beautiful intended to be my date for every event we attend. Seeing that dream, vision, memory, didn't change the way I feel about you in the slightest. I can tell you something I did learn though. The other Harry may not have recognized what he was feeling for you, but I instantly did. We may have been raised differently, yet the one thing both your Harrys have in common is that they love Hermione Granger. This led to some more and certainly an easing of Hermione's worries. Harry, however, was still concerned. What if this isn't an isolated incident? I really don't want to be dreaming about a past I can't remember. At least I got to see the very beautiful Hermione Granger in my dreams last night. Since that event hasn't really happened in this time, it's quite easy to treat the whole thing as nothing more than a dream. The thought of seeing my Aunt Petunia being cruel to me, or Dudley and his friends beating me up, those I can do without. That would certainly qualify as a nightmare, and probably leave me in bits. It's one thing to be told about something disturbing, quite another to see it for yourself. I don't know if I could cope with that. I think that's the right way to treat last night, as a dream. That event hasn't happened yet, now won't ever happen, so why worry about it? If you have visions about your life before Hogwarts, I'll be lying right here beside you. Wake me and we'll try to talk it over. I'm here for you, Harry. Whatever you need, I'm right here. Beautiful, brilliant and so caring, a simply irresistible combination. After snuggling some more, she felt Harry finally begin to really relax. You got a handle on this now. I think so. I'm me, and I'm comfortable with who I am. More importantly, my intended likes who I am. I'm not going to let a few dreams or visions change me into someone else. We traveled back in time, for me to be a wizard no less, and I got a handle on that, eventually. As long as I have you by my side, I can face just about anything." Hermione's smile was all the answer Harry needed. She wasn't going anywhere without him and would be there to help with any dark times these dreams produced. He did have one last question however about what he'd seen in that dream. "Hermione, what the hell was Ron Weasley wearing to that ball?" It looked like an old pair of curtains. The 4 students with grayed out house associations were all left wishing they had been sent home for a week too. Ron was the instigator of their troubles, yet he currently nestled safely in the bosom of his family. They were the ones stuck in Hogwarts and left having to deal with the stares, pointing and not so quiet whispering of their peers. They were being shunned by their own housemates. There certainly weren't any offers to join other houses forthcoming on their behalf. These 4 were the center of attention in the Great Hall, right up until the Daily Prophet was delivered. The headline alone was enough for everyone to grasp that yesterday's happenings inside Hogwarts had made the front page. The headline also informed those inside the castle exactly which Hogwarts house the Prophet had received their information from. Cowardly Lion ready to run. For months now, some of the decisions being made inside Hogwarts have been difficult for those outside the castle's ancient and hallowed walls to understand. Long-standing professors being suspended and then sacked. The head of Hogwarts' school board voted off their position, and then out of that body altogether. We also have the first years are not allowed their own broom rule being cast asunder to allow a specific 11-year-old onto their house Quidditch team. These seemingly unconnected events all have something in common, or should that be someone? Harry Potter. Dumbledore and McGonagall are pandering to this first-year student's every whim. "It wasn't until yesterday we discovered why," said Lucius Malfoy, a respected citizen who formerly had his finger on the Hogwarts pulse. "It now becomes clearer why steps were taken to remove him from that sphere of influence, as his views certainly clash with those of the people currently running Hogwarts." After rearranging the entire Hogwarts Quidditch schedule to suit Potter, he then proved what anyone with any intelligence should have known from the start. First years are not allowed to play Quidditch for a very good reason. He was a menace in the sky during the match, and it was only through good fortune someone didn't pay for his lack of ability with an extended stay in the school's infirmary. The Daily Prophet was also contacted by students from within Hogwarts. These students didn't want their names used here, Harry Potter's grip on Hogwarts being so tight they feared reprisals. His own Gryffindor year-mates were sickened by the cowardice Potter displayed during the Quidditch match. When their head of house refused to take any action, they were left with no other option but to invoke a house censure against him. While this forced Dumbledore in McGonagall's hand, those courageous Gryffindors were left facing a severe disappointment. Potter simply refused to be resorted, threatening to leave Hogwarts if this matter wasn't dealt with to his satisfaction. The headmaster and his deputy then fell over themselves to ensure that his wishes were met. This reporter can reveal that the first-year Gryffindors who brought this censure were all punished severely, the ringleader even being sent home. And what of Harry Potter, we hear you ask? Not only does he remain a Gryffindor, Harry Potter, his intended and a toting friend of theirs have all been relocated to the luxurious accommodation within Gryffindor Tower reserved for the head boy or girl. One can only think it is rather fortuitous that the current holders of those positions are not Gryffindors. Potter's influence in the castle being such that they would have been deposited in a cupboard somewhere within the castle, also Dumbledore's golden boy can have his own way. Lucius Malfoy summed the situation up nicely with the following quote. "If this coward wants to leave the best magical school in the world, and take his muggle-born intended with him, I say good riddance. It's time this country discovered just who's in charge at Hogwarts, preferably before Potter starts influencing the Ministry of Magic too. We at the Prophet will be contacting the people involved and asking them some hard-hitting questions regarding these matters. We hope to print their answers in our pages tomorrow." There was silence in the hall, digestion of the news being preferred to breakfast. Harry was left shaking his head, and with a particular mental image he couldn't shift. "Hermione, all I could think of as I read this rubbish was, put 'em up, put 'em up. I'm gonna have that in my head all day now." Harry's impersonation of Bert Lahr was so good, his intended just buckled with laughter. This was certainly not the reaction Neville expected, and he said so. "You can laugh about this." Harry just shrugged his shoulders. Hermione was still trying to get her giggles under control. Using that famous film, Harry tried to come up with an analogy Neville would understand. It's like a character from a movie Hermione and I love. He built this whole grand persona using smoke and mirrors but was eventually caught out. Malfoy wore his respectability like a cloak. Take that cloak away and everyone can see what he really is. This is his attempt at a fightback. I wonder how much it cost him to get this article in the Prophet. Any decent newspaper would have asked those hard-hitting questions first, instead of just publishing this Malfoy propaganda. So, you're okay with this crap? This drew a smile from Harry that never reached his eyes. Without looking, I know that Draco is sitting with a smarmy and smug smile on his face. I also don't need to look to know both Dumbledore and McGonagall will be furious at this. Neville did the looking, confirming Harry was correct. McGonagall's glare in the Slytherin's direction actually caused a shiver of dread to run up his spine. His nod to Harry saw him continue with his explanation. Malfoy is using the Prophet to publicly poke me and Hogwarts in the eye, with a sly swipe at the Ministry thrown in for good measure. I intend to let the adults deal with this. I will of course provide a quote of my own, if asked. It was Hermione's turn to experience that shiver of dread, swiftly curing her fit of giggling. She knew from painful personal experience what one of the consequences of this was certain to be. Harry, people believe every word printed in that rag. You'll be bombarded with hate mail, and worse. The words had barely left Hermione's lips when the first owl bearing a smoking red envelope entered the Great Hall and flew straight to Harry. Hermione had her wand out, magically untying the howler from the bird's leg. Before the owl reached its target. As soon as it was untied, the howler became animated and began delivering its hateful message at a tremendous volume. Harry Potter, your parents must be turning in their graves, knowing the son they died saving as a coward. There was never a chance Harry's temper would hold at that. Snatching the howler out of the air, he firstly strangled it into silence with his bare hands before tearing it into tiny pieces. No one had ever seen this approach used when dealing with a howler before, leaving 3/4 of the hall staring at Harry in awe. Even the Slytherins stopped laughing when Harry glared in their direction. There was just something so disconcerting about being glared at by a pair of very angry eyes that were the color of a killing curse. As more owls began arriving, bearing tidings along the same vein, Hermione was ready to deal with them. She found herself being joined in her endeavors by Professor McGonagall. As the letters and packages began to pile up, Harry also dealing with another 2 howlers before they even got to voice their recorded tirade, he had a question for his head of house. Professor, can we contact the DMLE over this matter? Surely it must be against the law to send such things to children. K it up, coward, was shouted from the Slytherin table. This saw Harry direct his anger in that direction. Harry's intention to let the adults deal with this died the instant that Howler began spouting its vicious bile. This was now very much his problem, it just got personal. These people can anonymously send abuse to an 11-year-old boy, yet I'm the coward. The people who sent these were probably hiding under their beds the night I banished the Dark Lord, yet they now call me coward with impunity. They won't even say the name Voldemort. Harry let the screams settle before those green eyes swept over the Slytherin table, including all the snakes in his final question. Yet I'm the coward. Turning his back on them, Harry then asked a question of Hermione, though loud enough so the now silent hall could still hear. This makes no sense. Please tell me I'm missing something here. Again the shout came from Slytherin. That's just the way it is. Whirling around, Harry once more made his opinion known. That doesn't make it right. This will be the way it always is until someone stands up and says, this is wrong. I watched Lucius Malfoy cower his way out of the ministry, rather than publicly take an oath he didn't willingly become a Death Eater. Yet this murderer still walks free. With enough gold changing hands, he even gets cited as being a respectable citizen, in the same excuse for a newspaper that calls me a coward. You leave my father out of this, Potter. He's on the front page here calling me a coward. How the hell can I leave him out of this? Malfoy, you're an idiot. Draco had no comeback for that, but Harry was far from finished. Sleek it, cowering, Timrouse beastie, oh, what a panic's in thy beastie. Robert Burns wrote that about a mouse that got pulled out of its comfortable existence, but he could have been talking about an albino version, called Malfoy. Everyone else can see this for exactly what it is, your father's attempt to divert attention away from himself. The sniggers started at the Gryffindor table but were spreading throughout the hall. Harry's next sentence stopped them dead. Your father was a Death Eater. He keyed the hem of Voldemort's robe and called him master, until I defeated the Dark Lord. Your cowardly father couldn't denounce his former master quickly enough. Supplying gold for a new wing at St. Mungo's kept him out of Azkaban, yet he still hides behind his money to publicly call me a coward. The way to fight darkness is to shine a light on it. Your father started this and truth will out. I will be pressing whatever charges I can against him. While the pair on letter duty were watching Harry, a howler escaped an owl's leg, and the attentions of McGonagall and Hermione. Harry didn't even appear to glance in its direction as he used his lightning-fast reflexes to snatch the offending red stationery right out of the air. His hands seemed to glow with angry power as the howler turned to ash between his fingers. Hermione's hand supportively placed on his shoulder encouraged Harry to take a deep breath and rein in his temper a few degrees. Turning to see the pile of messages McGonagall and Hermione had amassed, he actually attempted a grin. Hermione said people believe everything they read in this rag. It might not do any good, but having the fact that all these have been passed on to the DMLE printed in tomorrow's edition should at least make people think twice before they send another one. I would be prepared to provide the Prophet with a statement, with the condition they print it as is. I will also post it in the Great Hall tonight so everyone will know if the Prophet alter it. Asked Neville for a favor, one that was immediately granted, saw Harry quickly picking out Gryffindor's Quidditch captain for a chat. Ollie, do you want to have a meeting with the team in our quarters after dinner tonight? We could then have that discussion you asked for. Oliver quickly agreed he would make those arrangements with the rest of the team. This then saw the trio head for their first class. None of the three felt like eating anymore. They passed the remaining 4 first-year Gryffindors without even glancing in their direction. It didn't need to be said that they were the ones responsible for all of this, the entire Great Hall knew that. Draco watched the trio leave with hatred in his eyes. Instead of their planned revenge, the Malfoy name was once more dragged through the dirt. He was left with no comeback to Potter's accusations, and no other action available, other than to challenge Potter to a duel. Draco Malfoy losing to Potter in a duel was something that would hang over his head all throughout his time at Hogwarts, and beyond. When a Malfoy fought, they waited until the odds were stacked in their favor. That wasn't the case at the moment, so he would wait for his chance. At the Burrow, today's Prophet was also the center of attention. Reading the article, Ron took this as irrefutable proof he was right. I said the coward shouldn't be in Gryffindor, but no one would listen. The Prophet just made sure everyone knows the truth. McGonagall will need to apologize to me and Percy now. Percy had left earlier for Hogwarts, but Arthur was just preparing to head off to work when the Prophet had been delivered. Arthur expected nothing but trouble for the Weasley family from this article, and that was before his youngest son's outburst. Do you really believe that, Ron? Can't you see this for what it is? Lucius Malfoy is using what you did to publicly attack Harry Potter, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and fire a warning shot at the Ministry too. There's more chance of McGonagall flaying you alive than her apologizing for all the trouble you caused. If the Ministry get dragged into this too, Fudge will feel he really has to be seen to be doing something. You and those others involved might find those punishments increasing in severity. Instead of worrying about remaining in Gryffindor, the Burrow might be your new schoolhouse. I think the chances of you being expelled over this are now about 50-50. Grabbing the paper, Ron pointed to a specific paragraph. It says right here that we were heroes. Potter is the bad guy, but no one wants to admit that. Rising to leave, Arthur left his youngest son in no doubt of his opinion on the matter. That is nothing more than propaganda, paid for by Malfoy gold. With your accusations, and then bypassing your head of house, you caused all of this. You are in the wrong, Ron. Until you recognize and accept that, you will not be returning to Hogwarts, whether you're allowed to or not. Turning to his wife, Arthur had one last thing to say before he left. Molly, don't overburden him with chores. I want Ron in his room and thinking about his future for most of the day. Make no mistake, that's what's at stake here. If you become known as the boy behind Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts, your future will be very bleak indeed. I just hope it doesn't bleed over to the rest of the family to a crippling degree. The flow activating signified Arthur had left, and it was time for Molly to say her piece. She rhymed off a list of chores before adding to her husband's idea. While you are doing those chores, I will be emptying your room of anything that isn't school-related. If you are looking for any distractions, then reading something other than Quidditch magazines will do you good. The fierce glares coming from Ginny told Ron he wasn't going to find any support there either. They weren't exactly close, but she wasn't even speaking to him now. This was going to be a long week. With the threat of this situation becoming permanent, Ron really did have a lot to think about. After discovering that Amelia was heading up to Hogwarts, Cornelius tagged along too. With some of the suggestions that had been set at him today, he really needed to talk this situation over with Albus. On entering the Hogwarts headmaster's office, the only word both visitors could think of for Albus' expression was grim. Once the pleasantries were dispensed with, it was time to get down to business. Amelia, Harry asked me to pass these over to you for investigation. After scanning what's inside some of them, I actually despair for our society. How anyone could think it acceptable to send something like undiluted bubo-tuber pus to an 11-year-old child is beyond me. I'll do my best, Albus, but almost all of these will be impossible to trace. Harry knows that. He intends to say in the Prophet that these are now in the hands of the DMLE in the hope it might scare some of these idiots into not sending any more. This interested Cornelius. He intends to talk to the Prophet. Harry has prepared a statement, but attached a binding proviso. They can only use it if printed as is, no editing and no snippets. Full unabridged statement or nothing. I was hoping Amelia would pass it on to them, lend a degree of seriousness to the statement. If that statement was delivered by the Minister of Magic, they wouldn't dare edit it. It's still their decision whether to print it or not. This was said with a slight smile, Amelia's harumph signaling she agreed with the reason behind that smile. Unless this statement calls the entire staff of that rag the biggest shower of assholes on the planet, it will be front-page news. Scrap that, they'd still run it on the front page. Snape's trial was like a media-feeding frenzy around Harry. A statement from him will get printed. Albus, I've had people at me all morning wanting answers about this. Some were even suggesting changing the lot of forced students who begin their education at Hogwarts to remain there. That would be childish, and also very foolish, Cornelius. Should Harry want to leave under that law, he would simply get himself expelled. Harry Potter may not appear your typical Gryffindor, but that is only because he stops to think, rather than recklessly charge ahead. Once he has reached his decision though, his bravery is never in any doubt. Should he decide getting expelled was his only way to leave Hogwarts, he and his intended would soon achieve that goal. I have no wish to find a BPD Draco Malfoy dangling from the ceiling of the Great Hall every time I sit down to a meal. The headmaster then informed his visitors what actually happened with the house censure, and why certain students were punished. Cornelius was a career politician, he could easily see the various pitfalls Albus had found himself in. As soon as the censure was served, you were in a no-win situation. The boy who lived being presented with a house censure and getting resorted into Hufflepuff would have been every bit as big a media storm. Nodding his agreement, Albus confirmed he thought the current solution was about the best Hogwarts could have hoped for. Had this been a plot to discredit Harry, Slytherin himself would have been proud of it. Instead, some jealous first-years jumped right into a situation without thinking it through. The Gryffindor prefect behaved more like a Slytherin, trying to use the situation to further his own position. You can guess how well that went down with Minerva. As I said, Harry thinks things through before acting. But when he acts, Albus then handed over Harry's statement for them to read. The minister's eyebrows rose higher with every line he read. Finally, he could contain himself no longer. Albus, do you think this is wise? I explained the possible consequences to Harry. As I said, anyone doubting his courage is in for a rude awakening. This is the boy who took on a troll with his bare hands to save Miss Granger. Harry Potter really couldn't be anything other than a Gryffindor. Conceding it was a bold move, Amelia asked what Hogwarts' position on this was. The internal Hogwarts matter has been dealt with and the ongoing situation is being monitored. That is all we are prepared to say on the matter, though there is a school board meeting on Thursday. I'm looking forward to hearing Augusta Longbottom's reaction when she discovers it's her grandson the prophet described as a toady. All three knew that Witch's description is formidable, was well earned. The prophet just might have bitten off more than they could chew this time. I have a feeling young Harry will be back on the Gryffindor Quidditch team and their next matches against Ravenclaw in a few weeks. You would both be very welcome as Hogwarts guests at that match. Would it be possible to meet Harry? I can arrange for both teams to meet with the Minister of Magic after the match. Share a few butterbeers and talk about the game. I think an arrangement like that would be best for all concerned. Cornelius quickly nodded, accepting good advice when it was offered. This way, if Harry's statement produced negative results, the Minister of Magic was only meeting two school Quidditch teams. Playing both sides, he also offered to personally deliver Harry's statement to the prophet offices. The Gryffindor Quidditch team were very impressed with the trio's new accommodation. After a quick tour though, it was down to business. No one had any problems with Hermione and Neville sitting in on these discussions. After all, this was their rooms too. I have only ever seen one Quidditch match, and played in one other game. Calling me a Quidditch novice would be an extremely accurate statement. Here's the bit I don't get though, it's like there's two separate games being played up there. You lot are working your asses off, battling against the opposition. That's where the real action is. The Seekers just sit above all that. One eye looking for the snitch while their other follows the opposition Seeker all over the sky. Yet it's the Seekers who stop the match. Those 150 points usually win the game too. How did this bipolar mess ever get to become the most popular magical sport in Britain? It was the captain who took up the responsibility of answering that. In the professional game, about 75% of the matches are decided before the Seeker catches the snitch. Do their Seekers just sit up there, detached, or are they involved in the match more? They're usually much more involved in the pro game. That's a high-risk strategy though. When you don't have a replacement Seeker on the bench, the risks become unacceptably high. Only a Seeker can stop the match. Lose your Seeker and you totally hand control over to the other side. It doesn't matter how many points your team are up, you can't win the match until the snitch is caught. I see. I never thought of that. Given we lost our first match, so must win our second, are you prepared to go for the high-risk strategy? I'm assuming there are plays where the Seeker is used for more than just seeking. There are certainly plays out there, books worth of them. We just don't have many of them here in Hogwarts. Tell me what to get, Ollie, I'll have them here in a few days. Even if this doesn't work out, consider them my contribution to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry, I hope you're not considering using tactics like this against Slytherin. They would love any excuse to get a hit at you. After reading what you posted in the Great Hall, Malfoy will be paying them to do so. One game at a time, Hermione. The Slytherins will be coming after me no matter what tactics we play. Katie had been sitting listening but just had to say something. Harry, what happened to, it's only a game? You seem to be proposing taking an awful lot of risks here. I still have no intention of dying while trying to get the snitch. Being a bit battered and bruised has become acceptable though. Sorry guys, but this next match is now no longer just a game. I'm a quiet kinda guy. I try to get along with everyone and shirk the spotlight as much as possible. When someone deliberately pushes me however, I push right back. A lot of people will be turning up to the next match, specifically to see if I'm a coward. That's unavoidable and, according to McGonagall, our audience will also include the Minister of Magic. Just something else the captain needs to consider before choosing his team and their tactics. My entire team is sitting right here. This declaration from Oliver produced smiles all round. What he said next only widened them. Our tactics will be decided when I can read through some of these Quidditch plays. I'll book the pitch for the weekend but can't make any promises. If we don't get time to work in these new plays, I would be happy to go with the same Seeker tactics Harry used in the Hufflepuff match. After some congratulatory back-slapping, the meeting broke up. It was getting late and Neville headed straight off to get changed for bed. Noticing the twins were hanging back, both Harry and Hermione wondered what was wrong. Fred and George had been unusually quiet all evening. When only the four of them remained, George gave their reason. We're really sorry that our brothers caused you all this trouble. Yeah, Percy is such a prat, he still thinks he did nothing wrong. He lost his precious badge, and now you are living in the rooms he wanted. He caused all this yet he's actually livid, go figure. Guys, this had nothing to do with you two. Hermione's mind was suddenly racing at full speed, wondering if she could manipulate an event that didn't happen for another 2 years. Harry's right. Don't worry about it. Harry even got to sleep in Prong's bed. His father had carved a miniature stag's head into one of the posts. This really got the twins' attention, as Hermione knew it would. Prongs. Your father. Harry knew Hermione was up to something, he just hadn't figured it out yet. He of course played along. Yeah, Prongs was his nickname at Hogwarts. Apparently he was a right prankster, a bit like you two. The twins only needed a glance between them to confirm what they wanted to do. Hermione had to work very hard containing her excitement as Fred took an old piece of parchment out of his pocket. Prongs was a member of a group called the Marauders. They're rather heroes of ours. This was theirs, so it should rightfully be yours. As Fred activated the map before handing it over, George had a plea to add on. Could we borrow it occasionally? For our pranks. A very happy Harry knew from Hermione what the treasure he now held in his hands actually was. Not only was he going to let them borrow the map whenever they needed it, Harry had something else to sweeten the deal for the twins. He dived into his room, returning holding another prize. I received this over the holidays. It was my dad's too. If this will help your pranks, you can borrow this as well. Harry dramatically swirled the cloak around himself, the hood popping over his head so he totally disappeared. The twins stood there with their chins hitting the floor. The Marauders had an invisibility cloak. And made the map. Awesome. Of course, the twins had to try it. Their exuberance making their earlier quiet selves mere distant memories. The noise brought Neville back in, and he too wanted a shot at disappearing. Neville gave his roommates a knowing look, thinking he'd figured out how Hermione had been slipping into Harry's bed in their old dorm. An excited Hermione could hardly wait for Harry to join her in bed. I should be getting used to this by now, but would you mind telling me what I missed earlier tonight? Hermione just activated the map and showed Harry the section that contained the defense professor's quarters. Catching on at once, Harry now only had one question left. And just when do we discover this? When the time is right, Harry. When the time is right. The prophet's arrival in Hogwarts was eagerly awaited next morning. Since Harry had posted his statement in the Great Hall last night, it was more to see how the newspaper handled the situation. No one seriously believed they wouldn't print a statement from the boy who lived. Lion Cub roars back. The following is a statement from Harry Potter. We at this newspaper were not allowed to edit it, and were also required to print it in full, or not at all. The Daily Prophet would like to point out that the views expressed in this statement are those of Harry Potter, and do not necessarily comply with those of this newspaper. Yesterday I was very publicly called a coward. This was done by a wizard who didn't witness the incidents, and then printed in a newspaper who neither witnessed nor investigate the matter. This directly resulted in me receiving malicious and downright dangerous hate mail delivered to Hogwarts. These items are now in the hands of the DMLE and considered evidence in what has become a criminal investigation. My house censure procedure wasn't carried out properly. Unlike the opportunity I'm being offered here, I wasn't given a chance to put my side of the argument forward. When the case was eventually heard properly, in front of all members of Gryffindor House, decisions were then fairly reached and accepted by all. That matter is now closed. An accident inside Hogwarts on Halloween damaged my memory. This was responsible for the Quidditch roster being charged. I was declared unfit to play Gryffindor's first game. The Sorting Hat attacking that damaged part of my memory caused me great pain. That's why my resorting was stopped, and also why I subsequently refused to put the hat back on. Since my arrival in Hogwarts, I have been attacked by a troll, a professor and Slytherin students, twice. My intended and my late mother have been continually referred to by a derogatory term I refuse even to write down. I have suffered an unfair house censure, been branded a coward on the front page of a national newspaper and subsequently been sent items by post that were deliberately designed to cause me harm. I would like to think that if my parents were still alive, they would be looking at alternative schooling for me too. They gave their lives to save their infant son, not this country. Only a complete fool would think my Hogwarts experience to date was in any way acceptable from an educational establishment. Leaving Hogwarts for another school remains an option I am considering. If, in the eyes of magical Britain, this action brands me as a coward, so be it. I have now clearly answered all the accusations made against me. While some people might not like to read those answers, they were given honestly. What of my accuser though, where are his answers? Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, an undeniable fact. The only question therefore is whether he did so willingly, or was indeed forced to do so while under the imperious curse as he claims. That those claims have never been settled in court, by truth serum or magical vow, will always leave this crucial question hanging like a bad smell over the Malfoy name. If Lucius Malfoy committed all those crimes while under the influence of the imperious curse, he of course can't legally be held responsible for his actions. As a responsible citizen though, surely he has a moral obligation to the country and the DMLE. Lucius Malfoy should come clean about every disgusting act he was forced to perform whilst held under this curse. Not only would this allow our Aurors to finally close some long unsolved cases, it could and should stand as a warning to the youth of today of what can happen to even responsible citizens when darkness is allowed free rein. I have publicly answered the questions my accuser posed of me. Will Lucius Malfoy have the courage to do the same? From my understanding of the term, with my non-magical upbringing perhaps altering the issue, his continuing silence on the matter clearly brands him as the coward here, not me. Harry Potter's statement was actually handed into the offices of the Daily Prophet by none other than Minister Fudge. When asked for his opinion on this matter, here's what he had to say. This was an internal Hogwarts matter that has been dealt with by the senior staff. That others chose to use this spat between children in an effort to promote their own agenda is regrettable, and should never have been allowed to happen. I was at the school on another matter and simply offered to drop this off for Harry. The Minister of Magic was then asked for his thoughts on the boy who lived leaving Hogwarts, and presumably the country too. Considering his heritage, the special place Harry Potter holds in all our hearts, and not forgetting he and his intended are academically the top 2 students of their year, I think this would be a great loss. That is simply my personal opinion, having met them both just before Christmas. While the ministry may not have an official position on this, it certainly does on the matter of witches and wizards owling items deliberately designed to cause harm to children. These items are now in the hands of the DMLE for further investigation. We here at the Prophet welcome that last piece of news, and apologize to Mr. Potter that a story in our newspaper caused a few of our readers to behave in this deplorable manner. Like the Ministry of Magic, we too in no way condone these type of attacks on children. Every single reader simply couldn't miss the Prophet had totally changed their opinion on this matter. The reason behind this change wasn't hard to figure out either. The people at the Prophet were clearly terrified they would be saddled with the blame, should Harry Potter leave Britain. The entire Gryffindor Quidditch team were sitting beside the trio at breakfast, very publicly showing their support for their seeker. Katie leaned over Hermione to speak to him. Harry, when you push back, you give it your all. If I was a Ravenclaw, I would be really worried about my next Quidditch match. Hermione couldn't hold back at that. While the Slytherins will already be working on the best way to put you in the infirmary. Game at a time, Hermione. We'll deal with that when we have to. Draco was already angry enough to wish he was on the team for a shot at Potter. He knew though that his anger would be nothing when compared to his father's. Draco couldn't even warn him of what was coming. Potter's statement had been stuck to the wall last night. It was protected though, both from being taken down and magically being copied. Draco would need to have stood there with parchment, quill and ink, writing it out word for word. That would have been impossible to do without being noticed, so his father would have been surprised by today's Prophet. Knowing his father, this could not end well. He looked forward to Potter finally being brought to his knees. His father would settle for nothing less. Hermione's groan of, incoming, had most of the hall looking to the ceiling. There seemed to be a veritable flock of owls with messages for Harry Potter. Thankfully, none of them were of the howler variety today. The sheer volume of mail had both McGonagall and Dumbledore scanning them for anything harmful, and finding nothing. As this mountain of mail grew ever higher, a speechless Harry could only look to Hermione for an explanation. Once they knew the truth, you had the support of 3 Hogwarts houses on this matter. It would seem your support outside Hogwarts has just increased too. Opening one and quickly reading the sentiments expressed there, Harry then condensed the message for those listening. This witch says she was a Gryffindor first year while my mum and dad were head boy and girl. She cried when they were murdered, though was pleased I had lived. She also says my mum and dad would be proud I'm standing up for myself. Glancing at the now huge pile of letters, Harry could think of only one thing. Hermione, I'm going to have to write back to most, if not all, of these people. Delighted with the attitude of her lion cub, Minerva offered her recollection of that time. Mr. Potter, there were many students still at Hogwarts who fondly remembered your parents and honored their memory on the night they fell. The Great Hall was draped in black as the school remembered two of her own. I think answering these letters would not only be the right thing to do, it would also let all those who wrote know you took the time to read their messages. We can have all these transferred to your room. I'll even excuse you from Transfiguration homework this week to give you more time to work on your new task. A clearly touched Harry could only react one way to that. Thanks, Professor, for your kind words about my parents and the offer of help. While I'll happily accept your help having these removed to our rooms, my homework will be on your desk along with the rest of my class. I wouldn't want there to be any rumors of favoritism within Hogwarts starting. Who knows where that could lead? Harry wasn't sure where the laughter started, but soon the entire table was chuckling away. McGonagall might have only nodded by way of an answer, but Harry suspected that was to stop her breaking into a smile. Her eyes were certainly twinkling with mirth. Oliver also thought this would be a good time to arrange his Quidditch meeting with his head of house. The way the entire team were gathered around Harry, Minerva was sure she was going to like what her captain had to say. She had no idea just how much her captain would actually have to say on the matter. The team might be the same as the one that faced Hufflepuff, but the tactics were going to be radically different. Hermione, Harry and Neville were all slowly sifting through the mountain of mail, sorting them into two piles. One was for those that could be covered by a general reply. They were working on wording a reply that could basically be copied and signed, saving Harry a load of work. The other pile was those Harry was going to have to personally write a reply to. It was a rather nervous Neville who drew a particular letter to Harry's attention. This one here's from a young witch called Ginny Weasley. She says she's Ron's younger sister and hopes her idiot brothers don't drive you out of Hogwarts. It says she was really looking forward to meeting you, and Hermione. Hermione couldn't help but remember the younger girl's crush on her intended, and asking her for help on how to get to know Harry better. There was no ambiguity in what Ginny meant by better, either. This time it would be different though. Harry was with her, and she had the ring to prove it. She encouraged him to write back. A reply to this young witch will either end up framed on her bedroom wall, or tucked under her pillow for her to sleep on at night. Whatever she chooses, it will certainly annoy the hell out of Ron. As Neville chuckled at that, Harry could only groan. This is going to take weeks. The prophet was now deliberately focusing the country's ire onto those who had sent Harry Potter malicious mail, all in an attempt to take that focus off the newspaper. That Lucius Malfoy had a case to answer was also conveniently ignored. The head of the Malfoy family was doing his best to help this along by keeping an extremely low profile, while hoping it would all blow over. These actions had the knock-on effect of shifting the country's ire from a certain Ron Weasley too. With the prospect of his expulsion from Hogwarts diminishing, Ron was now ready to say anything in order to get back there. His last few days at the Burrow had been some of the most miserable of his life. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse though, it did. Potter sending a letter to Ginny saw her hyperventilating at breakfast. Their mother needed to administer a calming draft as Ginny was in danger of passing out from sheer excitement. It was as if they had won the Daily Prophet Grand Galleon draw. Ginny walked about with a perpetual smile on her face. Their mother was delighted Harry didn't hold the rest of the Weasley family responsible, even citing in his letter that he was friends with the twins. Their father appeared more relieved. Potter's attack on Malfoy had shifted the focus away from them. Neither the press nor the ministry could go after the Weasleys, while ignoring the Malfoys' part in this. Ron was ready to say his beloved canons were crap to get away from home. Accepting the blame for something he actually did was child's play compared to that. His arrival back in Hogwarts wasn't what he'd hoped for, however. Dean and Seamus were still angry at him, while the two girls wouldn't even speak to Ron. Lavender and Parvati were far too busy trying to ingratiate themselves with Longbottom, obviously in the hope of getting back on Potter's good side. Both were at least smart enough not to approach him directly, not with Granger always at his side. That Potter was back on the Quidditch team shocked Ron too, nearly as much as the entire team heading up to the trio's private rooms most nights to discuss tactics. Percy had lost his badge, Ron had been sent home and now walked about with his house association grayed out, yet Potter got everything. How could that be fair? It was the night before the Quidditch match and things inside Hogwarts had been going deceptively well for the Golden Trio. All the letters had been answered, though some had even written back. The Gryffindor Quidditch practices had been going wonderfully. Oliver wore a grin that was very Leonish, almost like a great cat that was sneaking up on its unsuspecting prey. Those Ravenclaws wouldn't know what hit them. Harry hadn't experienced any more dreams from his past, something both he and Hermione were very grateful for. The couple were about to be dragged into a real live nightmare though as Dobby shook them awake. It wasn't just their still sleep-befuddled states that had them questioning what their little friend was saying. The house is being attacked. An invisible Albus arrived at the scene, not sure what to expect. That there were no curses currently flying through the air was a bonus, as was everything being bathed in artificial light. The multiple floodlights attached to the Grangers' home were turning night into day, though that piercing noise would leave Albus needing a headache potion if he remained here for any length of time. A quick search revealed no current threats, yet the wards did register that they had very recently been attacked by magic. The levels of noise and light were then added to by a rapidly approaching vehicle. Albus carefully watched as a couple of uniformed muggles left the vehicle and proceeded to search around the property. With his wards preventing the spells cast doing any damage to the building, there really wasn't anything for the investigating muggles to find. After recognizing that fact, one of the muggles spoke into a device that squawked back at him. It was mere moments later however that the spotlights went out, and silence once more returned to the night. The flashing lights on their vehicle were also extinguished and the pair eventually left at a pace greatly reduced from the one they'd arrived at. Not being able to raise anyone in the house, and seeing no signs of forced entry, they obviously reached the conclusion that no one was home, and the house's defenses had scared whoever was attempting entry away. Albus thought at least part of that was true. Whoever attacked the Grangers' house would have gotten an almighty shock to discover it was warded. If that attack also triggered the Muggle defenses, then shock wouldn't really be a strong enough word to describe the wizards who were doing the attacking's reactions. What really intrigued the headmaster though was the whereabouts of the Grangers. Yes, they could simply be spending the night elsewhere, but Albus didn't think so. He certainly believed Miss Granger was capable of providing her parents with a means of emergency escape, yet Albus couldn't see how she would get her parents to accept something like that, unless Harry and Hermione had gone down the route of full disclosure. The fact Miss Granger's parents were missing the afternoon he'd erected the wards at her home hadn't troubled Albus at the time. Now it was beginning to appear that their absence might have been deliberate. If so, it was almost certainly to stop him gleaming any information he shouldn't have from them. If she did indeed provide her parents with a means for an emergency escape, Miss Granger was sure to be monitoring that system. He would need to head back to Hogwarts and see if he was correct. If Albus was, the young couple might already be looking for him. Harry and Hermione needed to get out of the castle that was locked for the night. They were under Harry's invisibility cloak as Hermione practically dragged him to the statue of the one-eyed witch. Speaking the password saw both of them descend into the tunnel and hurry along it. With wands lit, they soon spotted Dobby waiting on them at what they assumed was the edge of the Hogwarts wards. They had no sooner reached him when Dobby popped the couple away. Emma was sitting wringing her hands with worry. Dan however was far too wound up to sit. He was stalking up and down behind Emma, the broken wooden chair leg in his hand at least making him feel slightly less defenseless. That improvised weapon was raised and ready for action at the pop he heard, only for it to be instantly lowered the second he recognized it was their daughter calling for them. Emma's answering shout had Hermione bursting into the room and both his girls were soon wrapped up in each other. Harry followed on behind, his wand still held ready. He noticed the chair leg in Dan's hand and nodded his approval before asking the obvious question. "You both all right?" "Yes. Our house alarm went off, waking both of us instantly. We never saw or even heard if we were under attack. Dobby was in our bedroom seconds later and brought us here." "Just where is here?" After confirming her mother was fine, Hermione was now hugging her father. Harry found himself being enveloped in Emma's arms as Hermione then answered her father's geographical enquiry. You're in Hogsmeade, Dad. We're on the outskirts of the village actually. This is the Shrieking Shack. It's supposedly haunted so no one ever comes here. At that, Dobby popped back with some clothes for Dan and Emma. Pajamas and a nightdress weren't really suitable attire for what they would need to do next. Dobby also had some news. The house is undamaged. There were muggles checking it and Dobby was sure he felt Dumbledore pop away. Hermione and Harry moved outside the room to allow them their privacy to change, continuing their conversation through the door as they did. What happens now? We need to go and see Dumbledore, Dad, and also cover how you got here. We want to keep Dobby's presence a secret so need to invent a cover story. Harry and Hermione had simply pulled robes over their sleepwear but Dobby had even thought to add jackets to the clothes he had collected from home for her parents. As the elf popped in again with heavy cloaks from their Gryffindor rooms, Hermione now had time to hug their little friend in thanks. A blushing Dobby brushed that thanks off. Dobby was being a good house elf and protecting his family. Dobby, you're the best elf in the world. We simply can't thank you enough. Harry saying that made the little guy's night. He popped away very happy. When joined by a now dressed set of parents, Hermione led them into a different tunnel. With wand lit, she took her father by the hand while Harry did the same with Emma behind them. Pressing the knot on the whomping willow stilled its branches and allowed the four safe passage. With Hogwarts in darkness and it being a cloudy night, their view is limited to that provided by the light from the two wands. Hermione had coached her parents not to let go of their hands, otherwise the wards would have them wanting to leave. In that manner the four headed off to get some help. Emma held Harry's other hand tightly as he banged on the door of the strange round house. The loud barking coming from inside was soon drowned out by a voice she could only describe as booming. Who the bleedin' 'ell is knockin' on me door at this time o' night? Yea better, avenue a bloody good reason. Hagrid, it's Harry. We need your help. Ari, what are ye doin' oot o' bed, never mind oot the castle? Do ye know what time it is? As the scrape of the heavy door's bolts being drawn back sent shivers up Emma's spine, Hermione spoke from behind her. We know what time it is, Hagrid. We've got an emergency here. Hermione, you're oot o' bed too. I should have known. Ye never get one o' ye without the other. Oh, who's this? The door opened to reveal a hairy giant of a man who had to stoop not to hit his head off his own doorway lintel. Emma could see every detail of his features due to the massive lantern he held in his hand. Those black eyes focused on her standing beside Harry and only the fact the man was smiling stopped Emma panicking. She did squeeze Harry's hand a touch harder though. These are Hermione's parents. Their house was attacked by Death Eaters tonight. Only Dumbledore's protections on the house got them out of there safely. Using Dumbledore's name with Hagrid invoked its own kind of magic. Their large friend immediately assumed everything was fine. It simply couldn't be otherwise with Albus Dumbledore involved. Attacked by Death Eaters ye say. Well, we'd better get ye right up to see Dumbledore then. Great man, Dumbledore. E'll soon sort everything out. Grabbing a hairy cloak and pulling his boots on, Hagrid and Fang were soon accompanying the party to the castle. Hagrid of course had the keys needed to gain entry, which is why they had gone to him in the first place. Once inside the castle, it wasn't strictly necessary for Dan and Emma to continue holding Hermione and Harry's hands. Everything was so strange though that neither relinquished that grip on their only link to normality. They found the passageway to the headmaster's office already open, and Dumbledore sitting waiting on them, convincing Hagrid even more that his idol was a great man. Ah, come in. I certainly expected to see two of you tonight. All four is indeed a pleasant surprise. You'll be pleased to know the wards I placed around your home worked perfectly. There is no damage but the attackers had fled before I got there. Hagrid, thank you so much for bringing them here. While Albus was talking, his wand was busy conjuring chairs for the four guests, followed by a small table that soon contained tea and biscuits. Hagrid wished them well before heading off home, and back to his bed. Emma really needed a cup of tea, though it was a bit disconcerting having all those moving portraits watching her drink it. When one of them spoke out, she nearly spilled her tea. Muggles in the headmaster's office. You go too far, Albus. This almost started a fight up on the walls as portraits took sides on that argument, an argument that Albus soon put a stop to. Silence. How dare you disrespect my guests, Phineas Black. As parents of one of this school's top students, Mr. and Mrs. Granger have every right to be here. I won't hear another word on the matter. Albus, Blair ended any and all complaints. Miss Granger, I'm impressed and intrigued that you actually got your parents here. Would you care to tell me how you managed it? I made them an emergency portkey, headmaster. It took them to the Shrieking Shack. It also alerted me when triggered, so Harry and I headed there at once. Getting out of the castle is a lot easier than gaining entry, especially when having my parents along too. So we headed from the Whomping Willow exit straight to Hagrid's hut. Can I assume your parents understand how a first-year magical student is able to do all of these things? Yes, headmaster, and I would ask that you respect their privacy on the matter. We're all on the same team here and my parents have been very supportive. Albus interrupted the young girl. Miss Granger, you have my word. Since your parents are already at Hogwarts, and welcome to stay, I would like to extend an invitation for them to join us tomorrow for the Quidditch match. We'll have lots of visitors so they won't stand out. I'm sure they would like the opportunity to watch Harry play. Thank you, sir, for all of that. I'm sure my father will enjoy watching Quidditch. My mother will probably be a bit more like me, terrified that Harry will get hurt. We can have guest quarters prepared tomorrow, but I wonder if I could impose on your hospitality. That would be brilliant, sir. They can stay in our room for what's left of tonight. We can sort out tomorrow, make that later today, what happens next. Dan had been overawed by the whole experience tonight. Once he was sure his family were indeed safe, the fact that Dobby had just transported them to the Scottish Highlands in a matter of seconds blew his mind. Events, if anything, had just gotten stranger after that. He felt there was something he could contribute to the situation here though. Headmaster, I would like to offer my thanks for placing those wards around our home. They really saved us tonight. The attack also triggered our own alarm system, which includes surveillance cameras. Those cameras would have sent pictures to the alarm company's regional control center. We should hopefully have images of whoever attacked our house tonight. Oh dear, that might just complicate matters. Excuse me, sir. What do you mean by complicate matters? We're all pretty sure that Malfoy was behind this attack on the Grangers' home, though Emma and Dan wisely didn't hang around long enough to make certain. This might be our proof, and our one chance to make something stick to Malfoy. I'm sorry, Harry, but those photographs would never be admissible as proof in a magical courtroom. Albus held his hand up as quite a few of his guests appeared ready to explode at hearing that. Bearing in mind I know practically nothing about Muggle photography, please answer this question honestly. How difficult would it be to fake pictures of Lucius Malfoy being at the Grangers tonight? This immediately deflated Harry's ire. Although not yet the phenomenon it would later become, he knew Photoshop and other similar computer programs were already out there. With the right equipment, ridiculously easy. If Dan gets proof though, that will be good enough for me. Malfoy doesn't seem to care if he breaks the law or not. Those who live by the sword. Albus really didn't have an answer to that, more just a request. Harry, please don't do anything rash. Sir, I've got Hermione to stop me doing anything like that. Albus glanced toward the girl, saw the barely contained rage that there had been an attempt to attack her parents, and wasn't convinced she would be able, or even willing, to contain or curtail her intended's response. That doesn't get around the fact that these pictures could be considered a breach of the Statute of Secrecy Act. It was left to Dan to reassure the headmaster. The police will have checked our property and found no damage or any signs of forced entry. If these pictures show people in funny costumes trying to gain access, it will be put down as some kind of prank. With no damage, there will be no insurance claim, so practically no investigation will take place. The alarm company will send me the photographs as a matter of course, since the alarm was triggered, but the entire incident will then be quickly dropped and forgotten. Albus was satisfied with that, but certainly intended to inform Amelia and Cornelius about the attack too. Neville awoke to a strange sight. Harry was sleeping in his own bed. The knocking then reminded Neville just what had woken him in the first place. He staggered through to their living room, opening the door to find Professor McGonagall standing there. Good morning, Mr. Longbottom. The headmaster informed me you all had some excitement last night. Neville's puzzled look disappeared the instant he heard the strange voice coming from behind him. He almost jumped out of his pajamas in fright. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. It's nice to meet you again. I wish the circumstances were better, Mr. Granger. Is your wife sharing your daughter's room? Yes, me on the couch seemed to be the easiest option. I have to say, it was very comfortable. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Harry was now up too. Morning, Professor. I expected Ollie to be banging on our door at first light. I did indeed intercept Mr. Wood on my way up here. When I told him why I needed to speak with you, he was then worried that you wouldn't be able to play today. You seem to me to all be handling this experience exceedingly well. It was Dan who quickly answered that. We had plans in place to deal with something like last night. Emma and I were out of there within seconds of the attack beginning. My family are fine and Professor Dumbledore's work saved our home from being damaged too. Things really couldn't have gone much better for us and we're all very grateful for that. We will hopefully sit down later as a family to discuss exactly what we do next. Our home being attacked certainly changes things. Harry introduced Neville to Dan, before reassuring their friend he would be included in any plans that saw them moving away from Hogwarts. He also explained why that might happen now, Hermione's house being attacked by suspected Death Eaters. Harry also assured his head of house he would be ready to play. It was a rough night, Professor, nothing more. While not ideal preparation for a big match, I'll be fine. A rough night. That's an apt description. Hermione then noticed Harry did indeed look rough. She went over and hugged him. His needy response had her own alarm bells ringing. After getting back to sleep I had a bad dream. What are the odds on that? I just nodded off again when it was time to get up. Understanding at once what he meant by a bad dream, Hermione couldn't wait to get him alone and discover what the unlocked memory was. Emma was introduced to Neville too, before McGonagall pushed on with today's arrangements. I'll have a house elf drop off a couple of robes for you both, then please join us in the Great Hall for breakfast. After that, while Harry heads off with the rest of the team, there should be time enough to get you set up in guest quarters before the match. While Dan didn't want to put the school to any trouble, he was quite willing to stay here for another night. McGonagall had to say no to that idea. These are the children's dorms. While I will have no problem justifying you staying here under last night's circumstances, I really can't do so for another. We're currently arranging guest quarters close to Gryffindor House. With those conditions, and considering it's Saturday, I'll even extend these two's curfew by an hour, providing they're both with you. After thanking the professor, they all headed off to get ready for their day. Harry was just pulling on his Quidditch team jersey when Dan stuck his head in the room and asked if he could use the shower facilities. Pointing him in the right direction, he and Neville then went into their living area. Seeing that Harry would need to wait not only on Hermione and Emma but Dan too, Neville decided he would head down to breakfast first. He didn't want to intrude on the family at a time like this. Harry was sitting on an armchair when Hermione entered, immediately settling herself on his lap. What did you remember this time? I don't think it's a huge surprise that Malfoy made an appearance, just as we're both sure he was behind last night. I was in Dumbledore's office and Malfoy strode in as if he owned the place, kicking a beleaguered Dobby in the process. All of us in that office knew Malfoy was behind setting the basilisk on the school but he just challenged us to prove it. Again he walked away with nothing done about it. He's not getting away with it this time. Harry, we need to be careful. Hermione, when I tricked him into freeing Dobby, the bastard pulled his wand on a 12-year-old kid. Only Dobby knocking him on his ass saved me from getting cursed with who knows what. Emma was listening in too, as was someone else. A beaming Dobby popped right beside the couple. Harry remembers freeing Dobby. Harry's arm came from around Hermione and his hand rested on Dobby's shoulder. Best thing ever I did, Dobby. That man is a sadistic arsehole who thinks he's above the law. Probably because his position and money have let him get away with just about anything for his entire life. With your help, we can show him that his actions will have consequences. It might be the only way we can stay in Britain. A dressed Dan entered still toweling his hair. What have you got in mind, Harry? If we get photographic proof Malfoy was involved, I intend to send him a message of exactly what will happen if he goes after anyone connected to me again. He needs to know I can and will do whatever is necessary to protect those closest to me. When Dan heard details of Harry's plans, he was grinning like a loon. It was a ploy straight out of his favorite movie. These people behaved like gangsters. It was time to use tactics they would not only understand, but ignore the warning at their peril. Harry had both arms back around Hermione as he told everyone the rest of what he'd remembered. My dream finished with a newly unpetrified Hermione Granger racing into the Great Hall and almost hugging the life out of me, in front of the entire school too. At least I hugged you right back, still without realizing just what I felt for you. You do now, Harry. What more could I ask for? Dan's quip of breakfast soon had all of them heading out the door. Draco was also grinning like a loon. His father intended to strike back against Potter last night, and in doing so also ruin any chance of him being able to play in the Quidditch match today. Seeing the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team enter without Potter had started him smiling. Longbottom entering and still no sign of Potter just widened that grin. The rumor sweeping through the Great Hall was that the Mudbloods' parents had been attacked by wizards last night, a rumor that was being believed, especially by Draco. That good mood crashed and burned as Potter entered the Great Hall. Not only was he in his Quidditch uniform, the two adults with him could only be the Mudbloods' parents. How was this possible? No one had ever stood up to his father before, and lived to tell the tale. Harry had quickly settled Ollie's nerves by assuring his captain he was fit and ready to play. As he'd predicted, the game against Ravenclaw had become something much more than a simple school Quidditch match. There would be government officials, press representatives and even other concerned parents in the stands today, all here to see if their revered hero, the boy who lived, was indeed a coward. While Harry didn't really give a shit about that, there was now even more at stake here. All four of them recognized the timing of last night's attack was no coincidence. Malfoy thought today's game was important enough of an event to wreck his chances of playing, so Harry was going to rub salt into the open wound that was last night's failure. Then he was going to defang Lucius Malfoy for good. The Hogwarts Quidditch stands were full to capacity, something that was evident by the noise being generated. Harry spotted Dumbledore, sitting in one of the stands with the Minister of Magic and head of the DMLE. That at least meant there wouldn't be an attack coming from the possessed Quirrell. Seeing Hagrid beside Hermione and her parents removed any worry from that direction too. No one would mess with the trio of Grangers with their large friend in attendance, something Harry thought Dumbledore was more than shrewd enough to arrange. This left him free to concentrate on the match. The game started with friendly handshakes all around, then it was down to business. Harry was flying around like he did in the last game, causing disruption wherever he could, though careful not to cross over the line that would have given away a foul. Gryffindor were 30 points up when the crowd got their first glimpse that things were different. Katie appeared to drop the quaffle, but Harry was right below her and plucked it out the air. He bolted toward the Ravenclaw hoops, leaving the rest of the opposition not sure what to do. The keeper was doing his best to cover the top hoop as Harry drew his arm back to shoot there, only for his empty hand to come forward. The quaffle had been flipped over his shoulder, the waiting Katie then firing it through the bottom left hoop to much cheering and whining from the Ravenclaw team. Lee's voice boomed out announcing the goal. He also brought to everyone's attention that the rules allowed a seeker to carry the quaffle, but not score with it. With Harry being the lightest player on the fastest broom, none of the Ravenclaw chasers could get near him when he had the quaffle. Knowing he couldn't score, the keeper was ignoring Harry in favor of watching who was available for the pass. The quaffle bouncing off his back and then tumbling through the lower right hoop had the Gryffindors in the crowd cheering like mad. Dan was sitting beside Hagrid and Neville, all three of them were right into the game. Emma had both hands over her eyes and occasionally peeking through her fingers. Hermione, how can you possibly watch this? Putting her arm around her mother allowed Hermione to have her mouth close to Emma's ear. She was then able to speak without fear of being overheard. I watched Harry fly against a dragon. Compared to that, Quidditch is tame. Shuddering at the mere thought of witnessing that, Emma glanced toward her husband. Dan was punching the air and screaming his approval as Gryffindor scored another goal. There was then a massive intaking of breath as Harry's broom seemed to fall out the sky. The other seeker though was right on his broom's bristles, so Emma though it must be a dive. She wanted to scream as the ground rushed up to meet Harry at a ridiculously fast pace, but no sound was coming out of her wide open mouth. Harry pulled up not a second too soon and whizzed safely away. The other seeker wasn't as skillful and plowed into the pitch. Harry flew past and high-fived Hermione as she leaned over the barrier, just as the Ravenclaw captain called a timeout. Dan's eyes were sparkling with excitement as he spoke to the girls in his life. I've never seen anything like this, it's fantastic. Using his years of experience from watching his beloved football, Dan offered an analogy of what he thought was happening up in the air. It's like playing 3 midfielders against 4. The 3 are being totally overrun, and Harry just took out the only player capable of evening that part of the game out. The skill and tactics on show out there today are simply fantastic. Those 3 Gryffindor girls appear able to read each other's minds, and Harry is clearly the best and quickest flyer out there. With the twins batting those cannonballs with the precision of a snooker pro too, it's easy to see why the other team is getting swamped. If a Muggle at his first match could see what was happening, the Ravenclaw captain certainly had no trouble discerning what the problem was. That didn't mean he knew how to fix it though. All their plays and preparations assumed they would be facing 3 chasers, not 4. With no answers, he was left trying to encourage his dazed and bruised seeker to hurry up and catch the snitch, before it was too late. A smiling Cornelius was also enjoying himself. No matter the score today, Harry Potter had answered the accusations publicly aimed in his direction in The Prophet by Lucius Malfoy. There was also the fact that he had given Dumbledore permission to erect those wards on the Granger's home, something he would be sure to work into the conversation he intended to have with Harry later. Amelia would also have the attack investigated, though none of them expected that to turn up much evidence. If Harry Potter chose to leave Hogwarts and Britain, things like that may be the only reasons Cornelius held onto his job. As their score climbed, it seemed to supply even more energy to the Gryffindor attack. When they surged 160 points ahead, their supporters went absolutely nuts. It also had the effect of totally demoralizing the Ravenclaw team. It was almost a relief for them when Harry eventually caught the snitch. The Gryffindor supporters were ecstatic, as was the team. Harry shot up to Hermione and presented her with the snitch, receiving a key from his intended before Emma almost smothered him in a hug of relief. Due to the massive interest in this match, and doubt placed over their Quidditch-playing children's safety by the Prophet article, Dumbledore had invited the families of those playing today along to watch the game. With her twin brothers wearing the red and gold of Gryffindor, Ginny Weasley sat beside her father as she got to see her first Hogwarts Quidditch match. Although there had been 2 Weasleys up in the air, Ginny was sure she wasn't the only person in the stadium who couldn't take her eyes off Harry Potter. It was no hardship, however, he was easily the star player up there. She could have done without seeing him key, his intended, and that didn't look like anything other than a key, between a very serious couple. The girl's mother then hugging Harry was also entirely genuine. Ginny came from a family whose mother practiced the exact same behavior. She certainly could recognize a genuine hug when she saw one. It didn't look, however, as if Molly Weasley would ever be hugging Harry Potter like that. Between them, the 2 Granger ladies seemed to have those positions all sewn up. That Harry appeared very happy about that fact really drove home to Ginny her childhood dreams would never be anything more than just that. Albus had set an unused classroom aside and the Hogwarts elves soon had it transformed into a suitable location where the players could mingle with their parents. This would be done while enjoying a light buffet and some refreshments, thus also providing Cornelius with an opportunity to meet the players too. Hermione and her parents were of course invited. The girl with memories of the future also knew there was no way a certain Arthur Weasley could be in a room with 2 Muggles and not approach them. He didn't even wait for Harry to arrive before introducing himself, and his daughter of course. This was how Hermione found herself chatting to Ginny Weasley. "Are you the little sister who wrote to Harry?" Her blush was of epic proportions and Ginny could only nod in agreement, her voice somewhat deserting the bashful little redhead. "That's great. Harry and I have met 4 Weasleys so far at Hogwarts, and 2 of them are our friends." Hermione didn't need to name names. Ginny knew exactly which of her brothers she was speaking of. Arthur meanwhile was far too busy concentrating on interrogating Hermione's mother and father to care what the 2 girls were talking about. The team's arriving disrupted all conversations and Harry was soon standing with his arm around Hermione's waist as she introduced him to Ginny. That went about as well as could be expected, with Ginny at least managing to say, "Hi." Her twin brothers then recommended Hermione save her parents from their father, Arthur's fascination with Muggles being a long-running joke in the Weasley family. Dan and Emma's relief at being rescued was short-lived. After escaping Arthur's inane questions, "What is the purpose of a rubber duck?" they then found themselves in the company of the Minister of Magic. Harry handled the introductions and Cornelius was happy to shake a couple of Muggles by the hand. He was actually prepared to do a lot more than that to keep Harry Potter in Britain. I was really sorry to hear of your home being attacked, though delighted signing that warding permission played a small part in what became a fortuitous outcome. Madam Bones will have her Aurors checking today to see if they can determine any information from the attack. I have to be honest here and say she's not too hopeful it will. What they will also do though is add an Auror alarm ward to your existing protection. This will see those wards monitored from within the ministry. Should this ever be attempted again, the attackers will find a squad of Aurors appearing when that ward is triggered. Hermione thanked the minister profusely, both for his initial permission and the follow-on alarm wards. She recognized why he was doing this, but keeping her parents safe was their #1 priority here. Anything that helped with that aim was okay in her book. The minister then gushed all over Harry about the game he'd played today. While the praise was deserved, it didn't make Harry's blush any less noticeable. Emma and Dan were also seeing the children in what they now considered their natural environment, a magical one. While being introduced to that culture's prime minister was a bit of a shock, seeing their daughter not only being accepted but have friends was somewhat of a dream come true for her once worried parents. Visiting Hogwarts and seeing where and how they lived, meeting Neville and some of their other friends too, all this was helping Emma and Dan reach the decision they wouldn't have believed possible last night. They had Dobby watching over them in Crawley, and now the ministry would also respond along with Dumbledore should this attack ever be repeated. They also knew what Harry had planned as retribution against Malfoy, should the security camera's pictures place him at the house. They would leave Harry and Hermione at Hogwarts, at least until their already planned conversations on the matter over the summer. Seeing how close they were to Neville, they would also ask Harry and Hermione if they wanted to invite their friend to Crawley over the summer. They would stay in the castle tonight in the lovely guest quarters provided and return to Crawley tomorrow. Due to the methods of transportation available to them, they would be able to have lunch with Harry and Hermione yet still be home in time for dinner. That was one thing both non-magicals thought they could easily get used to. That there had been a press presence at the school Quidditch match saw Harry Potter once more feature heavily in the profit. Albus had allowed team photographs to be taken before the match, though barred all press from the families gathering after the game, and it was the Gryffindor team picture that hit the headlines. While their teamwork, inventive use of strategy and plays were rightly praised, the paper couldn't help but single out the performance of their seeker, Harry Potter. Harry's control on his Nimbus 2000 had rather graphically and comprehensively rubbished any claims his flying was a danger to the other players. The same report also praised Hogwarts for recognizing the young wizard had prodigious talent on a broom, relaxing their own rules to accommodate and help develop that tremendous potential. It was also widely reported that professional Quidditch teams the length and breadth of the country were already showing interest in Harry Potter's abilities. All this positive attention on Potter had really ruined Lucius' week. Instead of his usual glass of exquisite port before bed, the amount consumed by the seething head of the Malfoy family had steadily climbed each and every night. So much so that it was a rather slow and disjointed hand that blindly reached for his wand on the nightstand in response to his wife's horrified screams. Using his wand to dramatically increase the illumination in their bedroom, Lucius was first puzzled at how the hand holding his wand had blood dripping from it. Turning to his still screaming wife, he couldn't miss that she was standing out of their bed and liberally splattered with fresh blood too. Sissy's eyes were almost bulging out of her head as she stared back into the bed, her screams if anything becoming more frantic and distraught. It was then the alcohol evaporated out of Lucius' system as he noticed who was still in the bed with him. Lucius was staring into the lifeless eyes of his son. As if that wasn't bad enough, he was staring into the lifeless eyes of his son's detached head. The rest of Draco's body was missing, the head appearing to have been brutally ripped off, and thus accounting for why he and Sissy were covered in their son's sticky red blood. It took a moment for Lucius to realize he was screaming too. That was before what was now pinned to the headboard caught his eye. He didn't know how this item was taken, or even how it got into its present position. There wasn't a single shred of ambiguity concerning what this item was, however. Standing in his Death Eater regalia, a clearly identifiable Lucius Malfoy was pictured attacking Potter's Mudblood's home. Written across the bottom of the large photograph in blood, probably Draco's, was just one word: retribution. His wife's grief was turning to anger as it began to dawn on her who was responsible for this chilling catastrophe. "You stupid, arrogant bastard. You just couldn't let it go. Now our son has been murdered. Narcissa was then left trying to believe her eyes. Her son's beautiful features were slowly transforming into something horrible, though with its own special sense of beauty. Where once had lain Draco's detached head, his bloody yet still aristocratic features easily identifiable, there was now forming a pile of offal. This led to the beautiful hope that her son may indeed be still alive and well. The flames of that hope were fanned further still by the message on the picture changing too. Blood was now running over Lucius' image in the picture as this message was far longer, though still managed to get its point across with horrifying clarity and simplicity. No more warnings. Move against my family. Draco dies. Then Narcissa. Finally you. No more Malfoys. As Lucius eventually stumbled out of the bloody bed, and away from the blood-soaked offal, his relief at Draco apparently still being alive was soon replaced by his incandescent fury at who was obviously responsible for this warning. This is Potter's doing. I'm going to. Lucius never got to say what he intended to do to a certain Harry Potter. The curse that left his wife's wand passed close enough to his head for Lucius to feel the power it contained. Her power abated not an iota as it transferred to her voice while a raging sissy screamed at him. Are you out of your tiny king mind? With a Herculean effort, she managed to rein in her temper just enough to be able to talk with her husband. Her wand though was still trained on him. This person was not only able to access our home, they were clearly in our bedroom while we slept. Both of us could have been murdered and we wouldn't have known anything about it. Exactly, he hasn't got the balls to carry his threat out. You're prepared to gamble all out lives on that. Let's remember, he can get to Draco anytime he wants inside Hogwarts. Dumbledore won't investigate his golden boy and all they would need to do was make our son's death look like an accident. Just because he's giving out a warning first, that doesn't mean Potter won't kill if he feels he has to. You, or anyone else, attacking the Mudblood's family will see him make that decision. Is that worth the death of our son? Is it worth my life? Is it worth the annihilation of the entire Malfoy family? You yourself have told Draco and I many times that Muggles are beneath us, mere worthless creatures. Are you willing to gamble all our lives on this matter, just so you can again attempt to harm these particular worthless creatures? Seeing she was finally getting through to her husband, Narcissa changed tack. They seemed to have been one step ahead of everyone since Potter took up with the Mudblood. Now is not the time to go charging in like a bloody Gryffindor. It's way past time for some Slytherin cunning to be brought to bear on the matter. Lucius stood there amid the stench that was reeking from the bloody mess on their marital bed. With blood in his hair, the same substance polluting his silk pajamas, and his wife's wand still steadily pointed at him, Lucius finally began to think rationally about the situation. Darla. The little female elf popped into the bedroom. She stood in her tattered and faded blue plaid dress, head down and hands behind her back. Master called for Darla. Who was in this house, elf? Darla didn't see anyone in the house, Master. Would Master like Darla to clean the mess in here? The kick sent Darla to her knees. The elf didn't think it was too bad though, Master didn't have his boots on. Who do you think is going to clean it? Burn those sheets, pillows, the mattress too. I will sleep in Draco's room tonight while your mistress will choose one of the guest bedrooms. Have them prepared first before clearing up this mess. Burn these too. Lucius stripped out of his pajamas. The expensive nightwear was covered with so much blood, they hit the marble floor with a splat. Narcissa disrobed at the same time before heading off in the direction of their showers. Lucius though had more to say before leaving their bedroom. The person who did this will pay. And now BPD Narcissa stared straight into her husband's eyes and made a promise. Whoever did this left me thinking our son had been brutally murdered. Even just for a moment, that pain was unbearable. They are not getting away with doing that to us. We need a plan that hurts them yet in no way even hints at any Malfoy involvement. Come to me with a plan like that and I swear I will help you take our revenge. This was more like the witch he married. Lucius nodded in agreement. I'll check the wards after my shower. You write to Draco and have him confirm nothing is amiss as quickly as possible. We'll let things settle down before retaliating. That will give us more time to plan too. Only after they had left the room did Darla's mouth form a wry smile. Dobby would be so proud of her, and making Dobby proud was quickly becoming more important to Darla than pleasing her family. Dobby was teaching Darla how not to lie, but still not answer Master's questions. Darla knew it was Dobby who had accomplished this tonight, but she had deliberately not seen him. Therefore Darla could truthfully answer her master and protect Dobby too. Dobby was helping Darla with so much, and promised to try and free her from the bad family too. Dobby was such a powerful elf, and Darla would give anything to be part of his family. Telling Dobby about any plans the bad masters made should help with Dobby's family liking Darla too, though Dobby said they would do so anyway. Master thought he was being so clever, ordering Darla to keep the family's secrets. Dobby was family though, even if Master thought Dobby was dead. Dobby said he was free, and his magic certainly allowed him to do things against the Master that Darla could never do. Then again, the house magic didn't stop Darla talking to, or even sometimes helping, Dobby. Darla didn't know why that was. Darla just knew the handsome elf would always receive anything Dobby asked of Darla. The little elf popped away to carry out the tasks her master had just ordered Darla to do. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.